Well, hello and a very good morning to the county ground, Northampton, where we are almost ready to get underway on day 2 of this 2025 Rothesay County Championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Glamorgan. As you can see there on your screen, overnight Glamorgan 367 for 6. They bounced back absolutely superbly after a difficult morning session, which saw the Welsh outfits reduced to 115 for 4. And of course, the headline of yesterday's play was Acer Tribe, the Jersey international, scoring a career best 181 outs. And he will still be out there this morning as Glamorgan look to secure the additional batting bonus points and potentially score a mammoth innings here at Wantage Road. My name is Aaron Viles. I'll be one of your commentators here on the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream. And alongside me is a very good friend of mine in the broadcasting industry and an absolute titan in this field. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome into the commentary box the wonderful Michael McCann. Michael, how are we?
A very good morning, Aaron. Thank you very much. It's a very kind introduction. I will need to get your address to send the cheque in the post. Back on to much more important on-field matters. If you're Glamorgan, you're thinking bat big, bat once. But we all know that a different day means that even Asa Tribe, who at the moment is something beyond human with a bat in his hand, does have to resettle. I know people have already been popping up in the live chat talking about this ridiculous run that he's on. He averages 662 in his last 5 innings. The only time he's been out in that run was in the final over of a knock for Jersey, where he made 175 out of a total of 261 all out. And now that we've said all of this, if you believe in the commentator's curse, he'll quite inevitably have his innings ended promptly here by Northants. We've got a couple of slips in. Point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket, deep square leg as well.
So here we go then. Will be Luke Proctor, the Northamptonshire captain, to Asa Tribe. First ball of day 2, and that one is glanced away down the leg side, racing down towards the deep fine leg boundary. And what a start that is for Glamorgan. First runs of the morning session. And of course, they've come off the bats of Asa Tribe. Absolutely unstoppable yesterday. Had every single shot in the book, scored predominantly through mid-wicket. That was his real area of strength. If you're going to bowl straight, you've got to be absolutely bang on the money. That is very easy pickings for a man who's in this rich vein of form. That one defended out into the covers. Before this game, Michael, had you seen much of Asa and his batting for Glamorgan? I know that he's obviously been in tremendous nick for Jersey in international cricket and in the One-Day Cup. Well, quite simply sensational. Is he someone that you've come across a little bit?
I commentated on Jersey a few years ago, and it's very noticeable even then how excited people were about it.
He tries to clip that one through mid-wicket.
I remember speaking to then Jersey men's head coach Neil McRae, who he talked about certain players in the Jersey setup. This was back in the summer of 2023, who he felt like he could see stepping into being in county cricket and impressive. And Asa Tribe was very high up that list. Jersey, who of course have consistently punched so impressively above their weight in the international stage.
Well, that was slightly aerial. Lands well short of James Sales, lurking there at backward point.
Great place to go for a visit as well. Went there to commentate on ICC Women's Qualifiers that they were hosting back in 2023 as well. Very easy to see why for so many Brits it's a real place to go for a holiday that's not too far away, but it still feels like a getaway.
Tribe compact in his defence. Yeah, we spoke at length, myself and Harry Butler, on commentary yesterday about Jersey. It's a place that I'm very familiar with. Used to spend pretty much every summer holiday there from time to time. It's a cheap air route from Birmingham Airport to Jersey on the old Flybe.
I was going to say, I thought you were going to say that Jersey itself is cheap, and it's many things, but it's definitely not cheap.
No, certainly not anymore. It's Proctor bowls here to Tribe that one short. Trying him with a genuine bumper. And that'll be the ends of the opening over here on day 2. It goes for 4 runs, all 4 of those runs off the bats of Asa Tribe. And Glamorgan now 371 for 6.
Yeah, and just jumping back to what Neil McRae was saying, and Tribe's a perfect example of this. He was talking about trying to get as many Jersey cricketers as possible off island, because there's a limit to how much you can develop their talent once you get to a certain stage, being based physically on an island. You can do as many indoor training camps as you want. You can do as many internal squad games as you want, but he was big on trying to get these guys, as many of them as possible, out into county cricket. That would give them that next developmental stage, and you're seeing that in a batter like Tribe, in the form that he's been in recent times. And without me to sort of definitely put the mockers on him, when you're repeatedly carrying your bat as an opener, that's pretty astonishing.
Well, he's done it twice in the One Day Cup with those centuries against Leicestershire and Worcestershire respectively. Would be some achievement, wouldn't it, to do it again today. It's Justin Broad bowls here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And Tim van der Houten just clips that away very handsomely down towards deep backward square for 2 runs. Nice shot that from the Dutch international.
Yeah, we're talking a lot about Tribe, but I think you also have to come back to the innings that Chris Cook played yesterday to rebuild things. Now, Van der Houten alongside him as well. Without those innings, there's a limit to even Tribe's influence when Ingram gets out at 103 for 4, which feels like a long time ago now.
Certainly does. Good areas that from Justin Broad. Well, it was. I think you absolutely have to give Chris Cook some praise and some plaudits. So too Ben Kellaway, even though he only scored 23 runs, which pales in comparison to Ace's 185 and counting, or Chris Cook's 84. It was that partnership which really steadied the ship and laid the foundation. And since then, well, it has pretty much been one-way traffic. Broad angles that down the leg side. Safely taken by Lewis McManus. The other big thing as well yesterday, aside from a couple of pretty good LBW shouts, has to be said, from Luke Proctor, not too many chances arose. And that's what is so important towards the final stages of day 1 for Justin Broad, the man bowling, to take that catch and just get rid of Chris Cook. Because that partnership was building, and building very steadily indeed. I think it finished on around about 165 from recollection.
161, and oh, beg your pardon, need some quick maths. 162. 162 in 43 overs, so they were scoring at around 3.7 and over. Getting a really nice clip, that pair.
Played some gorgeous shots as well. Broad again, strays down the leg side. Van der Houten leaves that one well alone.
Yeah, it was slightly your classic day of county cricket, in the sense that as day goes on, you get a slightly higher percentage of bad balls. Batting becomes a little bit easier.
It's better from Justin Broad, trying to bring that off stump into the equation. And that will be the end of the over. Just 2 runs from it. Decent start, that's from the German international. And Glamorgan now 373 for 6. A reminder for those who are maybe new to the county championship and the bonus point system. So we'll start with the batting bonus points. You've got 110 overs in the first innings to get those aforementioned points. So you get 1 point for reaching 250, 2 for reaching 300, 3 for reaching 350, 4 for 400, and your 5th and final one is achieved if the team scores 450. So at this stage, Glamorgan have already racked up 3, which at this stage of the season is massive. It's so tight, potentially, in Division 2 for that second and final promotion spot. Looks as though Leicestershire have practically secured the division. But as for that second place, Derbyshire and Middlesex playing each other today. Big ramifications down at Lords. Every single one of these points does matter. So that one is short, comes off the shoulder of Tribe's bat. And of course, with the other side of the coin, your bowling bonus points, well, you get them in stages of 3. So after 3 wickets, you get your first one. After 6 wickets, you get your second. And the third and final one is achieved when you take the 9th wicket. So at this stage, Northamptonshire have earned 2 of those bowling bonus points.
And just on that note, I wonder how much of a conversation there was about that within the Glamorgan camp overnight, because as things stand now, you've got 11.5 overs. It seems fairly improbable they won't get 27 for 400, but yeah, it is always hard. 10:30 starts, a little bit overcast, but was there any conversations about if we get going quickly, maybe 450s on the cards?
Well, I think if that is going to be the target, I think Ace of Tribe will have to be the destroyer-in-chief. Completely agree with that assessment. I think that 400 is the first milestone, isn't it? Not just for the additional point, but also from a psychological perspective. 399 doesn't sound as good as 402. So 400 is definitely the first marker. Then after that, all a bonus. Well, that's a beautiful delivery from Luke Proctor.
But if you wanted to put it in a more white ball context, they started the day needing 83 runs off 84 balls for the max batting point. Now, obviously, it's a very different situation, different guidance on wide lines, different field sets, whole different vibe, if you will. But I wouldn't say it's necessarily out of the question, but as it is, they've rightly been somewhat circumspect against some good bowling.
Well, it has. It's been a much better start, this, from Northamptonshire, as Proctor echoes that sentiment by bowling a maiden over. So Glamorgan remain 373 for 6 after 99 here at Wantage Road. But yesterday, as you touched upon, Michael, maybe it was fatigue, maybe it was just, well, lack of red ball cricket, basically, for Northamptonshire, but there were quite a few too many poor deliveries, and that was the issue. It was easy pickings for Ace of Tribe and Chris Cook this morning. Justin Broad and Luke Proctor, yes, it's still very early days, far, far more disciplined in that channel. So that one comes off the hip of the Dutch international. And Van der Houten scampers through. In fact, it's been given as a run off the bat. Must have just tickled it onto the body.
Yeah, the only boundary we've seen was that early one from Tribe, just flicked down towards us at very fine leg. For Northants, it's that kind of day where you got to try and make sure it doesn't get away from you. Can do with the fatigue of the previous day, the mental fatigue of being out there, trying to reset and think, well, actually, he is a human, Ace of Tribe, as much as his recent form suggests that he's not. And actually, you get him out early, maybe, who knows, it's 4:30 all out.
Very good point. And that one just squares up the Jersey International slightly for room. Will be no run.
You know, if you're Glamorgan here, you're thinking bat once, bat big, get 500, get 550. If you're Northants and you're really being optimistic, thinking take 4 wickets in an hour or so, see if you can bat once, bat big, and create the classic awkward third innings late on day 3, early on day 4.
Well, that one off the outside edge, and that will race away down towards the Spencer Lounge boundary. So that is another 4. A lot more fortuitous on that occasion from Ace of Tribe, but that will bring up the 50 partnership between Tribe and Van der Houten. Already building upon that solid foundation laid by Chris Cook. And of course, the main man, Ace of Tribe himself. These runs really are beginning to add up very handily indeed for the visiting side. Glamorgan 378 for 6.
He just played it with safe hands, soft hands as well, Tribe. He knew that he wasn't quite in the position that he wanted to be, but he stayed in his box, which for those who haven't is well worth a look. It's a tutorial. AB de Villiers talks about it on YouTube. You imagine that there's physically a box around you as you bat. And most of the time where you get into trouble is when you're pushing at the ball with hard hands. You're going outside that box.
There are certainly worse players to learn from than the great AB de Villiers. Of course, he played for Middlesex, didn't he, in 2019, graced the county circuit with his presence. Absolute titan of South African cricket across formats. One of the best players that I've ever seen. So that one is short, wide, carved away. And that one, a much more emphatic and commanding four from Asa Tribe, who now moves on to 193, 7 runs shy of what would be a maiden double century across any discipline of cricket. Glamorgan now 382 for 6. And the partnership itself now stands at 56 runs between Tribe and Van der Hoogten. Precisely the start that the Welsh outfit would have been looking for.
Yeah, he's picked up nicely on his rhythm from the day before, and indeed the last few innings of this extraordinary run that Asa Tribe has been on. So 10 overs left in terms of bonus point collection, 18 for 400, 68 for maximum points, which is still by no means out of the question. Reminder of exactly how it looks at the top after this ball.
Well, that one's played very nicely indeed, just steered away down towards deep third by Van der Hoogten. And that will be 4 runs despite the pursuit from James Sales. Moves Glamorgan onto 386 for 6.
Leicestershire, of course, top and running away with it. As we were mentioning before, 193 points already for them from their first 11 games. Glamorgan 28 points behind, and Glamorgan themselves being chased by Derbyshire and Middlesex. Derbyshire, as things stand, their closest chaser.
That one is wide, it's full, and it's driven very square by Tim Van der Hoogten. Make that back-to-back boundaries. Glamorgan move into the 390s. So we had that conversation about batting bonus points. These past 8 deliveries or so, Michael, have been a lot more accelerated from Richard Dawson's men.
I did say I thought once these two maybe played themselves in that it was right on the cards, and well, all of a sudden the so-called required run rate for them is back hovering around a run a ball.
Well, that one, a testing short ball. Could riposte that from Luke Proctor, straight out of page 1 of the fast bowlers textbook. Bowl it too full, get driven. Next ball, pop it in and around the face. Good evasive action there taken as well by Tim Van der Hoogten, who certainly is no slouch with the bats. Beautiful, beautiful delivery from the Northants captain. Just going back onto that point about Van der Hoogten and his form, especially against Northamptonshire this season. Well, in the previous matchup between these two sides, he went and scored 61. So he's already got a little bit of recent history. Of course, that was an 8-wicket victory for the Welsh outfit at Sophia Gardens. And this will be more runs. Just tucked around the corner, and that will be a further 2. Nirvan Ramesh comes across from deep fine leg to do the fielding.
Yeah, this pair, after a gentle first few overs, are starting to look increasingly comfortable, which if you're a Northants fan watching this is of some not inconsiderable concern.
And that one's short again and left well alone. So a more expensive over that from Luke Proctor. Goes for 10 runs, and Glamorgan in a very nice position here on 392 for 6 at the conclusion of over 101.
So 9 overs left now. The 400 feels inevitable in that time, but 58 to get off 9 for that final batting point. Just jumping back to that table, Derbyshire 24 points behind Glamorgan coming into this round of fixtures, and Middlesex 27 behind. So you're looking at maximum point wins, if not just beyond that, for that chasing pair. And you're almost in a stage where with those two playing each other, it's a bit winner stays on. Whoever loses, that's probably out the promotion race.
Well, that one, a slower attempted Yorker from Justin Broad. Don't mind seeing that variation.
Worth updating you on that one. Derbyshire 283 all out, and Middlesex 12 without loss after 7 at the start of today. They've steadily advanced to 25 without loss.
Broad to Tribe. That one clipped down the onside, down towards Ramesh for another single. Tribe now theoretically one lusty strike of the cricket bat away from a maiden professional double century. And what an innings it has been. Includes 28 fours and 2 sixes for good measure. It's Broad to Van der Houtsen. Again, angling that in to the leg side. It's deja vu. Van Ramesh doing the fielding there. It's deep backwards square. Very good morning, or Borodar as well, for those tuning in today. Whether you're of a Northamptonshire or a Glamorgan persuasion, please do say hello to us in the YouTube live stream. Let us know where you're watching from. We hope that you're enjoying the coverage here on the live stream. It's Broad, holds the length back on that one.
Yeah, Asa Tribe, and it's easy to forget as well that this is still someone who's only 21 years old, despite having been around that Jersey circuit for a while. Has an ODI ton, has 2 first-class tons and 5 list A tons. You're very much talking about someone who has got room to develop. He's a long way from his final ceiling. Also played for Cardiff Uni, as well as De La Salle College.
Tribe again, just covering that one on the defensive. Another pretty measured over that from Justin Broad. Just the 2 runs conceded, and Glamorgan 394 for 6. Yeah, I had a couple of messages actually from those at Cardiff Met. Of course, that was Asa's university of choice. They said even from his uni days, he's been an absolute superstar. Not surprised at all that he's doing so well in a Glamorgan shirt. And I know, obviously, for the university, it's a great moment of pride to see this.
Oh, yeah, and going to Cardiff Met, of course, is very much linked to him ending up at Glamorgan. You know, that doesn't happen by chance.
So Proctor it is to continue from the David Capel end. Bowling this time to Van der Houtsen, and Proctor has overstepped. So that'll be another couple of runs from the no ball. Saw that early doors with Liam Guthrie yesterday. That took place in the 3rd over. But this, for the seam bowlers, is the more preferable end. This is where we saw more inconsistent bounce, especially with Justin Broad yesterday. One kept very, very low. Almost sent the off-stump cartwheeling. Well, there's an appeal for caught behind there from McManus. Just looking from our position directly behind the stumps. Don't believe there was an outside edge there. It was just the natural deviation, the lateral movement, which took it away. We'll get a replay of that one, courtesy of our boys on the camera. Nice delivery either way, that from Proctor. Definitely the pick of the bowlers for the Tudor Rose on day one.
Yeah, the bowler wasn't interested though. And on the whole with an LBW, bar relatively exceptional circumstances, if the bowler and the keeper are not caught behind or an LBW, if the bowler and the keeper are not both up, that's normally not the best sign.
Certainly promising signs here though for Luke Proctor. Really testing out the defences here of Tim van der Houten, the 34-year-old. Born in New South Wales, but of course plays his international cricket for the Netherlands. Has featured in 15 ODIs and 49 T20 internationals. Made his international debut all the way back in 2012. Of course, has been at Glamorgan now for the best part of 10 seasons. So that one is left alone down the leg side.
Yeah, I still remember his first summer in county cricket. Back then, safe to say that county cricket digital media spaces were very different to what they were now. And I was assistant producer and voiceover artist on the county championship highlights, which were done by Sunset and Vine for the ECB. A summer in Hammersmith, watching Tim van der Houten take a lot of wickets.
Sounds like a perfect summer, that.
Yeah, might be nice to be at some more games, but this was a very different era. Basically, you know, the streams that you're watching now, that pretty much every county does for free on every game, simply didn't exist. So instead, what you had was the analysts sending their camera footage in with boundaries and wickets, and then you produce a short highlights package off that and a voiceover, and plenty of the summer writing and talking about his excellence. You just noticed covering a whole season of the county championship in that way. Of course, naturally, from a highlights perspective, you're trying to summarise the best of a day in normally anywhere between maybe 3 and 6 minutes. And certain names just came up over and over and over again. And he was absolutely one. And he's been pretty consistent in this space ever since.
Certainly a popular figure in South Wales is van der Houten. Should come as no surprise in his first season as well, judging by that description, Michael. He took 82 wickets across formats. There's also the...
Sounds about right. He was everywhere.
Tribe defends that one. Was also named as Glamorgan's Player of the Year for 2016, which, well, it's not the worst way to announce yourself to a brand new club. Also, haven't played too much professional cricket before then, come to think of it. Played a couple of one-day matches for Tasmania in 2013. Not sure if he actually ever played for the Sydney Thunder either. Broad bowls here to Tribe, and that one again off the edge. That will race away down to the boundary. Asa Tribe moves on to 198, and he now is just 2 runs away from making history. 400 also up for Glamorgan for good measure. So that is the 4th batting bonus point in what is a hotly contested battle for promotion. Every single one of these points is absolute gold dust.
Well, now the focus has got to be 450. They've got to think it's worth a crack. 50 to get off 40 balls.
Broad bowls here to Tribe. Covers up on the defence. No, I completely agree with that. Especially with these two looking nice and set. Still think that Should Tribe get to this milestone, he will definitely be the destroyer-in-chief. Tim van der Houten, he can certainly give it a good whack as well. Broad bowls here to Acer Tribe, clipped away down the onside. It's gathering pace, and this will be the moment. Acer Tribe brings up a double century of the very highest class and caliber. He becomes the first ever county championship double centurion from the island of Jersey, and the youngest to reach the milestone for Glamorgan County Cricket Club since Aneurin Donald back in 2016. It has been an absolutely majestic innings of the very highest class from the 21-year-old phenom. And from St. Mary to St. Martin, St. Brelard to St. Helier, this man's name will be echoed in cricketing circles on Jersey for many a generation to come. Very well batted, Acer Tribe. Glamorgan now 404 for 6. Very next ball, sensible, classy, disciplined and mature, just defends it. Look at those numbers, 202 from 293 deliveries, 34s and 2 sixes. Michael, where do we even begin?
Well, let's begin with some numbers. Almost 6.5 hours at the crease, 34s, as you mentioned, 2 of which coming in this over. What you look at as well is he's right now scored exactly half the runs in the innings too. Where would Glamorgan be without him? They were 103 for 4 even with him. He continues this quite astonishing run. 682 runs across his last 5 innings and out once. He's in that mode that batters talk about where you just hit the purple patch where you just want to keep batting and batting and batting. You've done all your hard work in the nets, that work in the mind gym on the mental side of the game, and it's just pretty much like, give me any game, anywhere, any ball, any format, and I fancy my chances. Now the question is, how far can he go? You start to look upwards. There's all sorts of records there for him, maybe.
Well, he's still got some way to go to surpass Sam Northeast 410. But I tell you what, this really has been absolutely unforgettable. I think both of us have got goosebumps here in the commentary box. 21 years of age, his 13th first-class appearance. And he is now a double centurion. Also looking on in the YouTube live stream is Auntie Samantha watching on as well. So congratulations to all of the Tribe family. Acer is putting on an absolute masterclass.
I think the other important point to make is that, you know, if you're maybe just tuning in and watching someone like Acer Tribe bat for the first time, that the wider context is this is by no means a one-off. You know, his current first-class record at the start of today was 778 runs at an average of 46. So it's not like sort of one swallow makes a summer kind of thing. You know, this is already someone with a heck of a record that's building.
It's Tim van der Houten. Clips that away down towards deep backward square. Liam Guthrie cuts it down to just a single. I'll tell you what, this is also a massive moment, I think, for associate cricket, to have Acer in this kind of form.
Absolutely. Again, and it prompts counties in the future to think more about, should we be looking a little bit more at the players that play for the likes of Jersey, the likes of Germany, Italy?
So that one is, again, a regal shot. Marvellously clipped away through deep mid-wicket by Acer Tribe. And this boy just keeps on going. Moves on to 206 from 296 deliveries. We are witnessing something very, very special indeed.
I think that's the signature shot of the innings from Tribe. We saw it quite a lot yesterday. This sort of flick shot through. It's about as graceful as you've ever seen a ball end up at cow corner. It's kind of like an on drive that he rolls his wrists on.
Well, it is funny you mentioned that, Michael. I'll touch upon the numbers surrounding that. As he's been bowled, Luke Proctor gets the big breakthrough, and Asa Tribe's Herculean efforts comes to an end on 206 from 297 deliveries. And to a man, the Northamptonshire players have gone over and shook his hands and just offered some kind words. Tim van der Houten as well at the non-strikers' ends, just passing on his congratulations. And you'll hear this through the effects mic. Rightfully so, Asa Tribe departs to a rich round of applause from the supporters here at Wantage Road. This knowledgeable crowd knows that they have witnessed something very special over the course of these first couple of days. What a couple of weeks it's been for the Jersey International. Still just 21 years of age. And he is now a first-class double centurion. As for Northamptonshire, well, it's the big breakthrough. It's the huge wicket. If Glamorgan were to get to 450, potentially 500 plus, you imagine it would have been Asa who would have been the chief aggressor. But either way, that has been an absolutely exceptional knock from a man who is just making his 13th appearance in the format. There are not enough words, adjectives, superlatives that we can use to describe that. And he is putting the Channel Island of Jersey well and truly on the cricketing map. We just take a second look at this. Luke Proctor, such a nice sight that, isn't it, for any fast bowler, sending the off stump on a little bit of a flying visit. And as a result of that, Mason Crane enters the middle.
Well, Northants fans will be delighted to be reminded that both of Mason Crane's first-class 50s have been against them. And he is someone that has turned himself, as the years have gone by, into a nuggety, irritating lower-order operator for bowling attacks. As for Tribe, 31 fours and 2 sixes in that knock. A career best, the first time he's crossed the double-ton marker, 206 off 297.
And Mason Crane, first delivery faced, sends it for 4. Well, not a bad start to proceedings there for the former Hampshire man, striking at 400.
Well, that max bonus point, it remains in play, particularly in this era where scoring rates are faster than they once were. 37 to get off 5. And every point matters here for Glamorgan. Now, of course, the wider context, you don't want to throw your wicket away being needlessly aggressive, but it remains very much possible at 7.4 and over required. It's interesting, a bit of discussion in the comments box from Ant Heald watching in Llanelli about nervous 90s. It reminds me of a piece I saw Jared Kimber do on Good Areas, which is actually far more players in Test cricket get out when they've just crossed 100 or just crossed 200 than in the 90s. Basically, statistically, obviously people get out in the 90s, but it actually, on average, people get out less because they're so focused, and then it's immediately getting past the milestone that provides a temporary blip in concentration.
Well, there will be a change of bowling here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Calvin Harrison coming on to bowl in place of Justin Broad. So our first look at leg spin here on day 2. And straight away, there's a huge appeal, thumps into the pads, and Tim van der Houten's stay at the crease comes to an end. He departs for 33 from 64 deliveries. And what a start to day 2 that is for Calvin Harrison, Northamptonshire's leading first-class wicket taker in 2025. Notches up wicket number 32 of the campaign. And just like that, Northants have gone bang, bang. The partnership was broken by Proctor, and now the other set batting option, Van der Houten, has departed leg before wicket. The Welsh outfit 413 for 8. And it comes back to that previous point that you alluded to, Michael. What once looked like 500 plus could, in theory, now turn into 425, 430.
Well, I was about to say, Calvin Harrison, by his very high standards this season, had a bit of a poor day with the ball yesterday. 1 for 85 off 22. He didn't really provide the kind of control that his skipper might have wanted, and only picked up that 1 wicket. But that is quite the way to start today in a different way. One that, both from the eye test and the benefit of the replay, seemed like one that, even were the facilities available, I think Mason Crane would have been telling Tim van der Houten, no, walk off. Don't be wasting a review on that. 33 off 64 for him. A handy helping knock at 8, featuring 4 fours. And comes James Harris, who will be naturally more aggressive than Crane. So it's these two tend to bat in not quite polar opposite ways in first-class cricket, but not a million miles off. So I wonder whether Harris will be tempted to have a go at Harrison here.
Well, let's see. Starts off defensively. Do wonder what the conversation has been in that Glamorgan dressing room now with regards to batting bonus points. Maybe just see out this first one from Harrison, have a little bit more of a dash in the 107th. That one very loopy and drifting in towards the stumps. Just about kept out there by Harris. That one, I believe, would have been sliding down, just looking at the initial reactions there from the Northamptonshire fielders. At the same time, though, you've got to give tremendous credit to Proctor and Harrison. Decent start this for the Tudor Rose. That's a very handy leg break as well. Wicket maiden for the Nottinghamshire Loney. And Glamorgan now 413 for 8 after 106.
Yeah, so 37 to get off for those max points. You're looking at a required run rate just above 9, and I wonder whether those 2 quick wickets changing that equation, and meaning that these 2 as well, of course, have only just got out there, maybe puts that maximum points out of reach. Maybe, who knows, we might be about to get a very entertaining 15 minutes or so of cricket. They have a dash at it. Still 2 slips and a gully in a 6-3 field. Fine leg, the only fielder outside the circle. Crane this time is flicking straight to short mid-wicket. Proctor with 56 for 2 off his 19 yesterday. Experienced all-rounder, arguably Northampton's best bowler, and he has picked up another today. 1 for 22 off 5.1 for his day's work so far. Oh, he wasn't quite in control of this, Crane, but he knows that there's a lot of vacant space out there. He'll get 2. Sort of almost pulled out of the shot being a full-blooded strike, because he knew if he did, it would bring that deep fine leg into the game. Sort of hiding from us way to our left because of our commentary position, elevated essentially behind the keeper when Proctor is charging in. Oh, that's a nicely timed shot from Crane. He had just a bit of the ace of tribe about it, which that's the best compliment I can give it. Crane will pick up 2, so he's on to 8 off 4. just blocking that one back. Elsewhere in the Rothesay County Championship in Division 2, Lancashire 31 for 1 after Kent made 293 all out. Were bowled out at the back end of yesterday. Torkins and Compton with 60 and 77 respectively. 5 for 80 for Mitch Stanley, the pick of the bowlers.
Wonderful to see that, as well as that one has just gone beyond the dive of Calvin Harrison. Lurking at gully will be 2 more runs. That was a maiden first-class fifer for Mitch Stanley, former Worcestershire man, now applying his trade up in the northwest. Something else from that game as well, there is a concussion substitute. So there was a nasty collision yesterday, unfortunately, between Tawanda Muyeye and Ben Compton. So Joe Denley has replaced Muyeye in that fixture.
That's just guided. He played that with really soft hands. It got a little bit big on him. Proctor has extracted some extra bounce occasionally. That'll be 2 more to Crane, who's been very busy here going about his work. 421 for 8 off 107, 8 off the over. Elsewhere, Gloucestershire 442 for 8, piling on the runs. Van Buren with 101, James Bracey with 69, Charlesworth is having a very good season with 74, Hammond with 50, contributions all the way down. And in Middlesex versus Derbyshire, a key game for Glamorgan to keep their eye on. Middlesex now 40 for 1 after Derbyshire made 283. Sam Robson gone for 10. And then, of course, game you're watching, other game in Division 2, Northants second bottom coming into today. Harrison's first ball, the new overs blocked back. Northants very much out of, well, as we were talking about before coming on air, they're not technically, mathematically out of the promotion race, but they're basically out of it in all but name. Harrison this time straying in line. He's a bit lucky to not get punished there. Northants with 123 points, 2 wins, 4 defeats and 5 draws, leaving them 42 behind Glamorgan in second coming into this fixture. That's worked behind square on the offside. That'll be another gentle coasted 2.
Yeah, Ben Whitehouse doing the fielding there, making his first-class debut. Yet to get a wicket in this game. He'll be hoping to join Nirvan Ramesh in getting his first scalp in the format.
Harrison just starting to settle into better line. Got a slightly hedging his bets sort of a field with a 5-4, a short leg and a slip and a deep cover. And that is, well, worked on the bounce into the fielder at short leg. He gets a pat from McManus for his trouble. One of those strange ones where sometimes it can just hit the fielder and they can find some way to produce a miraculous catch. Kind of get almost just stuck in the stomach, the arms or even the pads. No such luck there. 4-2-3 for 8 off 108.
So it is looking more and more likely that Glamorgan will finish with 4 batting bonus points. Of course, 27 is still mathematically possible from the next 2 overs, but feels like at this stage, with your 2 tail enders out there, they'll probably just bat for a little bit more time, eke out as many runs as humanly possible, and frustrate the Northamptonshire bowlers. I mean, today is meant to be the pick of the weather as well. Meant to be around about 22 degrees later on here in Northampton. Tomorrow and Thursday, however, look a little bit more inclement. Certainly more overcast and threats of showers in the East Midlands. So if you're going to bat long, bat today. This is the time to cash in. And as we spoke about right at the start of the broadcast, it is a used wicket. It was used for the Middlesex fixture in the Men's Metrobank One Day Cup, as well as the Yorkshire fixture in League 2 of the Women's Metrobank One Day Cup. So plenty of overs had already gone into this surface. An extra 96 from yesterday and 12 from this morning. So, yeah, you want to bat big and bat long in your first at bats.
guided away through the covers. A nice bit of fielding there to ensure that there's no run from the teenager Adi Sharma.
He was good yesterday in the field, Addy. Had quite a few of those tumbling stops. Saved at least 8 or 9 runs. He's a little bit of a live wire.
That's what you want. I mean, the 19-year-old in the team, you've got to be a whippet in the field at 19. You can't be letting the team down in that regard. Very lively in there. Fielding with the pads on, you'd love to see it. It's Crane with well-controlled, wasn't even really a pull shot, almost a guided pull, if you will. But yeah, Adi Sharma in at cover with the pads on, which is one of the great quirks of this weird sport that we all love and enjoy.
It's the best thing ever invented, isn't it? There's so many little bits like that. Like, what is even comparable to cricket in that regard?
Pulled away by Crane out to deep square leg for one. He's been very busy. Tell you what, Mason Crane doesn't look like he's fully given up on that 450 bonus point yet. He's got 13 off 10. Yeah, the curious sport where one tries to hit a small ball over a rope with a stick. Which, when you say it like that, it sounds so simple, but my goodness me, we're good at overcomplicating it, reading all sorts of tea leaves into it.
One of the other aesthetics, which I've always enjoyed, I must say, and of course, we've seen it up at Yorkshire this season, spin bowlers wearing a cap as they bowl.
Spin bowlers bowling in sunglasses as well.
Oh, yes, 100%.
These are the things that divide our game, is that's guided straight to mid-off.
Out of interest, your opinion on that matter? Spinners wearing the sunnies?
I think if you're a good enough spin bowler, you rock the look. I think if if you've gone for 50 off 5, it doesn't look quite so clever. But if you're delivering the goods on a baking turner, then go for it. You look as cool as anything. Guthrie's bending his back here. And it seems to be I don't know whether it's a plan or that his length isn't quite working, because he has only got deep square leg out, but he does seem to be bending his back and banging it in short. We know that there's more extra bounce from this end. He's doing his very best to find it, Guthrie.
Well, he did so yesterday. Bowled quite a few genuine short balls. Would like to see him pitch it up, though, against the Glamorgan number 10.
Back of a length that time.
It's one of those tactics, isn't it, that we've seen England employ many a time in Test cricket, and everyone just says, pitch it up, bowl it forward, bowl it straight, bowl some Yorkers, bring the stumps into play, and feels like every year we bang it in short, and look at that over from Broad to Bumrah at Edgbaston a couple of years back, and it went for 20 plus.
Yeah, I just wonder whether they've looked at the extra bounce in the pitch. They felt like maybe that was something that could be exploited, but the field wasn't really set for short pitch bowling aside from a deep square leg, which was what has me pontificating as to how much of that was Guthrie settling into a new spell or a preconceived plan. Harrison continues here. 1 over left. It's a very unlikely 26 needed. That final batting bonus point. Tell you what, if Mason Crane's going to do it, we're about to be richly entertained. Harrison is flicked round the corner, straight to short fine leg. Worth saying as well, while the men's team might be not quite where they want to be in the county championship, one of the big positives for Northants this season, indeed for both of these sides, has been their women's teams. That's guided back to Harrison. These two counties met in a Women's Metrobank League 2 semi-final on Saturday. It was Glamorgan who came out the victors by 61 runs. Takes them into a final against Yorkshire this weekend. New Road, Worcester. Of course, women's cricket having a major restructure that it's in the first season of. Speaking of restructures, Northampton having a bit of a restructure of the field here. It's a swap at mid-off, and then a very short extra cover has come in. The result of which has got Nervan Ramesh is now at a conventional mid-off, and Saif Zaib is just on the edge of the second strip along, almost in the eye line, I would expect, of Mason Crane. Big appeals again from Harrison. Umpire not interested. Crane survives.
Nice areas that from Calvin Harrison. Certainly settling into his groove a lot better here on day 2. Always helps as a spin bowler when you get an early wicket as well. Just gives you that extra wind between the sails, that additional confidence.
Oh, that one's really turned. The first one all day that's shown real signs of spin for Harrison. And if you're Mason Crane, you're absolutely delighted.
Was just about to make that very point. It's one of those where, of course, the moral victory is for the bowler. He's beaten the edge there of Crane's bat, but as a leg spinner, he'll be absolutely relishing that.
And again, I think if you're Mason Crane, you're thinking, I'm about to have a bowl on this, and I'm going to be bowling last on it. That's the end of 110 overs. It confirms what we suspected at the start of the over, which is Glamorgan will have to settle for not quite making it to that final batting point. They will certainly feel like they hold the cards in the contest. 4-2, 4-for-8. Just coming back to what I was mentioning on that note with these two women's teams. Glamorgan winning that semi-final by 61 runs. They were bowled out for just 209. Leaving 8 balls unused. Bethan Ellis with 70 off 98. Abby Freeborn with 35. B. Ellis with 34. And Lauren Parfitt with 32. Amelia Kemp for Northants with 4 for 34. But chasing 210 to win on a used pitch that was offering assistance to both seam and spin. Northants were bundled out for just 148. Guthrie continues. Flicked away through square leg for 1. Leggy Nicole Reid, who combines playing for Glamorgan with night shifts as a radiographer in Cardiff Hospital with her first ever list A 5 foot. 5 for 36. Gemma Porter picked up a couple of wickets. But both teams deserve a lot of credit for their campaigns. They both won 7 games in group stage play. Lost just once, then had 1 no result, which was actually when they played each other in the league. The rain killed that one. So Glamorgan on to a major final. Northants having to settle for a semi-final defeat, but it's a lot to be proud of for how they've gone about that.
Oh, 100%. We'll touch upon that more after this next ball from Liam Guthrie.
Oh, lovely touch shot from Crane. Didn't try and hit it hard, just steered it away, used the pace of Guthrie against him. Crane's been in really nice rhythm here. He has a runner ball 17.
And he's looked full value for every single one of those runs so far. Just going back onto that conversation point about League 2 and the Tier 2 teams. Me, myself and Harry had that conversation yesterday. It's been ever such a good season for Northamptonshire. It really has, of course, coached by the great David Ripley, Gemma Marriott and Anisha Patel, the respective captains of the different formats, have done a wonderful job of gelling that team together. Guthrie bowls here to Crane. Shorts, hoiked away just beyond the grasp there of Ben Whitehouse. Picks up a little bit of steam there off the practice wickets, but will be 2 more runs. As you said, it was so tight, wasn't it? 7 runs apiece. If Northamptonshire would have won at Sophia Gardens,
7 wins apiece.
Correct. Yeah, sorry, 7 wins apiece. But if Northants would have had the chance to get a win at Sophia Gardens without the rain, well, they would have been hosting the semi-final. So they could have finished in the top 2. Really has been a brilliant campaign for the Tudor Rose. And as for Glamorgan, well, they've had some success last week as well with the under-18s as Crane pushes that one forward to wide mid-off. Yeah, they won the National County Cup at Headingley. So it really has been a tremendous few weeks for both of these counties. And let's not forget as well, of course, for the Northamptonshire Steelbacks men's side, placing finals day on Saturday for the first time since 2016. What a night that was at the Oval. Ravi Bopara rewinding the time and producing an unforgettable century. Of course, the death bowling of Ben Sanderson, who's been rested, unsurprisingly, for this game. And David Willey, well, I think it's coined as clutch, isn't it? I think that's the modern phrase for that. Ice in the veins on display there from the two seam bowlers.
Yeah, Bopara, you can always tell someone's in a certain phase and autumn of their career when they're starting to do plenty of media and punditry work, but they still step out to the middle and remind everyone that, yep, they've still got it. Guthrie here, well, with a wide, I think at this point, our question from the previous over has very much been answered. And that pull shot that almost brought the catch at mid-wicket has given Guthrie further encouragement for his plan with the deep square leg and the deep fine leg in the 5-4 field. Really trying to bend his back here for his skipper. Harris, he tends to be known for liking to have a go as a tail ender more often than not, is being somewhat circumspect. It's Crane who's being the more purposeful. 111 overs gone. 4-3-3 for 8. Just jumping back to that conversation about that Northants women's team. A couple of particularly honourable mentions. Michaela Kirk, of course, was on loan, but top run scorer in the Metrobank One Day Cup Tier 2. 529 runs at an average of 75. And another name to keep an eye out for, Ella Phillips. Top wicket taker in the entire competition with 18 and an economy rate of just 2.6. Of course, a few players from Glamorgan and Yorkshire who are involved in the final on Sunday might go past those two in that regard, but certainly a lot of excitement for Northants fans on both the men's and women's side going forward.
Could be more celebrations to come, of course, here in the County Championship for the Welsh outfit as well. So that one is blocked out. Yeah, looking for promotion back to Division 1 for the first time since 2005. It's been 20 years since Glamorgan were in Division 1 of the County Championship. As for Leicestershire as well. So that one just chopped away for a single on the offside. But it's been even longer for the Foxes, 2003.
Well, yeah, when you're at that point, you know, you really are into generational stuff. There's a whole generation of fans a little younger than yours truly who literally, I mean, I can't really remember either of those two in Division 1 as a 31-year-old, but anyone a little younger than me has literally got no living memory of an era where their side was in that top tier. So that's guided straight to point. I think you look at the signings Leicestershire have already made, and it's very clear that they're going to be a serious proposition in Division 1 next season. They're not coming there just to scrabble and stay up. And I know for a fact as well from having a good working relationship with a couple of the players that have moved there, that them being in such a strong position to go up was one of the reasons they put pen to paper pretty early. So helpful when you get in a position like they have. That's guided back. It's relatively rare, of course, that you have such astonishingly good form that you head into the back end of a county championship season. That so-called transfer window is open, and you can almost already recruit people by saying, "Look, we're almost certainly going to be there."
It's not just red ball cricket either, is it, for Leicestershire? Harrison bowls here to Harris. That one blocked out. Still very successful in T20 cricket, even though it wasn't quite their year in 2025. But they are three-time champions in that format, and of course in the One Day Cup, lifting that trophy in 2023 at Trent Bridge. Certainly very promising times at Grace Road, and it's been a long time coming as well. It's funny you mention about almost the generations have come through in the East Midlands. especially towards the end of the 2010s. Well, they were very rocky periods for the Foxes, both financially and in terms of the overall feel at the club. The sentiment between the board and the fans wasn't in the best of places. Of course, in the 2020s, this rebuild and rebrand, well, it's done absolute wonders. And I think regardless of who you're supporting county cricket, I think a lot of people are absolutely delighted for them.
Guthrie continuing with his short ball plan here. Crane just sensibly shoulders arms to that one. I mean, historically, you know, across the more recent generations, it's been a county that have had plenty of bright moments in white ball cricket, but statistically, until a few years ago, had been really disappointing for a long period of time in the red ball stuff. And so it's great for the health and the fabric of county cricket to see Leicestershire I mean, they're not just going up, they're charging up into Division 1. It's great. Crane was thinking of a bit of acrobatics there to try and divert the ball away from the stumps, realised it wasn't needed. Take you around Division 1 quickly. Essex 13 for 1 in response to Durham's 333 all out. Somerset, Yorkshire affected by rain and storms yesterday, just slowing things down at Taunton. Then McKinney, I should say, a centurion for Durham. Somerset 180 for 4. Tom Kohler-Cadmore making 76 against his old club. James Rue with 54, a couple of wickets for George Hill. Warwickshire 174 for 5 in response to Surrey's 246. Young holding the fort with 54, and Ed Barnard with a half century after 72 not out for Patel and a 50 for Ollie Pope yesterday. And Sussex 91 for 6 in response to Hampshire's 226 all out. Carl Abbott continuing yet another brilliant season for the evergreen South African. He has 3 for 28. And wickets tumbling as well between Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire. Worcestershire 182 all out, Notts 89 for 2. That is another wide from Guthrie, just straining. I can understand why Northampton are trying this, but you would have to say that bar that 1/4 of a, I mean, it wasn't even a catching chance, it would have been a proper spectacular grab at mid-wicket. There hasn't been a lot of encouragement for this short ball plan from Guthrie.
No, I think that is completely fair and justified to say. Imagine we might see a slight change in the tactics sooner rather than later. Guthrie charges in again, keeping Crane on his toes. And in Division 1, it is still very much all to play for, isn't it? I know that Surrey and Nottinghamshire, those two are the front runners, but you've got your dark horses in Somerset and Warwickshire just lurking behind. And, you know, if things do go the Bears' way at the Oval, well, it does get blown wide open. And for Nottinghamshire, of course, they'll be hoping for that. They can win against Worcestershire, who, unfortunately, at this stage of the season, do look destined to be going down to Division 2.
Again, the short ball, well played. Have reinforced the field for the plan this over. So Adi Sharma wandering around with the pads on, as we mentioned about 10 minutes ago. He's now in a short backward square leg. There's a deep fine leg. There's a deep square leg just behind the line. And then there's a almost forward square leg just a few yards in front. Making sure they're not falling foul, of course, of that regulation. That means you can only have 2 fielders behind square on the leg side. So it's another bumper, and Crane has guided this expertly in the gap. It goes just past Adi Sharma in the pads at short backward square and right between the 2 sweepers. And Crane continues to look somewhat untroubled against this short ball ploy. He has 25 off 26.
Looked in complete and utter control of that shot as well. Felt as though time just stood still momentarily for him. Really read that bounce tremendously well. And just looking at that field, I mean, Adi Sharma now is put back where that ball has just travelled. Also got the substitute fielder on, Arish Bachake, in at a wideish mid-on. Believe that Luke Proctor has gone off the field.
Full toss. And he's got away with that thanks to a brilliant bit of fielding Well, Crane, when he punched that, must have thought, yep, we've got 4 more there, but not the case. 439 for 8 off 113.
Well, as soon as we mention Arish's name, Luke Proctor is back on the field. Must have just been a quick break. The skipper now back out there and marshalling his troops. Just going back to our point of discussion there about Leicestershire as well. And I'll bring Sussex into the equation with regards to this. I think those two have almost been the blueprint, haven't they, of how teams have rebuilt. So for Sussex, they almost went with the factory reset. They played all of the youngsters, so your Jack Carsons, your Sean Hunts, Henry Crocombe, of course, the likes of James Coles, Tom Haynes, Ali Orr, who's since gone on to play for Hampshire. But they really invested heavily in youth. And as for Leicestershire, I mean, they've done a lot of the same in recent seasons. They've also recruited very shrewdly.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that. I was going to mention Leicestershire. There's definitely that difference. Harrison starts a new over with one that troubles Harris, who largely just a moment to get to the non-strikers and take stock. Harris, who for 24 balls had been very watchful and then suddenly brings out a big slog sweep and a big Yahoo outside off. 114 overs gone. 444 for 8. And again, in that mould, you look at someone like a Johnny Tattersall. It's only a year ago he was leading Yorkshire to promotion out of Div 2, was captaining Yorkshire in that back end part of the season with Sean Masood not available. Management changes from Otis Gibson to Anthony McGrath. This season plays very little for Yorkshire, a handful of championship games, doesn't feature in any white ball matches. He's 30 years old. He's massively respected as a leader, a batter and a keeper up there, but suddenly finds himself regularly out of the team. And you look at a signing like that on a 3-year contract and you think it makes a lot of sense for everybody involved.
100%. It does. It's just smart business, to be honest, from Leicestershire. And as I said, I think a few counties will almost utilise that as a little bit of a blueprint and the model going forward.
Changing the bowling here. Guthrie off as that's flicked down to deep fine leg for 1. This partnership is fully building into kind of irritating territory now for Northants. Mainly dominated by Crane, who has 25 of 28. And it's going to be interesting to see how Ben Whitehouse goes here, because it's fair to say that there was a bit of nerves around yesterday. None for 43 off his 5 overs. There would have been a dilemma as well for the skipper Proctor about when to use him, but he gets his chance now. So that's guided straight to gully. A name that might be relatively new for some of you. 22-year-old seaman from Lincolnshire, product of Bracebridge Heath Cricket Club in Lincolnshire. Went to Loughborough Uni. Always a good place to be when you're looking to be sporty and athletic. Trained a lot with Leicestershire in 2024. Played for the Northants Twos this summer before signing a month-long contract for the Metrobank One Day Cup, and he's kept on for this now as well. He's going to have a winter in Victoria with Darley CC. Learning opportunity for him here, but not easy when you're relatively young. You're new in an environment like this. You know your primary skill is to bowl, and yesterday you've bowled 5 overs in 96. Hustling action. Intentional bumper that's just whipped away for one by Crane, who looks ever so comfortable for his 26 or 31. You know, being no doubt, we talked about this being a used pitch. It's still on the whole a good pitch to bat on. There might be a little bit of extra bounce from the end that Whitehouse is bowling, and of course the new ball's always going to offer something, but certainly not in the kind of territory where you could talk about it having even remotely any demons in it. Left alone by Harris.
No, definitely not. And also yesterday, Whitehouse was bowling predominantly to Sam Northeastern's Ace of Tribe. They did take a little bit of a liking to him. As a result of that, those figures did take a little bit of a pounding. He's bowled nicely here. 2 runs conceded. And that one fended away by James Harris. So that will be a dot ball to finish off over number 115. Glamorgan 446 for 8. As Michael mentioned, the partnership just beginning to frustrate Northamptonshire here. Stands at 33 between these two. Also, apologies for those watching on the YouTube live stream. We have had a couple of technical gremlins here at Wantage Road today. So if there is a momentary loss of sound or some crackling, we can only apologise. We are trying to resolve it as soon as possible. Fingers crossed, we will be able to resolve them. So we will have a change of bowling here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It'll be young Nirvan Ramesh on his first-class debut. The 17-year-old returned with figures of 1 for 33 from his 11 overs yesterday. So impressive, and got the big scalp of Colin Ingram. Big leading edge. Popped straight into the hands of Luke Proctor, who was circling at mid-off. As you could tell by the celebrations, it really was a big moment for the youngster. Done a lot of training and coaching alongside Nayan Doshi, the former Surrey and Derbyshire spin bowler. Someone who you could make the argument was a little bit of a trailblazer in T20 cricket. It's Ramesh prepares the bowl here to Mason Crane. First ball defended back to the bowler for no run. We also have got an update from Grace Road. We'll give you that in just a moment. Ramesh gives that a little bit more flight and pushed away to Whitehouse at backward point for no run. Yeah, Gloucestershire have been bowled out for 482 runs against table toppers Leicestershire. As for the game at Lords, that crunch match between Derbyshire and Middlesex, the Saxes 69 for 2. Ramesh slows that one down, gives it plenty of flight. Yeah, Luke Holman, the latest man to depart. He's gone for 11 from 27 deliveries. He's been dismissed by Zach Chappell. That one is played proficiently by Crane. That one flatter, darted in with a lower trajectory there from Nirvan Ramesh. Really metronomic start this from the Westminster School pupil. Can he round it out with a wicket? That one a full toss, push through the covers, and that is gaining plenty of pace off the practice wickets. Guthrie away in pursuit, puts in the slide and shovels it back in towards the open space. Well ran though in the end between Crane and Harris, and that will be 3 runs to round out the over. Glamorgan 449 for 8 upon the conclusion of over 116. Massive thank you as well to all of you for tuning in to the stream today. If you haven't done so already, please do subscribe to the Northamptonshire YouTube channel and also give the stream a like. Really do appreciate all of the support here at the club. Of course, let us know where in the world you're watching on from. Already seen a couple from Cardiff yesterday, Jersey. Earlier on today, watching their local hero, Acer Tribe, rack up a double century. Please do let us know where you're tuning in from. White House bowls here to Crane, and that will be a dot ball to start over 117.
Yeah, you mentioned Jersey. I think half of Jersey was watching. You could almost track if you can reduce the viewing figures down to particular territories, align with Acer Tribe's score and align with the viewership of Jersey, and just directly correlated.
What a knock that was. Seriously special. It's White House, that one's short. Controlled pull shot there from Mason Crane. And Liam Guthrie will cut that off at deep square leg. So 2 more runs to add to the target. And that will also be 450 up for the visitors. Very nicely played that from Mason Crane, who, as Michael said earlier, well, he's got a little bit of history, hasn't he, against Northamptonshire?
He saves all his runs for playing Northants. It's a version of the football can we play you every week thing. And I say that with my tongue firmly in my cheek. He's got both his first-class 50s against Northants, and he's going to get more runs here. We'll get 1 to deep square. And he's not just scoring runs today, he's scoring them at quite a clip, and he's looked comfortable ever since he's got out there. He's now on to 32. Not a million miles off around the ball.
No, he's done well, hasn't he? Also saw in the YouTube comments a little bit of a question regarding a declaration. I will pose that to you, Michael, after this next delivery. White House steams into Harris. Huge appeal there from White House. I think with the angle, could have been sliding down. I think that was entering the umpire's mind. But let's say that you are Sam Northeast and you're in that Glamorgan dressing room. Are you looking at 450, 460 with Asita Fernando still in the shed and thinking, have we got enough on this wicket?
I don't think so. I think you keep going. I think you've got Northants exactly where you want them. And they're easy. So we'll come back to it.
That one carved away, slashed down to the family stand. And that will be 4 runs this time from James Harris. Real commanding and authoritative strike of the cricket ball. Moves him on to 11 and Glamorgan on to 4, 5, 6 for 8.
I tell you what, he's absolutely nailed that. In terms of bat to boundary time, something that you see people start paying attention to very much in white ball these days, timing the exact number of seconds and milliseconds. That might be the quickest one we've seen today. Just whistled to the fence.
It's White House again. And follows up with the short ball. Main or man, still watching on from Normandy.
So the reason I didn't mean to sound dismissive, because I understand the question in the context of the game, but having had a look at the forecast, it's not saying huge storms, the type of which you're not getting any cricket at all. It seems to suggest between 3 onwards tomorrow could be a bit of a problem. And then on the final day, potentially some showers. I still think if I'm Glamorgan here, you're scoring it very comfortably in and around 4 and over. Just pile them on, pile the psychological pressure on, bat once and bat big. If these two were blocking, first ball at new overs just thuds into the pad. If they were sort of blocking and scoring at 2 and over and not really pushing the game on, you might have a different point of view. But actually, I think if I'm Glamorgan, I'm quite content batting a fair bit longer here.
Ramesh bowls here to Crane, who crashes that one into Adi Sharma at short leg. Thankfully, the 19-year-old appears to be okay. I suppose that is the decision, isn't it, for Sam Northeast, Richard Dawson, that Glamorgan think tank to make, but we'll have to wait and see. Either way, it's been some rescue effort, hasn't it? From 115 for 4 at lunch on day 1. Glamorgan have battled back valiantly. Ramesh here to Crane again. That one just to the left of Sharma, out towards deep square, so that will be a single. Seen a couple more comments. Ben Bonney watching on from Milan. Now, Ben is a Welsh boy, but he's been watching the F1 in Monza.
All right for some.
Exactly. I was thinking the exact same, Michael. All right for some. The home of the Tifosi and the Ferrari Formula One team. Iconic venue. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, Ben. Ramesh gives that plenty of flight outside the off stump.
One thing I've seen people mentioning is, Cesar Fernando's not known for his batting. I would understand a bit if they lose a wicket and then maybe decide to declare. But while these two are looking comfortable, Harris has been far more circumspect to the two, but Crane has looked particularly fluent. You're scoring runs at a very good pace. Why not just take the runs on offer against a tired attack who have been out there for 118 overs now. Short leg's gone round to a leg slip.
I quite like that. Let's see what Nervan can concoct. Well, that one played out in front of square, so that will be another single. Of course, with Asita as well, yes, if you take a look at the stats with regards to first-class strike rates and list A strike rates, it's nothing too ridiculous. First-class 38, list A around about 54, but in T20 I's, striking at 220. So maybe a few boundaries bashed as Ramesh bowls here to Crane, and Crane latches onto that one and smashes it for 4 runs. Really dismissive, smeared away on the leg side. And that will be a boundary to wrap up the 118th over. Glamorgan 462 for 8, and Mason Crane, well, he's looking to get a 3rd career first-class half-century against the Tudor Rose of Northamptonshire. Also looking at a few more of the comments. Got SM watching on from Baltimore. Got Paul as well watching on from the A26 auto route in France. Watching Glamorgan with his wife on the drive and loving the commentary. Well, shout out to you, Paul. Johnny's watching on from Essex. Caden watching on from Cambridge.
It is funny, every time we do these live streams, new over starts with a play and a miss outside off. I always find myself coming back to, we touched on it a bit earlier with Tim van der Hooten's first season at Glamorgan, where I was voicing, what back then was pretty much the only highlights around for county championship cricket, which were done on the ECB's YouTube, got released the next day, 3 to 5 minutes of each day's play. But how rapidly things have changed in a good way. That's a good intentional bumper, but well left alone. It's quite clear here that Whitehouse has been given the remit to carry on what Guthrie was doing with the short ball theory. And when you hear all those different places, Growing up for me, county cricket, and I'm sure plenty much older than me, it was teletext. It was teletext and chatting with my granddad on the phone about county cricket and more specifically Yorkshire because that was his team.
It's Whitehouse bowling here to Harris. Well fenced away by the Glamorgan number 10.
And you think now that it's very quickly, particularly post-COVID, become pretty normal that every county streams every game that you can watch free, live, wherever you want across the world. You know, it's quite remarkable the change. I mean, my goodness me, the amount of times I used to spend just staring at teletext, waiting for a page to refresh, to change, and now you can go and watch it.
Whitehouse here to Harris again. That one played more confidently out towards backward point for 1.
I remember 50 partnership is up, and Crane has contributed the bulk of it, 37 to his name, of which 33 has come in this stand. Harris with 13, 4 extras. It reminds me of quite a funny conversation I had with a match referee recently. We'll come back to.
Crane just holds the bat onto that one. Did this conversation take place at North Marine Road by any chance?
Yeah, it did. So, you know, this is one for the County Cricket Badgers listening, but Will Smith, not the singer who actually recently played Scarborough as part of his comeback tour, but not the Hollywood pop star Will Smith, the former Durham and Nottinghamshire batter and county championship winning captain with Durham.
Oh, that one a little bit sore and painful for Mason Crane. Just racked him on the glove there. He's just wringing the right wrist in a little bit of discomfort. That will be the end of the over. Glamorgan now 463 for 8 after 119. And I think we've just heard the announcement there from David, the PA, that was indeed the 50 partnership.
Yeah, it just concerns you slightly if you're a Glamorgan supporter because that's Crane's wrist. That's Crane's bowling hand as well. Just coming back to Smith, so you know we got chatting, and there was a moment where I sort of glanced down at his accreditation, and someone asked him if he played, and pretty much before he'd even answer, I was like, "Won the county championship multiple times," and I just said, "This man existed in my life only on teletext and on Cricket Captain 2007," and he was laughing, but that was, you know, a reflection of the era that was. You know, unless you were physically at the ground, you could see that someone scored runs or took wickets, but unless you read written reports or spoke to someone on the phone, you didn't really have an idea of how they might have done that. You knew the figures, but not necessarily tremendous amount else. You know, and of course, it's very, very important to mention at this point, you know, the BBC local radio have done so much in terms of providing an audio soundtrack to the summer, and then in more recent times with counties, now you can actually watch it as well.
Ramesh, well, he gives that plenty of flight. Just about dealt with there by McManus.
But yeah, it was just one of those sort of funny kind of conversations. He was chuckling and laughing out loud and being like, "Yeah, a few of my mates used to play bat with me on, you know, have me selected in their team on Cricket Captain 2007, those type of things."
Ramesh, well, that one very wide outside of the tram line, but Harris did attempt the shot. Nothing additional given there by the umpire.
And just bring it back to what we're watching. That means that Nirvan Ramesh, a 17-year-old, you know, once with the Surrey Academy, you know, now is here in front of us on first-class debut. Everyone can watch and enjoy the skills that he's got to offer. And you look at his action, right? It's very unusual action. But everyone at home, wherever you are across the world, can have a look at that and pick apart what they think of it. And what a joy that is.
Most definitely. So, final ball of the 120th over. And that one has struck him in front of the stumps, and Nirvan Ramesh has got his second wicket on Northamptonshire first-class debut. James Harris pinned LBW right in front of the stumps. And he has to depart for 13 from 44 deliveries. Glamorgan 463 for 9. Again, that is a lovely moment for the 17-year-old. Of course, he's already featured for Northants in the List A format. But here, on first-class debut at his home ground of Wantage Road, he's now added a second wicket and done so with a wicket maiden. Very, very well bowled Nirvan Ramesh. And we have also got our answer to the previous question. So there will not be a declaration here from Sam Northeast and Glamorgan because Asita Fernando is striding out to the middle. And as many people will know, here on the Northants live stream, we love a little bit of trivia. Asita is the first ever Sri Lankan player to play for Glamorgan County Cricket Club in the Championship. He's also the second for Nottinghamshire. And that's my question for today for the live stream. Who do you think was the first? We have got the answer. We may disclose that a little bit later on, but...
Do you know what that reminds me of? And I can't remember which county it was. I heard an iconic bit of commentator quiz question on a live stream recently where the commentator in your position did the quiz question and then having immediately done the quiz question, just paused and just went, they were saying that it was like Ken's quiz question of the day, but the said commentator was not actually Ken. And then they paused and went, yeah, I don't actually know the answer, so we're going to need to go back before the end of the day and go and find Ken for the answer. It's just one of those unintentionally very humorous moments. So yeah, no, we have made sure we've got the answer to the question, which is always a good start when posing that to all of you at home. So let us know if you've got something that comes to mind now. Is Fernando and Crane going to have a dip here? I think Crane's got to have a go with just Fernando for company. Might as well.
So Whitehouse it is. Bowling here to Crane.
Oh, here we go. We're into this game.
We are indeed. Yep, single not taken. Turned down with authority there by Mason Crane. So he wants to farm the strike here. I mean, to be honest, Michael, at this stage of the game, he's probably earned that right as well.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, that wasn't a new in like a bad way. It was just a moment of reaction to sign that the game has changed. Now, okay, so Northants have now said they're going to they've changed Gully into more of almost like I was going to say a fly Gully, but he has now gone all the way back out to deep third, Calvin Harrison. Deep mid-wicket in as well.
Oh, that one zipped in. Real fizzer of a delivery that from Ben Whitehouse. He'll be desperate just to get a wicket here. I mean, he has bowled his socks off. You can see he's a bowler who always charges in with real intent and purpose. There's definitely a prospect here with Ben Whitehouse. He's just going to be building up experience, getting those match days in the legs. Can never fault his attitude. As Crane steers that one out towards deep backward point, but turns down the single once more. Definite game plan here for Mason Crane. He just takes a few seconds to look around, assess the scoring options. Plenty of men out on the boundary. There is a rather inviting gap through the covers. Should he want to throw the willow? That one's short and helped along its way, bisects the gap in the field. And that will be 4 more runs for Mason Crane. He moves on to 41 from exactly 50 deliveries. Glamorgan now 467 for 9. And yet again, that one expertly controlled by the former Hampshire man.
Yeah, he's 9 off. Batted beautifully. Honestly, he looks so comfortable.
That one, genuine Yorker.
Now, where is Crane pinching this single? Because the deep point and deep backward point that were out have come back in. The obvious way is to manipulate it out to deep square leg or deep fine leg, but you would think surely he's not going to bowl a short ball here, Ben Whitehouse, or maybe it's the double bluff. Who knows?
Well, that one down the leg side. Well, there was a slight appeal there from Ricardo Vasconcelos at first slip, but nothing given. So that will be the end of the over. And Asita Fernando will be on strike for the start of the 122nd. Glamorgan 467 for 9. We imagine it will be Nirvan Ramesh to continue here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Continues to be a glorious day here in Northampton. Thoroughly deserving of that nickname as no finer town. Really has been a superb start to this fixture on the weather front, and fingers crossed that the inclement weather doesn't play too much spoil sport on day 3 and 4, because we are very interestingly poised with this wicket.
Yeah, we've been blessed with a great summer when it comes to weather. That was a clever double bluff from the youngster Whitehouse, because Crane was clearly anticipating that that was going to be a rare one that he pitched up because of the field. And ironically, in terms of the line and the length of the ball, it was on the hip to be worked away for one. But it does mean that now Northants get go at Fernando, the number 11.
Now, just looking at the field here for Nirvan Ramesh, he's having that conversation with the captain, Luke Proctor. Adi Sharma under the lid at short leg. Vasconcelos in at a traditional first slip. Whitehouse at backward points. Liam Guthrie in at short cover. Calvin Harrison, well, he's not quite hugging the boundary rope towards us here at wideish long on. And as soon as I say that, he's taken a few steps back. So imagine he will step back more towards the rope. And 2 men out on that onside boundary as well. Deep forward square James Sales is operating. Also the fielder at deep backward square as Luke Proctor himself drops to a slightly deeper mid-off. Fernando defends that one with real assertion.
A couple of wickets have fallen in the other game that the Glamorgan fans will have a close eye on. Middlesex now 89 for 3, playing Derbyshire, who were 283 all out.
It's a nice delivery from Nirvan Ramesh. Dot ball.
Luke Holman gone for 11. Josh Jacary's out for 46. That wicket of Jacary's is literally just fallen. So intriguingly poised there. You would think there's likely to be a result. Middlesex 194 behind with 7 wickets remaining.
That one really flighted underneath the eye line there of the Sri Lankan international. Good diving stop there from Liam Guthrie in the covers. Fernando this time goes for the big sweep. Spoons up in the air and a simple catch for Justin Broad. That will be the end of the first innings here at Wantage Road. Glamorgan bowled out for 467 runs in the 122nd over. Nirvan Ramesh, the 17-year-old, making his first-class bow for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, has finished with figures of 3 for 42 from his 14.4 overs bowled. As you can see there, Asita Fernando gone for a 4-ball duck. And that will be that for Glamorgan's first effort with the bat in hand. We'll just take you through a quick little summary and recap of the action here from this first innings. And well, of course, the big story was Asa Tribe. 206 from 297 deliveries, included 31 fours and 2 sixes. His mammoth knock was finally brought to an end, having been clean bowled by Luke Proctor a little bit earlier here on day 2. Also runs for Chris Cook. He scored 84 yesterday. Mason Crane, who, as you can see there, finished on 41 unbeaten. Tim van der Houten chipping in with 33. Ben Kellaway also providing a pretty handy 23 from 43. So Glamorgan all out for 467 in 121.4 overs. As for Northamptonshire, well, Nirvan Ramesh, the pick of the bowlers, with 3 for 42. The captain, Luke Proctor, with 3 for 89 from his 25 overs. There are also wickets for Calvin Harrison, Justin Broad, and Liam Guthrie. So there's still around about 15 minutes until the anticipated lunch interval. So I imagine we'll get an over or two just before that, unless an early lunch has been taken, but I don't believe it has. So we'll take a quick break here on the Northamptonshire live stream, and we'll be back shortly. And Ricardo Vasconcelos and Luke Proctor open up the batting as the Tudor Rose look to eat into this deficit in the first innings of 467 runs.
Oh, has it? Oh, really? Oh. Yeah, yeah.
So I've been hearing it since.
Welcome back to Northampton. 467 put on the board by Glamorgan batting first, powered by a career best 202 from 206, beg your pardon, from Acer Tribe. Great to have your company wherever you are across the world, but not a great time to be a Northampton opening batter, because they've got 7 minutes or so to negotiate. It's almost certainly going to be a couple of overs. These are the kind of moments where you think it's absolute hell to be an opener. Nothing to lose for Glamorgan. They'll probably get 1 over from both ends before lunch. Proctor and Vasconos and Luke Proctor, who bowled very nicely earlier on, are out there to try and negotiate this very awkward, tricky period. If you're Glamorgan in the promotion push, starting the day in second, knowing that a win here would be a big leap towards Division 1 cricket for the first time in 20 years, thinking that nibbling 1 out before the lunch break would be a massive help in that regard. Yours truly, Michael McCann, joined once more by Aaron Vowles. 3 slips. Plenty of company for Morgan's keeper, Chris Cook, who batted so impressively for his 84, a point mid-off. There's a short leg right from the off, which love to see that. Glamorgan absolutely should be attacking, given their position in the game. Mid-on, square leg just in front of square as well. And a 6-3 field. Tim Dunderhooton ready to bowl the first ball, which he just nudged away. There's no deep third. That'll be pretty comfortable trotted 2 for Vasconcelos.
Nice start, that, isn't it? Just get bat on ball, settle any early nerves that may be out there in the middle. But as you said, this is going to be a pretty crucial passage of play. If Glamorgan can get an early wicket here just on the stroke of lunch, it does have quite the psychological impact on both sides.
Yeah, if I sound empathetic to the opening batters, it's because at a truly 4th team clubby level, that is my role, and my heart very much goes out to these 2. You've just fielded for 122 overs, and then you've got to come out and quite literally sing for your supper, earn your lunch. A few people in the live chat chatting about the follow-on, as that's a good lead from Vasconcelos. And they're absolutely right. If you're Glamorgan, you've got to go in for the kill here. That follow-on figure, of course, is 315. So that's the magic number if you're Northants. Vasconcelos just using all his experience. He's in no rush to get back to his mark and be ready to face up. Nice authoritative block, but there is definitely going to be 2 overs here, and there definitely won't be time for a third.
No, just looking at the clock now, 12:27. Still got a couple of deliveries here from Tim van der Houten, so should be 2 overs. And then it will be the 40-minute lunch interval. Big afternoon session coming up here for both of these counties.
Oh, that got a bit of extra bounce, and it's something we saw anyway, even with the old ball from that end of the ground. But chuck a new shiny ball on, and that makes a big difference. Well, something has chuckled the Glamorgan slip cordon, whilst meanwhile Vasconcelos is getting the physio out there. Of course, we did see the old Zach Crawley, Jasper Bumrah skullduggery in that 8-minute over that finished one particular day of Test cricket this summer. I think it's fair to say that it's nothing of that kind remotely going on here from Vasconcelos. That genuinely did leap. It genuinely has hit him in an awkward spot. And you could tell by the immediate, almost instinctive reaction that he was in quite some discomfort. So Vasconcelos will get treatment. The clock is now at 12:28. Lunch is scheduled at 12:30. So there is 1 ball left of this over. Depending on how long this treatment takes, Vasconcelos might be having an extended spell of treatment here to survive literally 1 ball before the lunch break. Paul Govier asking about, is the forecast for tomorrow still bleak? It's not as good as the first 2 days, albeit the first 2 days, given that we are technically into autumn, have been quite splendid. But it's not quite sort of build an arc type level of rain. There's possibilities of showers in the afternoon, much as in the same way on the final day, there seems to be some possibilities of some showers around. Famous last words that I'm sure might be replayed back to me in 48 hours' time. But based on those forecasts and the excellence of the ground staff here, I would think you can be optimistic that at the very least half, if not more than half of the overs in the day will be bowled.
Just depends on there's almost like a band of rain that's just looming over England tomorrow, especially in the afternoon. Just depends on how much of an impact that plays. I mean, for Thursday, it is looking improved, in fairness. It's one of those, what you describe as frustrating days on the weather front, where it's almost like intermittent showers with periods of sunshine. It's where there's probably just not enough time in between to get a decent amount of cricket in. So the clock has ticked past 12:30. So this could well be the final delivery before lunch. And it will be Tim van der Houten to bowl it here to Ricardo Vasconcelos, who leaves it well alone. And that will be the ends of the first over. Straight away, Vasconcelos tucks the bats underneath the armpits. And that is the conclusion of the morning session here on day 2 at Wantage Road. Northamptonshire 2 without loss after 6 deliveries faced, of course, in pursuit, or I suppose in response to that 467 all-outs that was posted by Glamorgan a little bit earlier on. From myself, Aaron Viles, and Michael McCann, we'll take a short break here on the YouTube live stream. Of course, the lunch interval lasts for 40 minutes, so we should be back on around about 1:10. We hope to keep you company. Of course, in the meantime, feel free to go and grab some food yourself, grab a bite to eat, grab some drinks, and join us in 40 minutes' time for the resumption of the action as we see and cover the afternoon session here at gorgeous Wantage Road.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
A very warm welcome back to Wantage Road, where we are around about a minute away from the restart here. This time in the afternoon session on day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Glamorgan. As you can see there, Northamptonshire 2 without loss in reply to Glamorgan's 467 all-outs. My name is Aaron Viles. I'll be one of your commentators for the action today and for the rest of this game. And joining me here for day 2 to take you through all of the play is, of course, the marvellous Michael McCann. Michael, how are we?
Very good. Very full from a lovely lunch of lasagna, garlic bread, tomatoes, and other assorted veggies. We've been very well looked after. Now ready for an afternoon's cricket where Glamorgan will, after a well-earned chance to recoup and strategise, eyeing some wickets. Harris has the ball in hand. We had just the one over before lunch in the end. So Harris settling into his work for the first time in this innings. 35-year-old from Morriston in Wales, the youngest ever player to feature for the Glamorgan Twos. As a 14-year-old, back 21 years ago. Just in and around 2005, the last time Glamorgan had Division 1 County Championship cricket. That's what's at stake for them. Started today in second, chasing runaway leaders Leicestershire, but more realistically, looking to make sure they secure that second spot. And of course, one of their 2 challenges of Middlesex and Derbyshire will drop points because they're playing each other. Middlesex 106 for 3 at lunch in response to Derbyshire's 283, as Harris and umpire just getting the sight screen sorted. James Harris, who someone that has a vast amount of experience, part of that Middlesex side, discussing it with a few colleagues in the press box actually lunchtime, that won the county championship back in 2016 with a very talented squad. Maybe didn't kick on quite as they might have liked after that point, but Harris now looking to see what movement he can extract with this new ball against Proctor, home captain, who will take some confidence from bowling well earlier on.
So Harris it is from the Lynn Wilson centre end to the Northamptonshire captain, squares him up. That ball just trickles away. It's a backward point for no run. Proctor, of course, has had some decent knocks so far this season. Scored 150 against Derbyshire. Also scored 107 and 62 against Middlesex. And of course, in the previous game between these 2 sides at Sophia Gardens, chipped in with back-to-back half centuries. Scores of 61 and 56 in South Wales. And that one is driven delightfully straight back down the ground towards where long off would be. And that is the first boundary of Northamptonshire's first innings. A real shot of authority there on the former Lancashire man.
You don't necessarily mind that too much, though, if you're Harris. That is part of the game with the new ball when you've got a big score on the board. They've very deliberately not even got a conventional mid-off because they want to invite Proctor to drive.
Proctor goes for the drop and run. There will be a shot at the striker's end. Vasconos would have been gone. No real need to take the single there. Ben Kellaway, he was who had the shot at the stumps. Couldn't believe that no one was there to potentially just crash the ball on, should he not have hit. And that is an early scare that has been survived by the Northants openers.
And if there's anyone you don't want to take a quick single to, it's Ben Kellaway. A man who can bowl with both arms, throw with both arms, presumably do pretty much anything with either. So Vasconcelos, you wonder how much treatment he's got on that injury he had just before lunch. There'll be a few nerves floating around.
That one full, targeting the off stump is James Harris.
Safe to say these two teams in the rest of the campaign, of course, have got differing priorities. It's noteworthy that a few of Northamptonshire's T20 stars were having a warm-up on the outfield in the mid-innings interval.
That one full straight. Will it beat the dive of Mason Crane? Yes, it does. There's a chase on for the Glamorgan leg spinner, and he will do the fielding. So that is just a couple of runs. Moves the score on to 9 without loss. Yeah, George Scrimshaw sending down some rockets into Glen Chapel. Ben Sanderson as well has been bowling for the first couple of days, and he'll have a huge role to play on Saturday. Semi-final against the Hampshire Hawks at Edgbaston. The final ball of the second over is a dot ball to Kellaway at backward point. So Northamptonshire remain 9 for the loss of no wickets. Still very early doors though. It's Northampton for the first time today has a few more clouds overhead compared to the morning session. Still some bursts of sunshine coming through now and again, but a few greyer clouds overhead. Nothing too ominous, thankfully, to report at this stage. But as you said, Michael, just to almost leap on that previous point of conversation, of course, for Glamorgan, its promotion have not been in Division 1 since 2005. It's been 20 long and hard years for the Welsh county. And as for Northamptonshire, well, it's about securing T20 title number 3. It's Van der Houten testing out Proctor here. Just tickles it down to Harris at deep fine leg for 1.
Yeah, I got an email from Northants actually late yesterday at 6:30 saying that there was less than 40 tickets left for finals day. I would assume by now, 19 hours later, that you can take the 4 off that number.
Vasconcelos, resolute and sturdy in his defence. Well, we saw the travelling support, didn't we, at the Oval? The Shoe Army, as they are affectionately known, making their voices heard. We saw those amazing scenes, beating Surrey at one of the most iconic venues in world cricket. Ravi Bopara with a century for the ages. Sanderson and David Willey coming in clutch at the death. Of course, Vasconcelos himself could have a big role to play. So too were the likes of Justin Broad and a couple of others featuring in this game. None more so than Saif Saib. He's got a pretty handy record at Edgbaston in T20 cricket. One of the finest finishers in the North Group. Also a very handy fielder and bowler to boot. Vasconcelos once more deals with that one adeptly.
Yeah, always good fun T20 finals day. A broad consensus is it's a good idea to have it shifted. Chatting to Ryan Campbell, Durham head coach, about this recently, he was saying, you know, it's a problem we've seen with teams over the years, versions of, is you have your overseas players who are such a key part of your campaign, and then you get to finals day, the dilemma is, do you bring them back? And I know for Durham, he very bluntly said to me on air earlier this season, we've then had situations where we can't afford to fly someone in and out, a la Adam Zampa for the 100, and would have played for Surrey were it not for Australian cricket demands that meant that it was literally a trip from Australia for 20 balls. So having it all in that block certainly you'd think makes it fairer for everybody in that sense of recruitment.
That one left well alone by Ricardo Vasconcelos. And that will be the end of the third over. Northamptonshire 10 without loss here at Wantage Road. Still trailing by 457 in response to Glamorgan's earlier first innings total of 467 all out. Of course, the main man was Asa Tribe. Imagine that he'll have quite a few phone calls and emails and direct messages from people in Jersey and at Cardiff Met University. Imagine he'll be doing quite a bit of media as well in the coming days, especially if it does result in a Glamorgan victory. Luke Proctor and Ricardo Vasconcelos looking to eat in to that 467 as best as they can. And this is one thing you can guarantee with Luke Proctor. He'll be measured, he'll be disciplined, he'll be assured for these opening few overs. And of course, he will also produce a string of boundaries, which always helps.
Yeah, that 3-1-7 is the first thing, because that, of course, changes the dynamic of the match, albeit it's relatively rare these days you see teams enforce the follow-on.
That one is full, inviting, and driven back down the ground for 4 runs. Quintessential Luke Proctor right there as he moves on to 10 from 6. And the scoreboard ticks along to 14 without loss.
Well, again, that's part of the game with the new ball. Harris just guilty of over-pitching. He's got no conventional mid-off. He wants to invite drive from the likes of Proctor. You can see those 3 slips waiting, but Proctor responds handsomely.
Well, how does Harris respond after that? Bangs it in a little bit shorter, and that one just steered away down towards long leg for the single.
Great to see plenty of you very active in the YouTube live chat. Plenty of Glamorgan supporters tuning in amongst the 600 plus watching right now. I'm sure if you're a Glamorgan fan, you're pretty pleased with what you've seen so far.
Harris bowling here to Vasconcelos, and that one has been clipped away out towards deep square leg for another additional 4 runs. Lovely shot that from Vasconcelos, who, as we know, so strong on the onside. The Tudor Rose now 19 without loss. Also just had a message from a superb Sam Turner, who I did some comms with here at Northamptonshire over the course of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Thank you very much for your company, Sam. Hope that you're keeping well, mate. Of course, congratulations on the wedding as well. Be great to see you back here in 2026. Harris bowls here to Vasconcelos again, and that is a gem. Absolute snorter in the avenue of apprehension, the corridor of uncertainty, whatever terminology you want to coin it.
I was going to say, I thought you were going to say doorway of departure, and then I was waiting for the Australian accent to come and wonder whether Aaron Vowles alongside it turned into Damien Fleming.
That's who it was. Damien Fleming. I was almost going to say Jason Gillespie. It is. It's Damien Fleming, isn't it? Who says that one?
Yeah, he's got a bit of a shtick into the 4th over 19 without loss, where there's a half a dozen of these that he kind of throws around. That the main point is that they all have that alliterative rolling off the tongue. These two just trying to stave off the new ball threat, and after that needless near run out, have managed to calm things down a bit since. Full programme of fixtures across Div 1 and Div 2. 2 games left for both of these sides. After this, Northamptonshire have Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. Glamorgan have Derbyshire and Lancashire.
That game against Derbyshire could be absolutely monumental, couldn't it? should results go in the favour of Mickey Arthur's men this week at Lord's, still within a shout of achieving that top 2 finish. It's been a while since Derbyshire have actually been in Division 1 as well. Seem to recall them being in and around the mix in 2012 and 2013. It's been a difficult few seasons since then. Proctor can't quite beat Ace of Tribe.
And on that note, of course, you know, what goes up must come down. You touched earlier on about how successful Sussex have been of not just going up, but comfortably stable. Well, maybe not comfortably, but they've stabilised in there. And as things stand, it would be a surprise were Sussex to get relegated. They start this round of fixtures 6th out of 10, and they are 13 points clear of second bottom Durham. But there's every chance that a big county, in inverted commas, I always be careful when saying that. That's blocked back. I guess to rephrase that, a county that have historically been in Division 1 for the vast majority of their time, for whom it would be a real seismic blow to go down, could well go down. You know, Durham is second bottom with 114 points. They're 12 behind Essex, 12 behind Yorkshire, and 13 behind Sussex, and 15 behind Hampshire. So you'd say that everybody in Division 1, bar that top 4 of Surrey, Nottinghamshire, Somerset and Warwickshire, is still nervously looking over their shoulders.
Someone who's driven again, and that is a really top-tier stop from Mason Crane. Sprawling out goalkeeper style. And saves the runs as a result. Feels almost inconceivable to see Essex in a relegation battle, doesn't it?
Right?
Yeah, really does.
Think of that Essex team under Anthony McGrath, so consistently, if not winning the championship, always right up there and competing. Of course, Yorkshire newly promoted under McGrath, under Gibson, now under McGrath, trying to consolidate their status.
Well, there's a big appeal there for LBW. Umpire not interested in that particular shout from the Dutch international.
Got to remember, bowling right arm around, you need a lot of things to be going your way.
You certainly do. It's a conversation we've had on many an occasion this summer with the wonderful Dr. Jane Powell up at Yorkshire.
Yeah, it is amazing to me the amount of times. I'll come back to it. And it happens at amateur level as well, where people forget 5 overs gone. Nice maiden from Van der Gooten, really good probing over, and he's definitely bowled the better of these 2 openers by quite some distance so far. People forget the angle that you're dealing with there. Even more so if a batter's batting out of their crease. The ball's got a long way to travel, and whilst it might from a straight on replay look, oh well, you know, they've been struck broadly in front. Well, yeah, but if you're bowling right arm around or left arm around from an angle like that, it's got to be very full, or it's got to be moving away to not be sliding down leg.
So Harris it is to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. First ball faced there by Vasconcelos in the over. It's left well alone. And that is why when you've got a bowler like Mitchell Stark, for example, who can do that so consistently, as a captain, that is gold dust. Because you know they are going to be an absolute menace. If you've got that bowler who can be an X-factor, tall, swings the ball, can execute those toe-crunching Yorkers, get that radar bang on the money, really is a nightmare to face. This so far has been a better line bowled by James Harris, of course, the veteran.
Yeah, first 2 overs went for 16. And it wasn't just, you know, you can go for 16 where it's four lucky nicks for 4, but it wasn't just that. It was the way those 16 came off the bat, not offering as much threat as he'd like, but I'm sure we'll change that here and get a wicket to make me eat my words before that gets misunderstood. It's not a wider criticism of him, but I think anyone just watching these first 20 minutes or so will see that Van der Gooten has provided more threat. The one thing I would caveat that with, though, is I'm pretty convinced Van der Hooten's bowling from the better end to bowl from. We've seen a fair bit of extra bounce from that end.
No, that's definitely a statement I would concur with. Harris, that one very full. And it's an attempted drive there, but Mason Crane will go for no run. Yeah, from the David Capel ends, though, the opposite side to where we are at the Lynn Wilson Centre. Just a hint of inconsistent bounce. So is bringing those skiddier, those slinkier bowlers into the action a little bit more. Oh, that's again another top-tier delivery from James Harris. Really has found his groove in this third over.
Yeah, this is more like the James Harris that we know and are so used to seeing over such a long period of time, quite frankly.
Hangs that one on a back of a length, and that one has just been steered away down towards the vacant deep third region. Will just about be corralled in the ends. And that will be a boundary to round out James Harris's third over. Goes for those 4 runs. And at the end of the 6th over of the innings, Northamptonshire are 23 for the loss of no wicket.
Yeah, 622 career wickets at an average of 30 in first-class cricket for James Harris. That reflects his longevity. The other thing you notice when you read through that profile on Cricket Archive, and here's a little quiz question. Let us know in the YouTube live chat. We'll give you an over. Guess how many balls James Harris has bowled in first-class cricket? The new over starts with a dot. And as a secondary supplementary question, guess how many maidens he's bowled?
Crikey.
This is an 18-year career span, and you've got the data point that he has 622 wickets at an average of 30. How many balls has James Harris bowled in first-class cricket?
Proctor covers up defensively on that shot. I'll tell you what would be a stat, and it's one which I don't have to hand, of course, because that is a level of cricket badgerness that even I don't possess at this stage. But I wonder, in the era of deliveries being recorded, who's actually bowled the most deliveries in professional cricket?
Oh.
Now, that's the real question. Proctor, again, plays that one defensively.
Yes, it's funny you mention that. So a friend of mine, Kit Harris at Wisdom, has done a really good piece that's well worth going back and reading if you get the chance, if you get the time, about fast bowlers in county cricket historically. And he used a certain qualification for people who bowled a certain number of overs, like a really high ceiling. So it was people like, he spoke to Stephen Jones, he spoke to, I think it was Andy Caddick, Devon Malcolm.
Oh, that one has risen up. Really testing out Luke Proctor's reflexes there. He's done well to just guide it away. Beyond ace to tribe under the lid. First real delivery we've seen from Van der Hooten that's just spat up out of the surface.
And essentially in this piece, he was getting all these different takes on how you build your body to cope with consistently bowling that amount of workload. It's well worth a read on the intricacies of that sheer number of deliveries bowled.
Vasconcelos steers that one away to Kellaway at backward point for no run. One more delivery remains in this, the 7th over of Northamptonshire's first innings. Decent number of spectators in the ground today as well. Spencer Lounge, as you can imagine, pretty full. So too is the ComSave as well, just to our right of the heavy suite. That will be another dot ball, almost deja vu. Kellaway is fielding in that backward point position. So Northamptonshire remain 24 without loss. And to be honest, on a day like today, as the sun begins to bask Wantage Road once more, why wouldn't you want to be out in the seating, just enjoying this weather? Of course, as we head towards the business ends of the season.
We've got a few guesses. Andrew Williams says 12,320 balls, 250 maidens. Virat the King has chipped in with a guess of 10,000 balls bowled. And the Hooton with a really testing opening spell. Northants will be desperate just to see him off. He's gone for 4 from those 4. Harris kind of back up what was a good previous over. Do you fancy having a dart at it?
I wouldn't even know where to begin.
Are you going higher than 250 maidens and 12,000 balls for James Harris in his career? In first-class cricket only, this is. You going higher than that?
I'd go higher on the maidens.
Okay.
I feel like James Harris has bowled a lot of maiden overs.
Yeah, 18-year career span as well. Long old time, 622 wickets for the man you're watching charge in now.
Oh, and that one, that was a little bit of a loose shot played there by Luke Proctor. Almost had a whippy little flick of the bat there, trying to generate some momentum on the offside. I think in terms of maiden overs, I mean, the big question, how many games has he played?
It's a good inquiring question. 194 matches.
194 matches.
Do you get your guesses in on the live chat as well? How many maidens has James Harris bowled in his first-class career? How many balls has he bowled?
Bowls a bumper as Proctor crouching down to leave that one well alone.
I do remember as well, I know some people maybe aren't subscribed. Make sure you subscribe, because then that gives you the chance to chip in with the YouTube live chat. If you prefer to get in touch with us on a different method, you can give me a tweet on @ThisIsMcCann. This is McCann, MCCANN, if you've got any questions for either of us as your commentary team.
Proctor looks to work that away through mid-wicket, but to no avail. That particular one stopped by Zainul Hassan.
People can give you a tweet on
@the County Crick 2.
County Crick 2.
You can just put in the County Cricket podcast. I think it usually comes up.
There you go. Any final guesses, do let us know.
Oh, well, a few oohs and ahs there. As Harris goes up for the slight LBW appeal. It will just be another single there for Luke Proctor. The Northants captain moves on to 13. I'll have a swing at the maiden overs.
Okay.
Let's go for 550.
Okay, and then balls bowled?
In 194 matches. I'd have to get a calculator out for that one. Oh, that one. Big booming drive attempted by Vasconcelos. Gets no connection on it. And that will be the end of the 8th over. Northamptonshire 25 without loss. Let me just pop in this equation and I'll give you the answer. I'm going to be very specific.
So do let us know in the YouTube live chat. Tom Parry-Jones, someone who's a good friend of mine from working together on plenty of EFL football in the winter, says 15,000 balls, 350 maidens. So he's gone for that. Andrew Williams has gone for 12,320 balls, 250 maidens for James Harris in his first-class career. Matt Fulford has 20,000 balls, 750 maidens. So he's gone higher, significantly higher than the other two guesses so far. Aaron Viles has got his abacus out.
Yep.
He's kind of gone into full on what you see people do where they're trying to figure out, solve a murder mystery. So new over starts with a sensible block from Proctor, trying to see off that new ball.
So I went for 520 maidens.
Yeah.
I will go for 14,620 deliveries.
Wow, that's very specific.
Very specific.
Very specific. Tom Parry-Jones has come back and said, I feel like I've underestimated, probably more like 35,000 balls. Andrew Williams also saying, I underestimated James's longevity too, I think.
Well, that one has just been chopped away down towards deep backward point. Chase on here for Ben Kellaway. And that will be 3 runs off the bats of Luke Proctor. Come on, Michael. We need the answer now.
Well,
put us out
We've got
of our
one
misery.
last guess from Hywell Williams. He says 31,886 balls and 899 maidens. I would have to say, if we're taking first guesses, I think he's won because it's 1,008 maidens.
Wow.
1,008 maidens. He is in 4 figures for maidens bowled in first-class cricket, James Harris. So Hywell Williams, congratulations to you. You were closest. So that's flicked away, and that will be 4 more. Just straying onto the pads here, Van der Gooten, who has gone for as many runs in the last 2 balls as he had in the previous 4 and a bit overs. Vasconcelos playing the game of patience, getting a rare poor delivery, and whipping it away. And in terms of balls bowled, just a tickle over 33,000. 33,030. You now see why initially when I saw that flash up on Cricket Archive, I thought there's a quiz question here because those are some astonishingly high numbers.
Well, Vasconcelos thinks about the quick single. Certainly don't want to run out at this stage of the innings. Out of interest, how many overs is that then?
So 33,030, chop that in 6, you're looking at 5,500 overs. Because of course, 100 cricket isn't involved in this. These are all 6-ball overs, first-class games. So you're just over 5,500 overs for James Harris in first-class cricket.
Well, that one acrobatically stopped in the end by Colin Ingram, much to the delight of the Glamorgan slip Gordon. Sam Northeast and Kieran Carlson having a little bit of a laugh and a joke there. So too is Chris Cook. Look at that, 40 years of age, Colin Ingram. He's still got it. Live wire in the slips. I'll tell you what, every day is a school day, isn't it? Here on the Northamptonshire live stream. That's why we love the county championship. We've got the time to have these conversations.
Yeah, it was the maidens being in 4 figures that really jumped out at me. 9 overs gone, 34 without loss. While we were chatting about James Harris's brilliant longevity, steadily this Northampton pair are seeing off the new ball threat.
Well, it does get even better, doesn't it? If that's 5,500 overs bowled, around about that.
Yeah, it's pretty much bang on. So I think I know exactly where you're going. He's bowling almost exactly 1 maiden in every 5 overs bowled.
Exactly.
Which you take that reflects the parsimony of what he offers. Now we've got something a bit different here.
Indeed, we do. Ben Kellaway, the ambidextrous 21-year-old from Newport, I imagine against the two left-handers, he'll bowl his right arm finger spin as opposed to the left arm orthodox, but we'll have to wait and see. Always a delight to watch Ben bowl. Facing up first from the Lynn Wilson centre end is Luke Proctor. He just drops the bat on that one, back to the bowler for no run.
It is interesting to see them getting spin into the attack as early as the 10th over, but sometimes with the new ball, and we have seen that this pitch will turn, the new ball can offer bounce as well.
That one a full toss, and that has been worked away on the onside, just in front of deep square leg. Should be at least 2 runs, if not 3. And indeed they'll hustle back. Good running there between Proctor and Vasconos.
But yeah, thank you to all of you who played along with our little quiz question.
And we have got another one coming up, haven't we? When Asita Fernando comes on to bowl.
Oh, of course, from earlier on.
We do indeed. All will be revealed in due course. That one's slightly straying down the leg side from Kellaway.
Yeah, Tom Parry-Jones saying it's too early for numbers like that, not even 8 a.m. yet here in Chicago. You might be our furthest field live stream viewer, but let us know if you're watching even from a more far-flung place from where we are in Northampton than Chicago.
So that one is clipped away by Vasconcelos. Asita Fernando, the man who's in pursuit of that one, but it will be 3 more runs. So 6 runs already conceded here by young Ben Kellaway, who, in a trivia sense, has got one of the best records in Glamorgan's history. It's the youngest Glamorgan cricketer to score a century and bag a 5-wicket haul in the same county championship match. So that ball is dropped again, just in front of square. 2 Glamorgan fielders go off in pursuit. And this one will again be 3 runs. So Kellaway's first concedes 9 runs, and at the end of the 10th over, Northamptonshire now move on to a score 43 for none. In fact, there is 1 more ball remaining. Short leg still in place. And it is defended, so indeed it is 43 for the loss of no wicket after 10.
Yeah, I still think it was the right option for Glamorgan to have a look at what the new ball might do with spin. That there'd been a few overs in a row that these 2 openers had started to negotiate a little more comfortably. There's another mini conference going on for Glamorgan about what to do now. Does Van der Houten continue? I would expect so. Maybe ask him to bend his back for 1 or 2 more overs.
Asita Fernando is now warming up a little bit more vigorously, so suggest this might be either the ultimate or penultimate over for Van der Houten in this early spell. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, just nibbled down to fine leg for 1. Proctor has 23 off 28. It's looked marginally the more comfortable of the 2. If you're just joining us a little bit late, Acer Tribe going on to make a first-class career best 206. First Jersey player to ever score a county champ double ton. That's guided to mid-off. Yeah, I've seen that there was a couple of people saying flabbergasting numbers, interesting statistics in response to what we're saying about James Harris's longevity. Tom Parry-Jones was also asking how many different bowlers have got past 1,000 first-class maidens, which that's going to take a bit of time to dig out. That's a good leave.
I mean, there's so many different avenues you could go down with this as well. Would more of those be spinners or seam bowlers?
Ooh, I would have thought seamers, because seamers tend to, in most parts of the world, bowl the bulk of the overs in first-class cricket. And historically, there's been more first-class cricket in terms of volume. That's worked way through the onside, played in particularly the UK compared to the rest of the world. You know, there's a reason why it's often called the county grind. You know, for a long, long time, it was a double round robin. Whereas most parts of the world, for most of the time in their first-class systems, have not had that sheer number of fixtures. So for that reason, in terms of chalking up your maidens, I think you're probably looking far more towards seamers. Would be my hypothesis, cautiously. Driven nicely, but straight at mid-off.
Just goes to show, though, doesn't it? Just how many interesting facets there are with cricket, with the numbers, with the narratives, the storylines. I mean, the other thing to pick up on with Ace of Tribe as well, also the youngest double centurion for Glamorgan since Anarian Donald in 2016. So almost a decade since a 19-year-old Anarian burst onto the scene.
Oh, that's lucky. That's a bit fortunate. Van der Houten finds the outside edge, but Vasconcelos gets it away to the third boundary. 3 slips there, waiting in hope and anticipation. Boundary to end the 11th, 48 without loss. I mean, just coming back to that on seamers and spinners, of course, spinners do often tend to, the longer an innings go on, get more workload. You bowl more overs, more opportunity for more maidens. Just to further this point, as soon as you started talking about seam or spin, I looked up one of, if not the king of spin, to get a gauge on this. Let us know in the YouTube live chat how many first-class maidens has Shane Warne bowled in his career. You've got Harris now as a
as a marker.
As a marker, an unusual comparison, but it's not a direct comparison. As Kellaway's into his second over. So Harris bowled 1,008. How many did the king of leg spin, Shane Warne, bowl? How many first-class maidens in his career?
I suspect it'll be quite a few.
That's played straight to cover. Kellaway getting through his work quite nicely in this over, but it will be a concern for Northants, for Glamorgan here, just how untroubled this pair have looked. Gives that one more flight. Work straight to square leg.
Well, just quietly, a 48-run opening partnership. Really good stuff, this, between Proctor and Vasconcelos. Yes, there's been a couple of dicey moments with the running between the wickets, but in terms of the actual shots being offered, plenty of authority.
Well fielded by Kellaway off his own bowling, who, remember, will be very much settling into this format. You wouldn't have blamed Ben Kellaway if he was struggling to locate his whites, given his recent other commitments elsewhere. Or in other forms, to be precise.
Yeah, he's just tightened up the radar here as Kellaway. You can just sense he's trying to bring that middle and off stump into play. Previous over against 2 players who are very strong off the pads. He's almost bowling a little bit too stump to stump, but targeting the leg stump on those occasions. And again, drops that towards middle, and it beats the dive of Asita Fernando. There will be another boundary for Luke Proctor, and it will also bring up the 50 partnership for the opening wicket here for the Tudor Rose. Excellent start this for the home side. Northamptonshire 52 without loss after 12.
It's the kind of partnership that just blunts Glamorgan a little bit. Blunts that hope or excitement about maybe bundling Northants out, making the follow-on. Do let us know your guesses in the YouTube live chat for Shane Warne's number of first-class maidens. Seen one for 1,400, or 1,450 to be precise, from Andrew Williams. Any thoughts?
For Shane Warne.
The great Shane Warne. Long career span, consistently bowling a lot. And of course, those test stats are wrapped into that first class for those maybe unfamiliar with the way it works.
Got to be over 2,000, surely.
Higher?
Probably higher than that.
Oh, no, I'm saying it is higher. I'm giving you a hint. First class career span for the great Aussie from 1990 to 2007. Of course, plenty of seasons as well with Hampshire, where he revolutionised county cricket, brought a bit of his poker experience to how to go about 4-day games.
So Sita Fernando into bowl here. Goodness me, that's kept low. It's actually beaten the attempted stop there of Chris Cook with the gloves. So that will go down as a bite. Have to take a second look at that one from the Sri Lankan seam bowler. It's taken everybody by surprise. Vasconcelos had to crouch to try and get down to that one, and even someone of Chris Cook's caliber couldn't quite corral it.
Just nibbled down to fine leg. Good work from this opening pair, and after a bit of a nervy start, Vasconcelos has settled into his rhythm. Ram Patel says 3,850 maidens for Shane Warne in first-class cricket. Does my co-commentator have a final guess of pinning the tail on the donkey?
4,150.
It is 3,029.
Oh, wow. Well, I've massively oversold that then.
3,000, still pretty impressive. 3,000 maidens. That's just turned away into the onside for a well-judged quick single. Even a direct hit wouldn't have been gone. Someone has mentioned Derek Underwood in this conversation, and I can tell you, I've just pulled up Derek Underwood on Cricket Archive, and my eyes have almost popped out of my head. Derek Underwood has bowled this. A few people were saying in the YouTube live chat,
oh my word,
their mind. Derek Underwood across a 20, and you know, all too aware this is not a new name to me, despite being from the younger generation. You know, highly respected England spin bowler and an MBE, MCC president, long-time England international. This will be one more again. Proctor moves on to 29. Derek Underwood bowled 8,956 maidens. It's not balls. 8,956 maidens. I think it's, you know, two things can be true. A supremely good bowler, also in an era where sides were less proactive against spins, so he only went for 2.1 and over. But that is still absolutely ridiculous. He bowled approximately 23,000 overs, ballpark, and about 1 in every 2.8 overs was a maiden. From Underwood, absolutely unerring. And to finish it off for those unfamiliar, 2,465 wickets. Yes, that's 2,465 wickets at an average of 20. I mean, I remembered that he'd been around for a long, long career, but even so, that's crazy. Nearly 9,000 maidens. It's quite something. Speaking of maidens, Morgan aren't quite building that level of pressure that they want to here. These two are actually ticking along quite impressively. And that's more than ticking along. That's too short. And that's pulled away. It's always a good sign when you get a pull shot well in front of square. Probably one of the best shots of this innings so far from Vasconcelos. Moves on to 30.
Yeah, almost dismissive in the way in which he's played that. Vasconcelos, real proficient player of the pull shot, whether that is behind square or indeed in front, as he's just displayed there. And that'll fill him with some even more confidence as he goes into the 30s. Good to see this from Ricardo. Has had a comparatively quiet championship campaign to what he would have hoped for. Scores of 82 against Derbyshire and 100 down in Canterbury against Kent. As we all know, a very fine cricketer. He's just signed that contract extension until the end of 2027 as well. So he'll be hoping for a strong end to the campaign as Kellaway bowls here to Luke Proctor. Just with regards to Derek Underwood then, so around about 23,000 overs bowled. So that's less than 1 in 3, isn't it?
Yeah, so I said he's Callaway again, wider of the crease. Nice looking straight drive. Yeah, so on average, he's bowling a maiden about every 2.8 overs. So in 28 overs on average, Derek Underwood would give you 10 maidens. Ridiculous.
Yeah, ludicrous numbers, those.
Talk about tying an end up. Again, well played. Kellaway trying to tie an end up as best he can here, but in truth, aside from that early run-out chance, right at the start of this afternoon session, it's been relatively smooth sailing. That's left alone. You're referring to Vasconcelos' championship season, yeah, 448 runs at an average of a tickle under 25, and that's including this innings. So for a player of his quality, that's surprisingly low. He just has a little fish at that Proctor. Slipped very interested. End of a nice probing over from Kellaway. 60 without loss after 14. Reminder that earlier on today, exactly 100 was added for the last 4 wickets from Glamorgan's overnight score in 25.4 overs. And then after just 1 over before lunch with the ball for Glamorgan, now into this afternoon session. If you've got any quiz questions for us as a commentary team, feel free to get in touch as well. Always great to hear from you.
Oh, absolutely. We'll also have some score updates from around the grounds at the end of this over as well. We'll start with Division 2 and then work our way up to Division 1 as well.
Oh, that's leapt. We've seen a few of them do that from this end. Fernando really pushing it through from David Capel end of the ground. That's the kind of ball that gets the slips excited. Leapt, didn't quite catch the edge, but was not far away at all. And it was in that kind of a channel where Vasconcelos has to play at it. That's a no ball. That'll be a couple more to the total. Glamorgan 2 without loss after 1 over at lunch, and have progressed, Northants, beg your pardon, and they've progressed pretty serenely since. Just a tickle over 4 and over. Be very content with that. Just a single here for Vasconcelos. It's 31 now. It's Glamorgan's turn to toil in the sun, as the likes of Cook and Tribe made Northants do yesterday. Reminder of what this means. Glamorgan hunting a win that would certainly wouldn't get them mathematically promoted, but it would be a giant step towards that. So that's down there. Good take. Not an easy one. This can be quite awkward when bowl's bowling right arm around. You've got to keep side to the ball, so you've got to stay offside the ball for as long as you can. Chris Cook did that, and then goalkeeper style, fling yourself away to your right with your best impression of Wayne Hennessy or Hannah Hampton. Fernando this time in a better spot. Resolutely blocked by Proctor. Someone who is, he's properly into county cricket veteran status. He's the experienced campaigner's experienced campaigner. 36 years old. He was part of Lanx's team that won the championship in 2011. Goodness me. That was a long time ago. Before joining Northampton in 2018 and becoming captain a couple of seasons ago. To just defending that one. Not to short fine leg. Having a very solid season with the bat and looking very solid here. He's got 728 runs at an average a tickle below 46 as things stand. Only Safe Sabres scored more runs for Northants. And of course, wouldn't quite say Proctor's runs count double, but we still haven't found a way to quantify scoring runs at times where it's perceived to be more difficult to bat. And Proctor tends to, of course, be facing fresh bowlers and the new ball. As Proctor guides that away. End of nice over from Fernando, 63 without loss after 15. I mean, this is where you get into analysts talking about things like weighted average, which is starting to be used more, but trying to tweak these types of metrics for how do you reflect the context in which a score was made. You know, a ton that is scored when you walk out with the score 400 for 3 on a featherbed in a game that becomes 650 plays 650 and it's a draw is, to anyone who knows the game, of course, far less valuable than a 50 scored in a game where, let's say, across the match, just a couple of 50s have been scored and it's an extremely low-scoring affair right through the 4 innings. So there's a lot of work being done by analysts pretty much across the world, albeit predominantly more often in shorter form cricket, but still in the longer formats too, to find a better way of doing things than the blunt statistic that is a batting average. Let's turn straight to mid-wicket. I know a lot of cricket statisticians have learned and developed a lot of relationships with baseball from across the pond. That's a little short cutaway well, and it has beaten backward point, 4 runs. Well, Vasconcelos picks up the length really quickly here. It's a good example of how to play spin. It's not that short, but it's just short enough for him to rock back, and he cuts from off his stumps. That gives Callaway something to think about.
Yeah, that's a classic cut shot there from Ricardo Vasconcelos. Callaway bowls again. It is interesting you mention cricket's relationship with baseball, especially here at Wantage Road, because you go back to 2013, of course, under David Ripley and that management at Northamptonshire. Callaway again, an attempted cut shot from Vasconcelos. Gets no connection. I mean, that group of coaches and analysts involved in that T20 campaign utilised sabermetrics, which will be a term which will be familiar for those who know their baseball or have watched Moneyball. It's essentially a case of almost recruiting players who can do certain roles at certain time of the games and get you to certain figures, which statistically mean that you win games of cricket. And it's something which Northants did in 2013. Kellaway, that time down the leg side, whipped away for no run. That will be the ends of the over as well. So Northamptonshire 67 without loss, trailing by 400 in their first innings. And just going back on to the point we're making there about sabermetrics, the fact that that was very much from baseball, the Oakland Athletics, and a bunch of other franchises in the MLB. And of course, for Northamptonshire, that almost school of thinking led to the signings of people like Richard Levy, who would score X amount of boundaries in a power play. It led to the signing of Azarullah, who's an absolute legend around these parts, of course, now working up at Yorkshire as a bowling coach, because he would get X amount of wickets in overs 1 to 6. It is fascinating, almost the interlinking between those two sports, even though they're so different. There's definitely some room for collaboration and cooperation from a statistics perspective across the two.
Yeah, you summarise it well, because the cheap comparison that people always make, it, particularly people maybe new to one sport or the other, is, oh, they're quite similar because they involve a bat and hitting something. But what it more is that using of statistics to drill down to certain individual passages of a game, and who can give you what you want in them to turn the odds of probability in your favour without caring about what the outside optics of that might be. That's just driven square for no run. And it's picking up players that, for one reason or another, are perceived to be widely unfancied by other teams. So, you know, for the Oakland Athletics, they had a salary cap to deal with. For Northants, there's not an official league salary cap. There's, of course, a budget that is not necessarily one of the bigger budgets. And then it's looking at how you can maximise that by picking up players that hit those particular markers you might mention and you perceive might be undervalued by everybody else. That's going to be 1 down to third. It's just interesting looking back on, you know, going back to that final, which Northants thrashed Surrey by 102 runs. But actually, when you look down the scorecards of the two teams, it's a Northants team that has performed at, if not greater than, the sum of its parts, and it's a Surrey team that has clearly performed well below it. You know, you look back on that card, it's a star-studded Surrey lineup. It's Jason Roy, Stephen Davies, Glenn Maxwell, Vikram Solanki, Azam Mahmood, Xander De Bruyne, Gary Wilson, Zafar Ansari, John Lewis, Chris Tremlett, Jay Dernbach. That is pretty much a team of 11 full internationals. And Northants absolutely killed them. There's plenty round here, remember so fondly. It's nudged into the onside. Front foot no ball from Fernando, so that'll be 2 more to the tally. Northants piled up 194 for 2 in a game reduced to an 18 over a side bash. David Willey with 60 off 27. Richard Levi made 14. Cameron White, 54 not out. Alex Wakely, 59 not out. And with the ball, David Willey took 4 for 9. Stephen Crook picked up a couple. Lee Daggett, James Middlebrook and Azarullah with a wicket each. Sorry, 92 all out. 13 and a half overs. It's funny as well, the 6 hitting in the power play with Levi was key to that campaign, even if it didn't come off in the final. That was a little bit of an equivalent of what the Oakland Athletics talked about when they first took that approach with Billy Bean of get on base, because in baseball it was seen as so glamorous. You know, you look, there was consistently a arcing of the market towards favouring players who could hit home runs. And basically, the Oakland Athletics said, we couldn't care less. We want to get as many players on first base as possible. That's it. That's what we pay you to do. And if we do that more times than most teams, we'll win more games than we'll lose, and we'll get in the playoffs and we'll have a better chance of winning and a better chance of maximising our budget, which is one of the worst budgets in the division for the Oakland Athletics at that time. Here's Fernando. Short, pulled away. Didn't quite get hold of that Vasconcelos. There was a little bit of extra bounce, and he rode the extra bounce nicely. That's what gets him a couple. Worth remembering as well, that final, that was Northants' first major trophy since 1992, that 2013 win against Surrey. So that was a proper read there today, and the big equivalent that Northants identified back then with the batting, where they were well ahead of others, is that 6 hitting percentage up top in the power play, but also through the game. And that more often than not, if you out hit your opponents, if you hit more sixes than them, you would probably win the game. And they identified and recruited quite a lot of players on that basis.
They certainly did, and there's even more to the story, courtesy of David Ripley in that regard, as Fernando bowling here to Vasconcelos, just squeezed away off the inside of the bat down towards deep forward square. That will be the end of the over, and Northamptonshire now 73 without loss. So in 2012, in the Friends Life T20, Northamptonshire had the second lowest boundary percentage in the entirety of the competition. It was really, really bad. And that was one thing which immediately that think tank, and obviously David Ripley and the analysts had a lot to play with this, identified immediately and went, right, we need to change this. We need to aim for X amount of boundaries. Let's aim for this target, and we've got the bowlers to defend it. For example, with the likes of Azarullah, Lee Daggett, James Middlebrook, Stephen Crook, etc., etc. So that is exactly why they brought in Richard Levy. It's why Ben Duckett came in and played a lot more of a role. He only played one game in 2012. So they identified him as almost being that catalyst in the middle order as the young gun. And by the end of 2013, they were top 3 in the competition. And of course, went on to win it, ending that trophy drought. And, well, just a few seasons later, with a similar philosophy, not to the same extent, but a similar philosophy. Of course, in 2016, went on to win again at finals day. So it's brilliant, to be honest, to see counties utilising it. And of course, for Northamptonshire, it produced 2 unforgettable nights in the second city of Birmingham. And fingers crossed for this club that it can be another occasion like that on Saturday, the 13th of September. So we have got a change of bowling here on the Lynn Wilson centre end. Zainul Hassan will come on to bowl a little bit of seam. The Saka graduate with ball in hands, bowling at first to Ricardo Vasconcelos. We also did have a request for you, Mr. McCann, with your cricket archive for Don Shepherd, the amount of maiden overs that he bowled.
Oh yeah, I've got that. I've got that locked and loaded.
Brilliant.
Zainul Hassan, very much an occasional bowling option. He has 12 wickets at 42 this season. Albeit when he's bowled, he has kept things nice and tight, despite that marginally high average. He's only gone at 2.85 and over. It's just blocked away. Of course, better, more often seen with his batting, where that's just under 500 runs this season at the top of the order. Only made 7 off 29 yesterday. Get your guesses in for Don Shepherd. We saw earlier almost 9,000 maidens. Just to be clear, that statement is that smashed away through point. We didn't see 9,000 maidens in the game that you're watching. It was a bit of a delve off into cricket archive history. Derek Underwood bowling 8,956 maidens in his first class career. Don Shepherd has been nominated as someone else who might be right up there. Do you let us know how many you think he might have bowled across a long career span? Just to give you a guide, Don Shepherd's career span, 1950 to 1972, and he picked up 2,218 wickets. So that, you know, we're dealing in big numbers here, folks.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, he is Glamorgan's all-time leading first-class wicket taker.
Yeah, that sounds about right, yeah.
I'm pretty sure he is. He's sadly no longer with us, is Shep.
Name that growing up you just heard around county cricket as one of the great legends of the piece. But yeah, have a guess. How many maiden overs has he bowled? 2,218 wickets. So he's right up there in terms of impressive longevity.
Certainly one of the greats of Glamorgan, Don Shepherd. Slightly older name as well, but the captain of the 1948 championship side, Wilf Wooler. I believe he was the first North Walian captain as well, before David Lloyd. And that isn't Bumble Lloyd, for those wondering, as that one is hammered away out towards deep mid-wicket by Ricardo Vasconcelos. He now moves into the 40s, 41 from 59 to be exact. And the South African-born opener bringing Northamptonshire up to 77 without loss.
Yeah, Vasconcelos has had a lean year in the championship. He'll look at the sun, he'll look at this pitch, which is one that seems good for batting. He's got long past the real big threat of that shiny new ball, and he'll fancy himself for a big score here. Just on Don Shepherd, born in Port Einan in Glamorgan. 7,511 first-class maidens, 2,218 wickets for him. Had a Glamorgan benefit season in 1960 and another in 1968. Proper Glamorgan legend.
Well, we have just had a slight delay here. I think it was one of the windows in the suites below us. Has now been closed, so umpire's happy for play to resume. Will be Zainul Hassan to continue bowling.
Oh, shot. Back foot punch. Vasconcelos starting to look in some touch here. That was not that bad a delivery at all. Beautifully timed. Well, Hassan back of a length outside off. Risk-free, calm as you like from Vasconcelos, who has back-to-back boundaries. Mentioned him not quite having the year in the championship he'd won. 1 ton, 150, and then hoping to add to that here. Ton against Kent. Driving handsomely but straight at cover. 100 exactly away against Kent, 82 against Derbyshire. But across the piece, 448 runs at an average of tickle under 25 for Ricardo Vasconcelos. 81 without loss after 18. Now it's Glamorgan's turn to be struggling and straining to find a wicket.
Yeah, it's been a terrific opening stand this between Vasconcelos and Proctor. They've got over those early nerves. The running between the wickets has been a lot more confident and assertive, and this is precisely the platform that the Tudor Rose were looking for. And I think now is a good time to update you with the scores on the doors from across the county championship. Talking of roses, we'll start with the Red Rose of Lancashire, who are 184 for 6 in reply to Kent's 293 all out in Canterbury. As for the game taking place at Grace Road, Leicestershire 86 for 2 in reply to Gloucestershire's 482 all out. So Fox is having to do a little bit of work there. And we'll talk about that final Div 2 match after this delivery from Fernando, which is carved away, ran off the bat face rather stylishly by Luke Proctor down to deep third for 1. Of course, this is the big ticket clash with regards to the other games. Middlesex 163 for 5 in response to Derbyshire's 283 all out. And there has just been a wicket. It's a very recent one. Ben Gedders dismissed by Zach Chappell for 13. So that one is very much in the balance. We'll also touch upon Division 1 after this next ball from the Sri Lankan international. That one strays down the leg side. So, as Michael mentioned earlier, plenty of rain about, unfortunately, in the West Country. So, Somerset and Yorkshire, again, has been curtailed due to rainfall. Somerset 266 for 4 in the 89th over. The first and only innings in that game so far. Essex 122 for 2 in the 40th over against Durham down in Chelmsford. Huge game in the relegation battle. Those sides in 8th and 9th place respectively. Durham having scored 333 all out. It's Fernando again, targeting that leg stump, but goes down the leg side. In the game down at the Oval, a potential one in the title race. Well, Warwickshire were bowled out for 248 runs, so they had a slender 2-run lead, but Surrey are now 11 for the loss of no wickets at the Oval. Down in Hove, southern clash between Hampshire and Sussex. Sussex bundled out for 122 in reply to Hampshire's 226 all outs. And now in the second innings, the Rose and Crown of Hampshire 40 for 3. So that one looks a little bit of a low scorer. And last but by no means least in Worcester, Worcestershire were bundled out for 182. And in response, Nottinghamshire, who are in the mix for the title, 173 for 7. So very much all to play for across both divisions as Ricardo Vasconcelos just leans into that one, plays it away nice and square, driven delightfully. And that will be 4 more runs. Excellent cricket from the South African.
One thing that jumps out at you from those results is that we're not likely to have many draws in this round, it seems. Most of those games seem not quite certain, but every chance they've got onto the third innings before the end of day 2. So it's certainly a time where there's going to be some dramatic shifts in the table across both divisions. Vasconcelos 1 off. It's 50 here. He's looked increasingly confident as time has gone on. Chopped into the ground. He's grown in confidence. The last 5 overs, he's dominated the strike off Proctor. He's actually scored 19 off his last 22 balls faced.
There has been a 3rd wicket at Grace Road. So Leicestershire now 90 for 3. Matt Taylor in the wicket of Ian Holland for 17. Well, that would be interesting if Leicestershire drop points on home soil. Of course, our eyes firmly on the action here at Wantage Road.
Fernando, maybe too often in this spell in recent times, has been guilty of being on or close to the pads in truth. That was another example. Just turned away for 1. He's gone for 21 off 4, 87 without loss after 19. And that brings up a well-deserved 50 for Ricardo Vasconcelos. 50 off 66 balls with 8 fours and a 6. It's only the 3rd time he's crossed the 50 mark in what has been a relatively lean summer. And in the sunshine, on a wicket that's not offering too much, he'll be hopeful of making it a double.
Absolutely, and he's got a good record against Glamorgan, has Ricardo. Scored 99 in the draw at Sophia Gardens in 2024. Scored 182 here last season, back in April. Of course, he's also got his first-class career best of 185, which came in the 7-wicket victory for Northants here at the County Ground in April 2021. So it's definitely an opposition that he enjoys playing against, as Ol Hassan bowls here to the aforementioned Vasconcelos. The big question here, Michael, and I would like to pose it to you, we haven't seen Mason Crane as of yet. And we saw a little bit earlier on today, Calvin Harrison came into the piece relatively early doors for Northamptonshire. Luke Proctor giving his leg spinner the responsibility. Do you think we'll see Mason Crane in the next few overs?
I would be surprised if we haven't seen him in the next half an hour or so. Just coming towards that point now. Turned away straight to short mid-wicket, where that new ball is not quite as shiny as it once was. We know the pitch is definitely turning from our end of the ground, the Lyndon Wilson centre end. We saw that earlier on. Just think with this opening pair looking so settled, and they looked relatively settled, you'd have to say, against Callaway as well, that it's got to be near the time where it's worth getting Crane on. It's not just the runs that have been scored. It's not just the scoreboard situation, but you could almost count on two hands the number of genuine plays and misses, oohs and ahs, even sort of quarter chances, never mind half chances. It's been a very settled spell of batting for this pair.
It's precisely what the home side needed as well.
Flicked away. Oh, what a tame dismissal that is from Vasconcelos. Glamorgan can't believe their luck. Zainul Hassan induces the error, picks up the wicket, 87 for 1, flicks straight to mid-wicket. Didn't quite commit to whether he was trying to go up and over the mid-wicket fielder or flick his wrists on it and go down, and instead he presents a simple chance. Mason Crane isn't dropping that. Vasconcelos gone for 50 off 7, will be 50 off 70, will be furious with himself.
Yeah, that feels like an opportunity missed there for Vasconcelos. He's batted well, though. Does get a ripple of applause as he departs the field of play. Just take a look at the replay here. Really was a soft dismissal. It's one of those where you've got to fully commit to the shot. On that occasion, ball just spooned up, and the simplest of catches for Mason Crane, who is usually as safe as houses. So coming into bats at number 3, it is Calvin Harrison, the Nottinghamshire loanee, Northamptonshire's leading wicket taker in the championship so far this season. He's taken 32 scalps, 2 of which have taken place in this encounter. But I tell you what, he's got a little bit of a role to play here with the bat in hand. Still plenty of depth in that Northamptonshire batting unit with the likes of James Sales, Save, Justin Broad, Adi Sharma, and Lewis McManus, to name but a few. But Calvin Harrison is a very handy option with the bat in hand. We've already seen that on a couple of occasions so far this season. Scored 63 against Gloucestershire, and the absolute pick of the bunch was that glorious 122 against Kent and Canterbury. He's certainly proficient with the bat. And now just opens up the left-hand, right-hand combination. 3 slips in play here for Zainul Hassan.
Yeah, it's his 13th wicket in the champ this season. It's a wicket that brings his bowling average in the competition to pretty much bang on 40. Which reflects the fact that he's on the whole been a handy occasional option. Saka graduate, of course, Zainul Hassan as well. Trialled with 6 counties before getting his chance. Some oohs and ahs there, end of the 20th over. 87 for 1. He trialled with Glamorgan, Surrey, Worcestershire, Kent and Gloucestershire. Came the 4th Saka grad to get a county deal, with that coming in October 2022 when joining Glamorgan. Benefited a lot from working with Kabir Ali at Saka. Well, feels like many moons ago to be talking about the 4th Saka graduate to get a county contract. That number is now up and pushing towards 20. It's almost 2 entire 11s of teams that have come through that excellent pathway, being run by Tom Smith and company. To those maybe unfamiliar, the South Asian Cricket Academy, providing a bridge between players in their late teenage years and early 20s of South Asian background who might, for other fortunate reasons, have not necessarily got the chances they deserve to get meaningful experience, opportunities and coaching, and trials, in turn, contracts with first-class counties. As that's into the pads. Well, there's some LBW appeals. Pitching outside leg is the first thing that comes to mind.
I think that's exactly the issue with that one. Just to pick up the conversation about the South Asian Cricket Academy as well. Really has been wonderful to see so many players given those opportunities. Of course, Zayn is one of the real feel-good stories. So too is Zaman Akhtar. Currently down at Gloucestershire, making the move to Essex for 2026. Fernando forces Proctor into the defensive. More recently, we've seen Amrit Basra who, by the way, is on the honours board beneath us here in the Mushtaq Mohammed suite. Plied his trade at age group cricket for Northamptonshire. Has now just signed a 3-year deal at Derbyshire after a very impressive run of games. Had a great one-day cup and, yeah, for the Derbyshire Twos, scored 160 the other day. Also had players like Arafat Boyan, who was down at Kent. Of course, here at Northamptonshire, we had former Leicestershire opener Hassan Azad, who came via that as Cook. Takes that one safely. Honestly, I can't say enough good things about that group. Really has been absolutely amazing to see. And also shout out as well to the Ace programme, who we've seen this season. Troy Henry getting that contract down at Sussex. Was there to witness his first professional wicket at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. He is a boy with a tremendous, tremendous ceiling in the game. So it's all about that wider cricket pyramid. I'd also like to bring the national counties into the conversation there. Zayn had played for Herefordshire. Fernando bowling here to Proctor, just evades Asa Tribe there in at leg gully. So it will be a single down to deep fine leg, but with the challengers, seeing guys like Rory Hayden, he's just signed his first professional deal at Derbyshire, the former staffs man. Wonderful to see all of these opportunities. Jake Linsott was another one. Just goes to show that there's always that door being kept ajar, and it's so important to almost have that catchment, that safety net for players. Not everybody is going to make the game. As a 17, 18, 19-year-old, always time to get back into the game. There's 3 slips in play here for Fernando, and as Northamptonshire fans will be well aware, someone who falls into that category was Richard Gleeson, who's playing club cricket for the mighty Blackpool, then had some trials in the national counties, came down here, trialled at Northamptonshire, got that contract, and, well, the rest, as they say, is history. Had one of the best T20 debuts you could ever hope for at Edgbaston. 3 wickets against India. Those 3 wickets being Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli and Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, one of the things that's been a shame in that Gleeson story is what awful luck he's had with injuries. But on the wider point, 88 for 1 off 21, it's wanting as many different routes to not only scour the net for talent, but give that talent the opportunity it deserves to thrive, so that you have so that you get to see at that top level the best players getting their deserved opportunities, and all these various pathways doing a lot in a good direction. For that, in the YouTube live chat, Tom Parry-Jones piping up, talking about Wilf Wooler as well, because there's a bit of a chat about historical cricketers after what we were saying with Don Shepherd. Johnny Wardle also mentioned by Hywel Williams. Parry-Jones saying Wooler, one of the most famous people to come out of my old school, Rydell Penrose in Colwyn Bay. And Steve Jones saying that Wolf dished out a few strong words to me and some friends at St Helens when accidentally sitting in front of an advertising panel at a game once. Where we shouldn't have been. That's flicked straight to square leg for no run.
Been meaning to ask this question all season, actually, Michael, in terms of those legends of county cricket. You ever had any memorable encounters with titans of the game?
What, are we talking more in that vein, kind of like slightly unfortunate ones? Or
Well, just in general, really.
Good question.
Ever met anybody who be a real note as Proctor glances that one away, plays it with soft hands, and that will race away down towards the boundary in front of the heavy sweeps. Northamptonshire now 92 for 1 as Proctor moves on to 36 runs.
I mean, naturally, as a journalist, working journalist for almost a decade, you come across a lot of people, but by interviewing them, doing research, because you might be commentating on a game they're involved in. But in terms of more chance encounters, when I was younger, I remember Yorkshire turning up at Fenners, where I used to watch a lot of cricket when sides would come down in what was then first-class games to play Cambridge students, and Yorkshire turning up and once sitting with Matthew Hoggard for about an hour as he watched his Yorkshire teammates get out, and he was giving some of them some gentle stick as they came back in having got out, watching the batters get their early season form. I remember back then, you know, that was an era before now, in a more franchise world, where actually it's quite common for some pretty high profile players to end up going and playing Oxford at the Parks or playing Leeds, Bradford, MCCU. I remember Kevin Peterson turning up and Zafar Ansari back at a time where there was a lot of chat about Peterson playing left arm spin, which was partially true, but partially because it became a thing and then everyone bowled left arm spin at somebody. And if you only bowl one type of bowling at somebody, they're going to get out to that eventually. But anyway, Peterson got out to Zafar Ansari, and to most people I'd seen at Fenners in a long time, there was about 3,000 there. And then he gets out and literally 15 minutes later, the ground is completely empty. All the Sky Sports cameras have turned up, all gone because he's out. But after play, in a couple of days for that game, he was around chatting to some of his Surrey teammates. Oh, that's bounced. That's got extra bounce from Al Hassan. That's one of I make it the first ball we've seen all day that's leapt from our end of the ground, and then Wilson cricket end. And that was a memory that stuck around because he was all too happy to let a young student who was not coming to the ground pretending to do revision for GCSE and A-levels and doing absolutely no revision all day, come across and join him and his Surrey teammates as they sat there and had a chat post-play. So that's nibbled down to deep fine leg for one.
I think you'll have a lot of stories like that. People in their school days pretending to do revision at the cricket.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's you see it now. A version of it now is the work from home era, where I'm not outing anybody individually here, but the work from home post-COVID era has seen plenty of people being at the cricket and maybe not being quite as productive as they could be. And look, I'm not judging, because that was once upon a time me with some revision, and I turned it into a career as a cricket commentator. But anyway, Al Hassan looking for another breakthrough here. Blocked back. But yeah, it's interesting how those chance encounters when you're a teenager, when you're young, and they really, really do stay with you. And it's always lovely when you see players in both men's and women's cricket that make time for an autograph hunter these days, often a selfie hunter, someone for a quick chat. Well, on field here, Harrison just settling into his innings.
Yep, yet to get off the mark from his first 6 deliveries faced. Northamptonshire 93 for 1 after 22. For those watching along in the YouTube live stream, let us know if you've had any of those chance encounters.
What about you then? What would you say with the first, where you were talking maybe a teenager, you're properly young, you're knee high to a grasshopper, you're this little short. Well, you're a bit taller than me, so you're probably already 6 foot tall at 13. But where you were at the cricket and you came along across the interaction with someone who's like, wow, they're genuinely, in this sport, pretty well known.
For me, it's got to be Ian Bell.
Okay, yeah.
Ian Bell at Nolan Dorridge. So for those who know Station Road, it used to host a charity match known as the Neil Aberley Memorial Trophy, named after the late great batting coach. Of course, did a lot of work with Ian Bell. Touch upon that after this ball from Asita Fernando to Luke Proctor. That one is full, driven away on the onside, and that will be another single. So yeah, got to have a proper conversation with him. Would have been too old, about 14, 15. Jonathan Trott was also there. And then in 2018, one of my favourite ones, talking of doing revision at the cricket. So this was during...
Non-existent revision.
Yeah, it turned into that. So this was AS level, so the one below A level here in the UK. One of the days, left sixth form a little bit early. Made the journey over to Grace Road to watch Leicestershire versus Warwickshire. Had a really nice chat with Chris Wright on that occasion. Lovely, lovely man. It's Fernando. Keeps Harrison on the defensive. And strangely enough, in the years that follows, I've got to know Righty quite well. And for me, he was an absolute hero of mine. So 2012, him and Keith Barker, probably, at least in my
Proper
opinion,
county cricketers.
exactly, should have played for England, in my opinion. But at the time, they were the duo. They were the Anderson and Broad of county cricket, especially for those of a Warwickshire persuasion. And I've got to know Righty quite well. So he's somewhat local to me. And just going back, told him about that conversation. And obviously he couldn't remember it, but that's been a core memory for me for many years to come. And now, yeah, as I said, we've struck up quite a nice little friendship away from cricket. Really nice man. Obviously wishing him the best. Has been outstanding for Leicestershire. But yeah, do let us know about those chance encounters. Whether it's been at the cricket or you've been out shopping. You say that, I do have a story about Ian Bell in a Sainsbury's. That was a chance encounter in the chilled desserts aisle. Harrison again is on the defensive. Actually, that probably should have been the chance encounter. Seeing Ian Bell in Sainsbury's. And just for the record, it's me getting the dessert, not Ian Bell.
Was this a? Were you young enough to be like, oh, an autograph, a selfie, or had you got old enough at that point to realise let the poor man do shopping?
Mix of the two. So
Mix of the two.
Would have been about 15 at that time, 15, 16 in that Sainsbury's. But my issue was confidence. So I couldn't generate the confidence to ask Ian Bell for a picture. Harrison will get off the mark there on the 10th time of asking. Stopped by a tumbling Ben Kellaway, so Singer will be taken, but it was just one of those where didn't really want to pester him for a photo or an autograph, so I just said, "You're right, Ian." He said, "Yeah, you." I said, "Yeah." And that was the interaction.
That reminds me of, say, Stuart Broad and Josh Butler's new podcast, For the Love of Cricket. They talk about when Butler bumped into Frank Lampard in a hotel somewhere. Butler, Lampard at this point playing for Man City, Butler playing for Lancashire. Down the ground, and some slightly comedically strong appeals from Kieran Carlson at third slip, but no real appeal of note from Fernando. Two umpires heading in to inspect the furniture. Umpire Pratt just rearranging. Anyway, so they bumped into each other in the lift, and Josh Butler, like seemingly 90% of cricketers, secretly wants to be a professional footballer. So he's obviously like, oh my goodness me, it's Frank Lampard. Frank Lampard doesn't seem to have any idea who he is because most professional footballers don't want to be professional cricketers, if we're perfectly honest. Anyway, Josh Butler, in his awkward kind of not knowing what to say, sees that Lampard's dressed to go training, says something like, oh, you're going training, and Lampard says, oh yeah. And it's this awkward 30 seconds in the lift, and then Butler says, kick 'em well, mate. And then walks out. And it's now become a feature of Broad and Butler's sort of podcast. They sign off to each other with kick 'em well, mate. It's guided out into the covers with one of those things that he was like, the moment I said it, I knew, like, what on earth am I saying? No one's ever said that phrase, I don't think, before or since, apart from now on this podcast that they've started. Kick 'em well, mate.
You never know. Frank Lampard could have had the best training session of his life. All thanks to Josh Butler. Oh yeah, that is rough. Anyway, back to the action here. Al Hassan bowling to Harrison, who's on the defensive there. Just pushed down to Asita Fernando for no run.
Harrison in the Champo this season is just about, if he can get a handful more runs here, to cross the 400 run mark, coming at a very healthy average of 36 with 100 and 250s as well.
100 and keep her up to the stumps. I don't mind that here. Don't think the ball is necessarily moving around laterally, so that big nick that you want to be standing back for feels less likely to come. And just trying to do something different, McManus. If nothing else, a bit of nuisance value. Also trying to trap Harrison from, of course, batting out of his crease.
It's a nice drive from Harrison and well stopped by Fernando.
Yeah, he got 122 away against Kent. That's been the crowning glory of his season with the bat. Handy 63 against Gloucestershire and also 56 away at Lancs. Still finding his rhythm here. He's on 1 off 14. That's nicely pushed back. Absolutely no rush here for Harrison, of course. As we've mentioned before, Northampton's first target in mind will be that 3-1-7. Saves the follow-on. Albeit from this position, they confidently hope to go well past that. Oh, flicked away. And that is a fine way to get your first boundary. Well, he's been very restrained so far, Harrison, but all of a sudden he gets a juicy leg stump half volley and says, thank you very much. First 6 of the day.
It's just a pickup, isn't it, on leg stump? Easy pickings for any professional cricketer, especially on that slightly shorter leg side boundary. We did have that chat yesterday as well with regards to the optical illusion of a boundary appearing to be shorter when you've got stands in front of it, but we have had confirmation it is slightly shorter on that leg side. So that is indeed the short boundary compared to the longer one on the offside. And there is a change of bowling here from the David Capel ends. James Harris, a man with over 1,000 maiden overs bowled in first-class cricket.
As we established earlier on.
Looks to add to that tally.
1,008 to be precise, for those of you who missed it. And more than 33,000 balls bowled in his first-class career across 18 years. He's now swapping ends. Might enjoy the extra bounce that he'll get from this David Capel end.
Let's see, will it have the desired impact? Harris yet to trouble the wicket-taking column. None for 21 from his previous 4 overs. Straight away, forces Proctor into a defensive position.
Got some great stories coming in that run you through in our next break.
Proctor chops that one into the surface down towards Mason Crane at deep third. Another single will be taken. Go on.
Brian in Brisbane says, back in about 2003 or so, Sherbatta, the Rawalpindi Express, was in Northampton, and I happened upon him and his 2 mates in St Giles Street. I said, are you okay? He said, any decent Italian food in town? Mansell Mann met Henry Cooper in Blue Water Shopping Centre, stood outside the All Blacks Hotel in Cardiff before a rugby test. Shock horror says they were big lads. Who could have guessed? Ash Watts, Daventry RC spotter, said, I had a paper round in the village I grew up in and had a new customer. Couldn't find the letterbox, so knocked the door, and it was Bobby Davro, beg your pardon. Misread that.
Harris bowling here to Harrison, who punches that one proficiently off the back foot. Gains plenty of velocity. Square of the wicket. That will be 4 more runs to Calvin Harrison. Bided his time a little bit earlier on. It's on 1 from 14. Has now moved on to 11 from 17 deliveries faced.
Reggie Dixon says, in sixth form, I took the option in the games afternoon to play cricket at the Sports Centre next to Sapphire Gardens. The chap in charge was Tony Caudle. Nice chap. Too fast for me. For those who don't know, that is a man with 700 first-class wickets as that's guided away through the cover. Sprawling stop to make sure it's no more than one. Really neat fielding from Kieran Carlson, who's just hurt himself in the process, it looks like here. Taking a bang to the hand. I think it's when it jams into the ground, just there, that right hand. Hopefully nothing too serious for him. So yeah, a few legends of cricket and showbiz named there. You let us know your stories, and we really appreciate all of you for chipping in on the YouTube live chat. Lovely to hear from you.
Harris around the wicket here to Proctor. Tries to dab that down beyond Sam Northeast. Yeah, we've had some nice interactions today, haven't we? Plenty of stories, and always nice to find out where people are tuning in from and what chance encounters we've had with some of the titans of this game.
With Sherbak pursuing Italian food, Ian Bell in Sainsbury's,
yeah,
Bobby Davro, etc.
Proctor covering up on the defensive shot there. That will be a dot ball to round out the 25th over. Northamptonshire 107 for 1. Home side still trail by 360 runs in this first innings. It is funny though, because aside from sports, I can't say I've met too many quote-unquote celebrities. It's one thing that I've not really had the opportunity with in life, other than people in sport. Met a few footballers here and there, again, just on chance encounters, a couple of rugby players, obviously cricketers.
I mean, I think I gently suggest you're doing yourself down a little. You've interviewed Courtney Walsh and Sir Gordon Greenwich.
I thought you were just about to say I've commentated with Michael McCann then.
God, no, absolutely not. Wouldn't even say that in an entirely sarcastic sense. Well, Hassan continuing. He's got the only wicket to fall so far. And in truth, it's a wicket, if you scroll back and watch it on the live stream, that I think Ricardo Vasconcelos will be in the dressing room still working down his frustrations, and I wouldn't blame him because he did all the hard work. He got to 50 and he departed for that exact milestone. It really was the classic of you get to the milestone and your concentration just goes for a second, chipped up a pretty innocuous delivery straight to Crane at short mid-wicket.
So that one strays down the leg side, and that will be 4 runs given as leg byes by the standing umpire. So Northamptonshire now 111 for 1. Slightly outside of the game plan, that, looking at the field sets. I mean, Harris is down there, but he's not that fine. Operating more at long leg, just in front of the players' balcony at the heavy sweep. Still got 2 slips in play. Chris Cook, the keeper, up to the stumps. Very much a spread field here. 5-4 on the offside. Zul Hassan bowls it straight, and he has been whipped away, and whipped away delightfully, all the way for 6 runs. Another picture-perfect pickup from Calvin Harrison. Sends it into the stands. And already expensive over this from Zainul Hassan. Those 4 leg byes followed up by a hefty 6. Northamptonshire now 117 for 1. So we just have a little bit of a search party there for the ball behind the Briggs and Forrester family stand. Sam Northeast just going over to try and have a look. I believe a couple of spectators have gone behind the stand, so there'll be a little bit of a delay here. There we go, it's just been found. Tim van der Hoogten bringing the ball back into the field of play.
Probably 2 of the shots of the day from Harrison, in terms of just both the timing, but the aesthetic beauty of them and the wrist work as well.
Absolutely glorious, aren't they?
Philip Richards says, need to give Mason Crane a twirl. I think I broadly agree that if I was Crane, I'd be starting to do that thing where bowlers warm up to get the captain's attention.
That one straight again and fenced away on the onside. The only thing that I can think of is that he was struck on the bowling hand, wasn't he? He was wringing the wrist after
Yeah,
that short
good
ball.
point.
It stung his right hand, but even so on this surface, and we saw Calvin Harrison earlier today absolutely ripping it. Definitely a conducive wicket here for the spinners. That ball is deflected away down towards deep backward square for a single. Yeah, we are quite lucky with county cricket. Got a lot of people who are very nice, very friendly, both former and current pros. Of course, you mentioned there, Gordon Greenwich, Corny Walsh. I mean, they are two absolute icons. They're titans, they're legends, whatever you want to call them. And they're so humble, aren't they? So welcoming, so warm, so humble, and just brilliant men.
Guides that into the offside. Yeah, both of those had the pleasure of dealing with a fair bit of them. 26 overs gone, 118 for one for Lashings. Team that, for those maybe unfamiliar, a Legends team that play fundraising fixtures predominantly around the UK. It raise a huge amount for charitable good causes. And they will bring the likes of Ambrose, Walsh, Greenwich, etc. to your club potentially, and those two certainly are a delight to deal with. One of my great memories of last summer was those 2 games in back-to-back days, and being driven by Gordon Greenwich on the day of the summer solstice past Stonehenge with the glorious sunshine, and us just chatting about the game for 3 or 4 hours. We went from one cricket ground to another, and that is the kind of shot that Sir Gordon Greenwich himself would approve of. That is square drive for 4 with a minimum of fuss. Continues to build very nicely here, Harrison. We've seen the bludgeoning of those 2 sixes, but that's a far more measured, well-timed stroke, but equally as effective in terms of making the scoreboard continue to tick. He has 23 off 24.
Yeah, good acceleration this from Harrison. We touched upon it before, but 1 from his first 14. Since scored 22 from his next 10 deliveries faced. Just took his time to really get his eye in. That ball is fenced away into the offside for no run. Sure that Gordon Greenwich, when England have toured the West Indies as well, has offered almost that hospitality of people coming round to his house. And he's cooked for them. I'm sure there's a story about that.
Yeah, correct. He's done versions of this for quite a number of years around England, West Indies series. He's a fantastic chef.
And that is a fantastic shot from Calvin Harrison. Absolutely top-notch work from the Nottinghamshire loanee. He now moves on to 27 from 26. Watchful as he may have been early doors, he is now seeing it like a beach ball. And Northamptonshire race along to 126 for 1.
Yeah, and it's forcing a change in the field here, it looks like.
Maybe a change in the ball as well. Will just be inspected by the umpire. They'll pop it through the metal rings.
Yeah, so Gordon Greenwich, in association with various people, and he's done this with Lashings previously as well, will either come to someone's home and cook for them, and then effectively be, you can't even call it an after-dinner speaker, because if there's 10 or 12 of you, that's not even after-dinner speaking. That's a personal experience and a Q&A with one of the greats. And he's also hosted people in that regard as well. A lucky few. So that's just nudged into the onside, just straightening up that time Harris. Ash Watts has chipped in with a story. My best one was at Lord's, walking around the back of the long room, and I literally bumped into someone as I was miles away taking it all, and the chap I bumped into was Stuart Broad. I wouldn't,
Nice.
I wouldn't blame you for taking a moment to realise it's him, because unless you are also pretty tall, then you've got to actually take a moment to look up. Steve West. Harris is in again. And that's good, sensible batting. Let's push the field back with those 2 square drives, and that means that just a little nudge into the offside. It's a risk-free single. Steve West has a 50-year-old Glamorgan fan listening in from Cardiff, and also hold the Welsh record for kicking the longest drop goal ever in Wales, 66 yards in 1980.
Crikey.
That's a hell of an effort. I mean, I don't have an ability to independently verify that sitting here in a cricket commentary box in Northampton, but willing to extend an olive branch and very much trust you on that.
Harris around the wicket here to Proctor. Drives that back to the bowler for no run. So that will be the end of the 27th over. 127 for 1 is the score that Northamptonshire have reached. A reminder for those who may be tuning in a little bit later on in today's broadcast. Glamorgan bowled out for 467 earlier on in the morning session here on day 1. Just the 1 over being bowled before lunch. Northamptonshire had got to a score of 2 without loss, and it looks as though our wish has been granted on this occasion as Mason Crane will come on to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Of course, already scored those runs with the bat, 41 not out to be precise. And here he is now with a big opportunity to just change the momentum of this innings. All looks very comfortable for Luke Proctor and Calvin Harrison. As everybody is well aware, Mason Crane, a leg spin wizard. Plenty of experience now for the former England international. He has settled into life in a Glamorgan shirt like a glove. But absolutely do keep these stories coming in. It's always one of the great things about the county championship, as you see the ebbs and the flows, and we can have this conversation, this interaction as well. We really do appreciate it. It's Crane straight away. I think he may have tickled the outside edge there. Looking at the reaction, at least was very close to it. Though Chris Cook's body language maybe suggests otherwise. Doesn't look too disappointed after that one. That one will be punched away for a single through the covers.
Well, you're definitely already seeing first up why we were excited to see him come into the attack. It's funny, he's someone who it feels like he has been around forever. And yet he is only turning 28 in February of this year. So as a spinner in particular, he's actually pretty young. You would still like to think that Mason Crane's best years are very much a long way ahead of him. It feels like a millennium ago that you had those appearances for England, just 3.
Well, that's a good leave on that occasion from Luke Proctor.
He was called in for 1 Ashes test in Sydney in yet another failed winter overseas tour in Australia for England. 1 for 193 from his 48 overs bowled.
Well, that one has been absolutely clubbed away by Luke Proctor. Sails over the rope for 6 runs. And welcome to the game, Mason Crane. 4th delivery bowls, and the former Lancashire man smoked him away out to deep mid-wicket for 6.
Yeah, he's had to stay really focused in the last 45 minutes or so, Proctor, because he's had a strange spell in the game where he's consistently lost the strike. He's not faced a lot of the bowling. But now, it's giving Crane something to think about. And that's always a good jewel to see when a leg spinner is willing to toss it up above the eye line and is getting turn. And a batter is looking to be aggressive in counter-punching.
That one down the leg side. There's a huge appeal for caught behind. Crane has celebrated. And the umpire completely unmoved at the non-striker's end. Well, that was a big celebrity appeal there for Mason Crane. Chris Cook thought that there was potentially some glove or a little bit of bat on that. In the end, though, after all of that, it's a dot ball.
I mean, regardless, it's a fantastic bit of glove work from Cook, no doubt. That's off the leading edge as well. Well, Crane, as promised, he's certainly making things happen. An eventful first over, a bludgeon 6 in it, 7 coming from it in total, 1 3 4 for 1 of 28 then. Yeah, Glamorgan were adamant, and you might say fielding teams often are, and I know what you're saying. But even by that level, there was a level of enthusiasm and appeals behind it that suggests they really thought they'd got their man. And of course, don't have any of the more higher end Snicko hotspotty type gadgets available. There's only so much we can tell you and show you. What is for certain is Proctor survives.
Harrison defensive with his approach on this first delivery. Just looking at the field set, still a 5-4 here for James Harris. 2 slips in play. Those men are Colin Ingram and the captain Sam Northeast respectively. Tim van der Hoogten in at mid-off. Kieran Carlson operating in the covers. So got Zainal Hassan down at deep point. Oh, and that one risen slightly. It's Harrison on the right thigh. As for the 4 men on the onside, Asita Fernando operating at mid-on. Asa Tribe in at mid-wickets. A deep backward square leg in Ben Kellaway. And there is also a fielder down at deep fine leg, Mason Crane. Unsurprisingly in that position, given the fact that he's bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Oh, it's that one. Sharp bounce. Just holding back the length on that occasion is Harris.
James Driscoll says, I was once at a school cricket day with Monty Panesar. He asked me directly who my favourite Northants spinner was. I said Graham Swan. He was very disappointed. Yeah, going back to our interactions with high-profile cricketers, not all of them go quite as you would like.
Harrison stylishly flicks that away down towards deep backward square. That will just be a single taken. No reason to take any unnecessary risks. This has been a really good start to the innings for Northamptonshire. Of course, we've seen Ricardo Vasconcelos come and go for 50. Proctor is on 45 from 70. Calvin Harrison has just moved into the 30s with that latest single. So no reason to do anything too untoward here as far as the home side are concerned. It's that one driven back into the palms of Harris for no run. Just seeing a few more clouds move in overhead. Don't think they're anything too scary. Just making the conditions a little bit more overcast compared to the morning session. So that one is down the leg side, flicks away very stylishly. Al Hassan will cut that one off. And after all of that, it will just be a single. Really good work out in the field there from the all-rounder. Northamptonshire now 136 for 1 after 29. That deficit remains at 331, but still have 9 wickets in the shed. Plenty of batting to come in the forms of James Sales and Saif Saib, Justin Broad, the 19-year-old Addy Sharma, Metro Bank One Day Cup captain, Lewis McManus, Liam Guthrie as well. Well, he's provided some entertainment across formats with the bat in hand, so really has been the ideal start this for the Tudor Rose.
It's funny you mentioned those clouds. So we were talking in the first session about what a weird and wonderful and bizarre sport cricket is. The clouds are another great example, by which I mean all the science says that the ball shouldn't behave any differently under overcast cloud cover. There's still no formal scientific evidence that supports it. So here's Mason Crane. And that's just wide of mid-off. It's half a hand on it. Then we'll have to go back and chase to try and fully complete the stop. Van der Houten. But anecdotally, you speak to cricketers right across generations, and the more cricket-based perspective on it in terms of what the clouds and the overcast conditions do, and they'll all tell you, oh, 100% it does more. And I think most people, anecdotally, based on the eye test in a long period of time, would say you'd far rather bowl in overcast conditions with the clouds than with the sun out. Down the track, and has got a really decent chunk of that. One bounce four. Well, the way of tackling Mason Crane is that Northants are going to be aggressive, and that aggression takes Luke Proctor to his 50. Very nicely batted. 50 off 73 balls. And he brings it up with a 5th 4 to go with a 6 as well. On to 52. That strike.
He's played the situation really well, hasn't he? Luke Proctor. Such an experienced head in this Northants team. That one very full. Mason Crane. Also worth mentioning that the previous delivery, the 50 partnership, was brought up between these two. So the partnership now stands at 55 between Proctor and Harrison. And that is what the game is all about, building those significant stands. It's Crane looking to impart some more spin there with the leg break. Of course, that's turning in to the left-handed Proctor, whereas the googly from the back of the hand will turn away. On that one, catches the leading edge.
Worth just reminding you of where the overall day sits. So Glamorgan batted for another 25.4 overs from their overnight position. So that's taken as 26. We lose 2 for the change of innings and had 1 before lunch. So we had 29 overs in the first session. So that's whipped away for what be a comfortable single. We don't have tea until there's 32 overs left in the day. 96 overs in the day overall. So what that means is that we will not have tea until there's been 35 overs of play in the afternoon session. We've right now had 29. So if my maths is right, you have 6 overs until that tea interval. I would expect Crane is going to bowl through at this end. I'm a little bit surprised that maybe for the last 3 from this far end, the David Capel end, that Glamorgan haven't maybe thought of giving Fernando another burst potentially. Even trying Kellaway at that end as a spinner, picking up a bit of extra bounce. You can see on the live stream pictures that there's a bit of rough for Crane to work with. But even at that other end, there is some spots of rough that Kellaway could be useful in. Harris is driven back down the ground. None for 38 off 7 for James Harris. Or even, given he was so threatening with that new ball, try and Van der Houten. Again, just for 2-3 overs, there's a burst before tea saying, can you just fire it up? Because you've got that tea break to rest and recharge. Harris this time flicked away with a minimum of fuss. 4 more for Proctor, who looks so in control and composed here. Just straying onto the pads. Always a danger bowling right arm around that. You end up kind of losing that line, losing your alignment a little bit. Trying to come wider of the crease, Harris. He's now put a fielder out for that shot. Short mid-wicket has gone to deep square leg.
Very next ball, Proctor plays that one defensively. It's one of those shots, isn't it? It's what would be described in volleyball as low calorie, just because you're not actually having to do much. All you have to do is just turn the wrist, and
I like that term, low calorie.
the pace of the ball just does the rest for you.
Minimalism.
Exactly. It's effortless. It is one of my favourite sporting terms as well. That's why they just want to throw it in there.
Just jabs that down, fielded by second slip.
So good to see this, though, isn't it, from Luke Proctor? Already spoke about those previous performances. 64 away at Old Trafford, then scored 150 against Derbyshire. That one in the away game, 61 and 56 against Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens. Harris is driven here by Proctor to Fernando for no run. Then scores of 62 and 107 against Middlesex. Finally, 71 here at Wantage Road against the aforementioned Derbyshire. So, it's been a pretty good season for Luke Proctor, leading from the front. Always good to see him in the runs, and I think we're both in agreement today, Michael, that this has been a crucial knock from the veteran.
That's going to be another single. Problem with that field on the onside, pretty much anywhere that's not straight at mid-on, any contact, and it's at least a run. So Harris has gone for 43 of 8. The championship this season, he has 21 wickets at an average of 38. I do wonder whether those last 2 overs from that David Capel end before tea, is the skipper tempted to try something a little bit different?
Well, it is interesting you say that, because Ben Kellaway has started warming up a little bit more vigorously, been going through stretches, doing a little bit of Pilates on the field. So maybe that is the change of tactic. It's something that you did mention we could see him before tea.
Well, he's got a little bit of rough to work with, and he's got extra bounce. This end is definitely the better end for a spinner. We've seen most of the spinners tend to operate from our end, the Lynn Wilson centre end, and that is where Mason Crane comes in from. It's flicked nicely to that sort of short, wide mid-on. Crane, who mentioned earlier, has an England Test cap in that 2017-18 Ashes series and a couple of England T20 appearances where he took 1 wicket from 8 overs at a cost of 62 runs. As that's crashed away through the offside. 4 runs from Proctor, who is looking very comfortable against Crane in this duel. Left-hander to the leg spinner is often a better matchup. Looks like a top spinner from Crane. Brings up the Northants 150. We mentioned that saving the follow-on would be a big factor in this game, both for Glamorgan's push to win the match and also Northants starting to rebuild. And they're actually almost halfway to doing that. 158. 159 would be the midway point. 317, 318 to save the follow-on. Full toss. That will be a quick single.
At the end of this over as well, we'll have score updates. Plenty of wickets falling across the country, especially in Division 1. Tell you what, that game at Worcester, very, very evenly poised. Just 25 runs between Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire heading into the second innings.
Noticeable turn there for Crane. Was well negotiated, though, by Harrison. Good sign that you're playing a spinner well is that you're either defending with the bat well out in front of the pad, you're either going right the way back in contact point deep in your crease, or you're coming down and meeting it on the half volley. Oh, beautifully bowled by Crane and gone. Caught at slip. That is magnificent from Mason Crane. Turn and bounce. And Harrison, who'd been leading something of a counter-attack, has to go for 30 off 36. Critical breakthrough for Glamorgan not long before tea. Mason Crane comes up trumps, his first wicket. Harrison has to go 153 for 2. Sharp catch from Colin Ingram.
I was just about to mention that. What a catch that is from Colin Ingram. Jumping on that like a panther. We'll take a look at the replay here. And it's exactly the kind of dismissal you love to see as a leg spinner. Crane inducing the outside of Harrison's bats. Look at the sharp reflexes and reactions there from Colin Ingram. Absolutely outstanding work in the slips. Even so, pretty handy knock that from Calvin Harrison. His race in this first innings is run. And now entering the middle is James Sales, the 22-year-old son of Northamptonshire legend David Sales. Began his club cricket journey at Overston Park. Worked on his bowling with the late, great David Capel, after whom the other end is named after. Of course, now in this Northamptonshire team, really establishing himself as one of the go-to guys, the ever-reliable options across disciplines. And so far this season, he's chipped in with numerous significant contributions, scored 92 away at Lancashire, 70 against Gloucestershire, and the absolute pick of the bunch, that fine 108 against Middlesex. So he's got a big role to play here. Has James Sales.
Yeah, 554 runs in the champ at an average of just a tickle over 30. We'll be facing Crane. And don't forget, and I like this as well, we've got a silly mid-off in now as well as a short leg and Ingram at slip. That type of dismissal, it's not just the fact that it's got Harrison out, but it sends a ripple through that Northants dressing room. The bounce and the turn, that will be in the back of Sales's mind as he takes guard and faces Crane. Just guiding out to silly mid-off. 32 overs gone, 153 for 2. Successful over for Crane, who in the championship this season has 14 wickets at an average of 25 in the 4 games that he's played. You take that every time as a spinner. Even in a summer that's been slightly on the warmer side. To be picking up your wickets at that rate as a spinner in the county championship is magnificent work.
Most definitely is. We'll give you that score update as well, as we do have what we thought would be the change of bowling. So James Harris taken out of the attack, and it will be Ben Kellaway coming on to bowl his ambidextrous finger spin. So we'll start in that game in Division 1 at New Road. Worcestershire were bowled out for 182. In response, Nottinghamshire, well, they've been bowled out for 207 within the space of 71 overs. So that one hangs in the balance. Down on the south coast, well, Sussex have been bowled out for 122 runs in response to Hampshire's 226. Hampshire now 94 for 7 at tea. It's Kellaway here to Proctor. Short, dragged down and absolutely cracked away just in front of deep forward square. Easy pickings that for Luke Proctor, who now moves on to 67 from 88 deliveries faced. Play is back underway at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Plenty of rain in the West Country. Somerset 268 for 4 against Yorkshire in that particular contest. Then at tea on day 2 at Chelmsford, Essex 196 for 3. As Proctor covers that one on the defensive. Still trail by 137 runs. And last but by no means least in the First Division, Surrey 58 for none after bowling out Warwickshire for 248. All shouts to catch it. Just carved away to tumbling James Harris for no run. So the Brown Caps, the reigning champions from the past 3 seasons, lead by 56 runs. Proctor defends once more. Then in the game taking place at Grace Road, Leicestershire, well, they've done pretty well actually after a shaky start. The league lead is 159 for 3. Lewis Hill on 58. Shan Masood on 20 unbeaten, heading into the evening session in that game. As the match taking place down in Canterbury, Lancashire 235 for 8. They still trail Kent by 57 runs at the Spitfire ground. As Proctor defends the final delivery of the 33rd over, Northamptonshire are 157 for 2.
Just 3 overs to go until tea then. Crane has got 2 of them. We'll be thinking if he can winkle out one more, particularly the well-set Proctor, who is very key. Glamorgan will start to dream of a tumble of wickets in the evening session.
So it will be Crane. One final score update as well, coming to you from Lords, and we'll give you that in a few moments' time. Sales defends that first one, and this is the big one in Division 2. Middlesex 226 for 5. They trail by 57 runs. Derbyshire putting up 283 from their first innings. That one is driven confidently. Square of the wicket to get James Sales off the mark. It's the former Derbyshire man, Leicester Ploy, who has been the thorn in his former county side. He's on 66 not out from 111. Joe Cracknell on 34 from 59. So not long to go here until the tea interval. 2.4 overs.
Some questions in the YouTube live chat about tea and timings. So in the Rothesay County Championship, tea is not done by a fixed time. It's done by a point of the game in terms of overs. So the day is 96 overs. That's ideally if over rate's being kept up with 3 lots of 32. Here's Crane again. Oh, and he's got another. Flicked straight to leg slip. And Proctor, who has played so superbly for his 67 and looked very comfortable against Crane, ends up guiding it straight to the field around the corner. 2 wickets in as many overs for Crane, with T approaching 158 for 3. A marvellous knock from the Northants captain comes to an end.
And this is what leg spinners do. They get you wickets. They can be expensive at times. It's a good catch, isn't it? Under the helmet there by Kieran Carlson. But they can be match winners and they can define the narrative of an innings. I mean, I suppose the question you could say, where was Mason Crane a little bit earlier? He's only just started his spell. Could have potentially been utilised slightly earlier on in the innings. But I tell you what, this has been an inspired spell in these opening 3.3 overs. Dismissing 2 set batting options as Luke Proctor departs to a warm round of applause here at the County Ground, Northampton. He goes for 67. And the new man entering the middle is Saif Zaib, who before this game was the 2nd leading run scorer of Division 2. Scored 1,047 runs at 61.58, which included 5 centuries and 4 50s. It has been an unbelievable summer for this man in red ball cricket, and he'll be hoping to capitalise on that rich form heading into this game and take Northamptonshire closer and closer to that 467 that Glamorgan posted in the first innings. But 2 new batters at the crease, Michael, and this is less than ideal, isn't it, for Northants?
Yeah, the only player who, safe save, Luke Proctor heads out, and the only player who scored more runs for Northampton in the Champo this season replaces him. Proctor's average has propped up to just short of 48 after that knock, so he can be pretty proud of that. He set a base. That's pushed away through the covers, very aggressive field, so there's nobody remotely between mid-off and point. So boundary to get off the mark for safe save. Proctor with 8 50-plus scores in the championship now, and today, unfortunately, was the 6th time of those 8 where he hasn't gone on to make it to triple figures, but he can be very proud of that innings. Proctor with 67 off 94, 8 fours and a boundary. Crane back in a better place. He's got 3 round the bat, and he's got a deep backward square leg and one just in front of deep square leg as well for the sweep. Nice looking block from Zabe, who will take confidence both from 2 well-timed authoritative defensive shots and a boundary from his first ball. 162 for 3, 2 overs to go until tea. So just coming back to a couple of people asking about that. Tea is done. Tea is taken, to be precise, when there's 32 overs left in the day. So even though we only had 29 overs in the first session, which concluded as per schedule at 12:30, with us being on 10:30 starts now into September, the afternoon session only ends at no specific time. It ends when there's 32 overs left in proceedings. So just an awkward couple of overs here suddenly for Sales and Zabe to negotiate. Spin from both ends. Callaway trying to follow on from Crane, who's definitely, particularly Crane's top spinner, seems to be really kicking in the surface, picking up that extra bounce.
That one has just been turned around the corner. Chase on here for Kieran Carlson. Was motored after that one. Great bit of acceleration there. After that, it will just be a single. Absolutely no surprise in just the one being taken. Callaway happy to continue with the right arm off breaks. So short leg in place. Carlson takes the lid off, and he now goes into slightly wider slip position. Save off the back foot. Callaway has his hands on his head. Knows that one gets a little bit low. I'll tell you what, this now, it's a pretty important passage of play for the hosts. 10 deliveries to survive before tea. Zabe plays that one very adeptly indeed.
Yeah, you do sense Zabe is particularly key here. He's been a standout batter for Northants this season. He comes in at a difficult time with wickets having fallen. Callaway, a very different type of spinner. He's taller, he pushes it very much quicker and flatter than Crane. It's quite rare you see Callaway get the ball above the batter's eye line.
It's that one left alone outside the off stump of the left-hander. Pretty good stuff this from Ben Callaway. One more delivery remains, and this is 6th of the game. Just providing some control. But that one will be a single to round out the 35th over of the innings. Northamptonshire 164 for 3. Zabe on 5, Sales on 1 from 4 deliveries faced. This now will be the final over before tea on day 2. No surprises as to who is bowling it. It's Mason Crane, 2 for 24 from his 4 overs. And those 2 wickets have really just changed this session was convincingly, commandingly Northamptonshire's. Having been 2 for none at lunch, looked as though they're going to be on around about 160 for 1. As soon as he's been brought into the attack, well, the home side now 164 for 3. Sabe strides into that one, defends it for no run. He has got the scoring option on the offside. This is a very heavy onside field. Leg slip, short leg, short mid-wicket, mid-on in place, as well as deep forward square and deep backward square. Sabe just tickles that. Sam Northeast for no run. Still got the conventional slip in play. Tim van der Houten at a wide-ish mid-off. Sita Fernando at backward point as well. Just a little bit of a field change here. Zainul Hassan is brought into the circle. Oh, that one. Spinning sharply, played adeptly off the back foot by Sabe through the covers. So 3 balls until tea. Northamptonshire 165 for 3. And now the field changes once more. That silly mid-off in play. Also got the first slip and short leg. Straight away, Kieran Carlson brought in there. All adjustments being made.
There's such great theatre about this, isn't there? Playing for the interval. We've got a 4th close catcher coming in now. Sam Northeast at 2nd slip. Get them all in. Why not? Try and tempt sales. Here's Crane. Penultimate ball before tea. Left alone. A great leave. 1 left to negotiate. Shane Warne used to be a master of moments like this. He'd slow things right down. Make the batter wait.
Here it is then. Last ball before tea on day 2. Crane to Sales. Pushes forward on that one. Can't beat the fielder in a short cover. And that will be the end of the afternoon session here on day 2. Northamptonshire 165 for 3. They dominated large swathes of those 35 overs played. But in the end, it's Mason Crane who's been the catalyst for Glamorgan, getting the crucial wickets of Calvin Harrison and Luke Proctor after Ricardo Vasconcelos had departed for 50 earlier on in the session. Still a decent one in terms of runs being scored, though, by the home side, 163 over the course of that. At one point, they're motoring along at almost 5 runs per over. But this game now is very intriguingly poised as we head into the final 32 overs of the day's play. So we will have a little bit of a break here on the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream. Play will resume around about 4 o'clock. So please feel free to go and grab a drink, grab a bite to eat and sit back and watch the remainder of the day's play here. For myself, Aaron Viles and Michael McCann, for the time being, we'll take a little bit of a breather and we'll be back with you in around about 15 to 20 minutes time.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Well, hello and welcome back to the county ground, Northampton, where Northamptonshire were 165 for 3 at tea. We had some great entertainment from Mason Crane. That final over, plenty of men around the bat. And now, I imagine we'll see a little bit more spin, potentially from Ben Kellaway, the aforementioned Crane. So 32 overs of the day's play left here on day 2 at Wantage Road. A really absorbing game of cricket so far. My name is Aaron Foyles. Alongside me is the marvellous Michael McCann. And Michael, in terms of this final session, I think it's just a case of batting time, isn't it?
For
Northants.
For Northants, absolutely. For Glamorgan, this is the kind of session that can define a season. You are at that point in things. Coming into this round, still with an outside chance of taking the title off Leicestershire in the best case scenario. In the worst case scenario, still every chance of missing out on the top 2 with Middlesex and Derbyshire breathing down their neck. Good session here for Glamorgan, and who knows, Northants might even end up bowled out with, if they really have a good one, the Welsh outfit, a dilemma about whether to enforce the follow-on or a chance to maybe get batting again and rack that lead up. The Northants, in the most optimistic interpretation, they will be thinking, with particularly Zabe at the crease, who's been a star of their county championship campaign, that good contributions from their middle order can get them first innings parity. As Zabe faces the first ball after tea and produces a good leave. Plenty of you chipping in the YouTube live chat. Neil Thornycroft says, Neil in Newport, enjoying your commentary. Good, humorous and informative. That's very kind. Neil is in fact my it's my pseudonym. It's my burner account. I wrote that in the tea interval. David Evenden, those two wickets before tea makes that session very even. Big last session coming up. Totally agree. Colin Simmons says, watching from Newport and Glamorgan, building a strong team for the future. Just need, he feels this side need a bit more pace options going forward as Sabe gets right in behind that. To remind you of Sabe's credentials, he has more than 1,000 runs in the Champo this season at an average in excess of 60. And while we're reminding you of things, do get in touch on the YouTube live chat, or if you prefer to do so elsewhere, you can do so via Aaron on @ the County Cricket Pod, and yours truly, Michael McCann, on @ This Is McCann. This is McCann, MCCANN on Twitter or Instagram. Get your questions in. 2 slips in. Still hunting for first scalp after tea, but it's been a nice first over from the resumption, and it's the man bowling it who I would have 100% wanted. Tim van der Houten. His first 4 overs today in particular were excellent. Not only did they go for just 4, he was constantly beating the bat and challenging that outside edge, so no doubt the instruction from his skipper, bend your back and get me a wicket.
Save that time, looking to clip that one away through mid-wicket. Yeah, he's been ever so disciplined. Just needs that wicket on the board.
Bit of cloud cover here as well that will assist Van der Houten, I reckon.
Oh, that one keeping a little bit low. Gets Sabe on the defensive. He remains 6 not out. I've seen that all game long from the David Capel end. That inconsistent bounce. Some really rearing up, producing some sharp bounce off of the length. Other ones keeping dangerously low, especially that one from Justin Broad yesterday, bringing those stumps into play. Save this time, able to just turn that around the corner off the hips. So that will be a single conceded by Van der Houten. Northamptonshire 166 for 3. Still trailing by 301 runs. So it will be a return to spin, this time with Mason Crane. 2 for 25 were his figures from his 5 overs before tea. And he was the catalyst, the X factor for Glamorgan, getting the key wickets of Calvin Harrison, caught quite magnificently by a diving Colin Ingram in at slip. Of course, getting the wicket of Luke Proctor, who guided it straight towards Kieran Carlson in a catching leg slip. And those 2 wickets really have brought the Welsh outfit well and truly back into the innings.
Yeah, no doubt it had to be Crane from this end. And the tea break actually helped us have an added appreciation of his excellence, as his first ball after the resumption is skillfully worked away through the covers for what will be 1. Fielding done by Ben Kellaway. In the tea break, your 2 live stream commentators plus 4 members of the hard-working Northamptonshire production crew behind the scenes had a game of commentary box cricket with a tennis ball and I believe it was a chair leg as the bat, with a bin as the stumps. Crane this time is slapped out through deep point. Nice tumbling stop, keeps it to 2. Smart work out there from Zain Al Hassan. Yours truly was bringing out his worst attempted leg break long hops with very little to no control, and gaining only a further appreciation that Mason Crane does make it look very easy, with those 3 catches around the bat waiting as well.
That one given plenty of flight. Just worked away through mid-wicket. Moves safe onto 9, and, well, we are just looking out there now. It has started to drizzle.
Where has this come from?
That's a very good question.
And look, at risk of that being clipped off as a meme, of course it's the sky, but what I mean is there was not even a hint of rain in any forecasts anywhere.
No, it doesn't appear to be too bad at the moment, as that one has beaten absolutely everybody. No one down at deep fine legs, so that will be 4 runs off the bat of James Sales. Moves him on to 6 runs. Yeah, just looking out the window, doesn't appear to be too heavy as of yet, although the wind is just whipping it up slightly. Difficult conditions all around these. I mean, there is a big grey cloud overhead. After that, nothing too bad. So fingers crossed this is just passing.
Yeah, it's always really tough for the umpires in situations like this. For do you stay or do you go? I think right now the umpires are taking the view that they're hoping this will quickly move on. The ground staff, as they should be, are poised like 100-metre sprinters at the Olympics in the blocks.
That one short and cut away on the offside down towards Zain Al Hassan for the single. So that will be the end of the 38th over. Goes for 8 runs. Crane has those figures of 2 for 34. Northamptonshire now 174 for 3. We are just looking over there at the ground staff. Doesn't appear to be too much urgency as of yet. I mean, we do just hope it is this big bit of cloud. It's just passing overhead. After that, a little bit of sunshine, blue sky. As you said, Michael, this has just appeared out of seemingly thin air. Maybe a change in the wind direction has blown it over the ground, but we hope that it doesn't bring about a delay. It's Van der Houten bowling here from the David Capel ends. That one again has risen, just turned away towards backward square by Sales for the single.
Reasonably steady rain, though. I think it's fair to say if this were maybe a different fixture in a different competition, we'd be off by now. And it's firmly in that bracket of you wouldn't start in it. That strange nuance of the game.
Does appear to have gotten slightly heavier as well. Van der Houten bowls here to safe save. We can see it on the glass in front of us here in the comms box. What started out as very fine spit or drizzle, depending on your terminology, does appear to just be picking up slightly. Although for the time being, just looking around the ground staff, well, they're by the covers, but not in a position to move them on as of yet. Two standing umpires, Neil Pratt and Chris Watts, also happy for play to continue. Sabe plays that one down towards Asita Fernando at mid-on for the dot ball.
Just decided to go for the very unscientific option of walk outside the commentary box, stick your hands out, move a few yards away from it. A bit of a wind has whipped up, and it's in that sort of measly drizzle type thing. The umpire's deciding it will pass, but we definitely wouldn't have started in it. That's strange nuance. That one is locked out to cover point. Not really a lot of fun if you're Zaben Sales here, to be perfectly honest. Not enjoyable to bat in, and if you're out there long enough, you might well be having to speak to your sponsor to get another bat afterwards because of the rain damage that might have been soaked into it. And then, of course, you have the match situation. They've both not been out there that long either side of tee. And Van der Houten has got his tail up, charging in. And he's being driven back down the ground to mid-on.
Well, it is strange as well, just looking at the radar on numerous weather apps. Doesn't appear to be anything over Northampton at the moment, so this really is.
Well, that's why I said, where has this come from? Because it wasn't touted to be any. The sky didn't particularly change in terms of colour, and all of a sudden there was rain appearing on our last commentary box.
Strange indeed.
That one's just turned straight to a short mid-wicket. Brian in Brisbane says reasonably heavy shower on north side at Kings Heath. Hopefully we manage to continue uninterrupted here until the close of play, which the close will come as long as we don't lose overs at 68 overs into the Northants innings. So with 29 overs left in the day. For now, Crane will continue. Crane, who has been, without doubt, the X-factor spark that has made the difference here.
We have also just had the floodlights come on here at the county ground, so the umpire's happy for the time being, but it is one of those stipulations that the floodlights are allowed to be on to basically support the natural light, but not to replace it. Doesn't appear to be too dark as of yet, though, as Crane bowls here to Sales. Haven't seen the light meters out as of yet, but it is just an important thing to notice here. Although just looking to our right-hand side, the sun is beaming through again.
Yeah, relatively hopeful that that little tiny passing shower is all we get. Can worry about the rain tomorrow instead. Driven straight to short cover. I'd love to see another one or two catches in here for Crane, to be honest. We had 3, sometimes even 4 before tea. We've gone back to just the slip and the short leg. That's straight to backward point. Sales and Sabre both still in single figures. They haven't been out there that long. Crane is offering a threat. Just wonder whether at least a silly mid-off would feel worthwhile. It's definitely extra bounce here for Crane. As is demonstrated there again, but it's not taken. Dropped by Ingram. It is a life for Sales on just 8. Just as I was mentioning, that extra bounce that Crane is extracting out of the surface and wanting to see more catches in. That was not an easy chance, but must be said the one that Ingram took earlier in the day was of a much greater degree of difficulty. As that one comes off the inside edge and suddenly the rain does get heavier out of nowhere. Comfortably the heaviest it's been in this passing shower. And the umpires are going to come across for a little chit-chat with each other about what they might or might not do. Sales dropped with the score 175 for 3. Sales dropped on 8 by Ingram off Crane.
Well, that could prove to be a pretty pivotal moment. It was one of those, it was a reflex catch, wasn't it, for Colin Ingram? But he is safe as houses in the slip position. As you mentioned, took a really, really good diving catch to dismiss Calvin Harrison a little bit earlier on. Would have fancied his chances of snaffling that one. It wasn't to be, and James Sales does survive.
Flicked away stylishly. That will be 1 to deep square leg for Zabe, who continues on his merry way in what's been a fantastic summer for the all-rounder from High Wycombe. 116 at Lancs, 105 at Derbyshire, 159 against Gloucestershire, 102 against Middlesex, 196 at Kent. It's almost easier to name a team in the division that he hasn't got runs against than one he has, or the other way around. You know what I meant. In fact, he scored runs at least of 50 against 8 different sides in Div 2 this season. So that's blocked back. In fact, beg your pardon, that's not possible. Sorry, just a bit of a mental arithmetic here. He scored at least a 50 against all of the other 7 sides in the division. Just me misreading my own statistics. But that demonstrates the consistent excellence that he's shown. Everybody has been on the end of some treatment from Safe Zabe at some point this season as the sun happily bursts through. So we can stop talking about the possibility of going off for rain. It will make... It's one of those little things. So that would have been an irritating thing for Sales and Zabe to survive for the 10 minutes or so. But now it could have juiced up the pitch a bit, but also it might make this ball, which Glamorgan had been assiduously shining, all of that hard work go to waste because the outfield has now got a nice coating of water on it, as has the ball. Lovely looking straight drive, nicely fielded in his follow through by Van der Houten. Two slips still in, as there should be. Glamorgan have got to stay on the attack. They need wickets here. Straight to mid-on. I would expect a lot of this evening session will be Crane toiling away from our end, the Lynn Wilson centre end, and maybe a rotating band of Kellaway, Van der Houten, burst from Fernando at some point from the far end, the David Capel end.
Absolutely. I would tend to agree with that. We saw it yesterday. Calvin Harrison practically holding up this end. It was a little bit expensive by his standards, but it's given that pronounced spell. It's definitely the more favourable one for the leg spinner as we see the end of the over. Just 1 run conceded, and Northamptonshire 176 for 3. It tends to be the preferred end for Yuzvendra Chahal as well in both formats of cricket when he's played in ODI cricket, in List A cricket. Of course, if he was playing ODI here, would probably like to bowl from that end, and here in the county championship, just feels like there's a little bit more grip and purchase when you're spinning the ball both ways. It's unfortunate though for Northamptonshire in this final stretch of games. that Yuzi, unfortunately, isn't here. He's had to return home to India for personal reasons, so we are wishing Yuzi all the best. And an absolute pleasure to watch him do his thing here again in 2025, after making such an instant impact in 2024.
Crane with plenty of flight, teasing Zabe, who loves to be aggressive against spin. And he thuds that into the sight screen in front of us. Such a joy to watch those dancing feet against the twirler. And it gives Crane something to think about. Zabe going about it in a very modern way in terms of those three close catches, saying, look, I'm going to counter punch. Crane keeps the field the same, though, which you love to see. He's urging Zabe to go again, and Zabe this time drives him down the ground for 4 more. Really good duel on here between one of the most talented leggies on the county circuit and one of the most talented young batters on it. So back-to-back boundaries for Zabe. Is there a change of field? Hasn't noticeably been. Ben Kellaway has come across for a chat with Crane. And in fact, Kellaway is going to a more conventional mid-on and Van der Houten a more conventional mid-off. Both were very tight in those positions before. They've just dropped 5 yards or so back. This time Zabe goes back, cuts for 4. Zabe's in flow here. He's decided he's not letting Crane settle. 3 4s in a row. Crane just dropping too short. He's overcorrecting from those previous 2 deliveries. And Zabe, well, he almost cuts that off the stumps. And I mean that in a complimentary way. Going right back, using the depth of his crease. Locked back. 12 or 4 from the over.
Yeah, really good stuff that, isn't it, from Safe Zabe? We always talk about disrupting the rhythm of a spin bowler, whether that's a leggy or indeed a finger spinner. As Crane again decides to flight that one. You can't afford to almost have one bowler holding up an ends and going at 1 or 2 runs and over and getting wickets, applying that pressure through maiden overs. Got to try and take the attack, and Zabe straight away did that with a positive option. Shuffling down the track, plays that one nice and late again. Won't beat Fernando on this occasion, and that will be the ends of the over. Northamptonshire 188 for 3. And as we've just been informed in the YouTube live stream, the showers in King's Heath, which I assume are the King's Heath in Northampton towards Kingsthorpe Way and not King's Heath in Birmingham, have stopped. So thank you to Brian in Brisbane for that weather update. And of course here, we're now basked in sunshine at Wantage Road. Of course, we're more towards the east of Northampton, comparatively, towards Abington Way. If you are in the area tomorrow, you fancy coming down, please feel free to do so. Tickets are still available on the website as well as on the gate. So we are in for a very entertaining game of cricket here, it has to be said. Always good. I always find these games absorbing when you've got the spinners properly involved in the action. And we've seen that today for both sides. Of course, Calvin Harrison getting an early wicket in the morning session. Mason Crane getting those 2 wickets before tea. 2 crucial wickets as well in Harrison and a well-set Luke Proctor. It's one of those, feels like wickets could happen in bunches.
Oh, is there something on that? Bowler was interested. Keeper Cook and 2 slips, very much not. Yeah, a game of 4-day cricket in particular is so much more watchable when spin is a genuine part of the bowling attack beyond the cursory overs before some intervals and filling in a little bit. There's genuine turn, there's genuine bounce. We know from history that Northampton is one of the best places to bowl spin in the UK. That's left alone. And the result of that, of course, is having a pitch like that means that more spinners are encouraged right the way through your academy pathways, more spinners get chances at first team level, and shock horror, you produce more spinners. You know, it's no coincidence that this is the club that once upon a time created the likes of a Monty Panesar or a Graham Swan. And I think there's a, you know, Somerset Hyderabad project, if you want to call it that, a decade ago. Well, it's no coincidence that that led to the emergence of the likes of a Don Bess and a Jack Leach. Now, you know, there's every chance those players with their talent come through anyway, but it certainly helps when you've got a home ground that encourages you to pick those spinners and give them meaningful chances. And there is definitely a bit of an old school attitude, certainly in parts of English county cricket, that if a pitch turns even a little bit on day one, that means that something must be drastically wrong with it. And that's somewhat of a juxtaposition to then when England often go into particularly subcontinental conditions and historically have often struggled to play spin. And you feel like, well, there's, you know, it feels like not a coincidence there. That's left alone. And of course, franchise cricket, the way the game has changed has meant that younger players, with the game being more of a global village than ever before, probably get more exposure than they otherwise would. But still, certainly healthy for players right from a young age to get experience of playing decent spinners on tracks that turn as well. And Northamptonshire certainly deserve their credit for keeping that part of the game very much involved in the pitches that are produced here. Driven down the ground, shot of the day, absolutely beautifully timed from Sales. That is perfect. Head, alignment, contact point, all so silky smooth.
And that's his area, down the ground. So in that imaginary V. So nice and straight beyond the stumps and where long off and long on would be, in theory. Also very proficient player through the covers and out towards mid-wicket is Sales. He plays that one with a straight back down towards Sam Northeast at mid-on for no run. And that will also be the end of the over. So Northamptonshire 192 for 3. Let's not forget that James Sales was dropped on 8 as well by Colin Ingram as one of those sharp reflex chances. But it was a drop nonetheless. So he has had this second bite of the cherry. Of course, for those of a Northamptonshire persuasion, be hoping that we'll make full advantage of that. Spoke about those scores already this season. Scores of 70 against Glos, 92 against Lancs, 108 against Middlesex. He's no stranger to cashing in and scoring big runs. He's the 22-year-old, so it's all just a case now of biding the time. But this is the battle. It's Mason Crane, 2 for 45 from his 8 overs. And Safe Zabe could be the matchup here for Northamptonshire. Crane opting to come around the wicket. Imagine he'll bowl predominantly top spinners, especially out towards that comparatively longer onside boundary.
Crane this time is swept down to deep square. That one turned a fair bit. I think if you're Crane, you don't mind that. You almost, particularly given how confident Zabe looked against him in that previous over, think, yeah, let Zabe have the single, have a bowl at the right-handed Sales. Already had him dropped once, slip. "24 overs left in the day after this one. Crane still with that slip and that short leg. I'd still really like to see for the right-hander Sales a short, silly mid-off in his eye line as well. Sales will guide that out to point. I just wonder whether you take out short mid-wicket for that fielder. Shane Warne used to talk a lot as a leg spinner about where do you want the batter to hit the ball? Where do you want them to play high-risk shots? And that is a high-risk shot with a bounce and against the spin. left alone. Just think at the moment you've got a 5-4 field. Do you hedge your bets and go 6-3, even 7-2? Just try and force Sells into thinking of playing a shot that he might not otherwise have played.
Personally, I wouldn't mind that. Crane bowls that one slightly shorter and hammered away out towards deep forward mid-wicket for 4 runs. A little bit of a gimme that, unfortunately, from the leg spinner. James Sales latches onto it in a flash. Northamptonshire 197 for 3. No, just to come back onto that original point, Michael, completely agree. Like, you've still got 270 runs to play with, and there's still plenty of batting here for Northamptonshire. And yes, at times you might see a few boundaries here and there, but if it does induce a top edge, for example, or a mistimed shot, we've got your wicket. Suddenly, you're well and truly into that middle order.
Well, that is a full toss, and that could well be 4 more. It will be 4 more. Wide of the despairing chase from Ben Kellaway. So Crane overcompensating, too short the previous ball. And now too full with the top spin up. 200 up for Northants. It's come in very good time as well. They're scoring it more than 4.5 and over. That over finishing with back-to-back boundaries. 201 for 3 from 44 then. Sales moves on to 20, joins. So you've been having got into the 20s. So Crane, as a leg spinner often will, slightly on the expensive side, but I would still err on the side of keeping him on for now, because he is clearly offering, when he gets it right, the most potent wicket-taking threat. And without meaning to keep returning to the point, he should have had Sales on 8. Dropped by Ingram at slip off his bowling. Van der Houten continues. And he's pressed into the covers by Zabe. Elsewhere, big game in this division in 3rd versus 4th. Derbyshire versus Middlesex. Both those sides started this round of fixtures in pursuit of Glamorgan in 2nd, albeit 24 and 27 points respectively behind. Derbyshire 2-8-3 all out in that one. Julian came both with half centuries, 6 for 77 for one-time England international Toby Rowland-Jones. And for Middlesex, 88 not out for Deploy, 46 for De Carey's, and 43 from Cracknell, the best contributions thus far. 3 wickets for Zach Chappell in what is a very even arm wrestle. 272 for 6, so Middlesex on for a first innings lead, you'd say. That's a good leave by Zabe. You'd think there will be a result there, and that result is one of those where it's almost winner stays on for the promotion hunt. If the side loses that, they're going to have to win their last 2, and they're going to need a lot of cards to fall their way elsewhere.
Most definitely. I suppose the only thing which could potentially threaten that is the weather tomorrow. Down in the London area, does appear to be very wet indeed. So day 3 might be a little bit shortened.
Left alone that time. Very tidy, as you'd expect, spell from Van der Houten after tea. Got my brain fizzing for what our next quiz question should be. I know a few people in the YouTube live chat were quite enjoying that. What spurned from the theme of James Harris having bowled 1008 first-class maidens?
I think I've got our next one. We'll save that for when Asita Fernando comes on to bowl.
Well, that was already priced in. That was the morning one, which we still haven't given the answer for. We kept you on tenterhooks. So that's out to point, no run.
Good point, actually. Yeah, a reminder for those who weren't tuned in a little bit earlier. We spoke about the fact that Asita Fernando is the first Sri Lankan international to play first-class cricket for Glamorgan County Cricket Club. He is also the second to play for Nottinghamshire. Now, the quiz question was, who was the first of Nottinghamshire's Sri Lankan overseas contingent in the county championship? Please do let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Van der Houten bowls here to Zabe. Tries to drive that wide of mid-off, but Sam Northeast scoops it up easily. I've also got another one after that as well.
Nice.
For those cricket badgers out there, so good to have your company here on day 2. We do hope that you've enjoyed the coverage from Michael McCann and myself, Aaron Viles. We hope you're also enjoying the cricket as well. This what is a huge game for Glamorgan and a good opportunity for Northamptonshire. Zabe slightly caught off guard by the bounce of that one. Chase on here for Colin Ingram. Will be at least 2. And in fact, it'll be turned into a 3. Sales jogs back to the striker's end. End of the over. Northamptonshire 204 for 3.
You just mentioning our names, so I hope you've enjoyed it. The coverage reminds me of something that an umpire I'll leave unnamed said to me at Scarborough in a one-day game recently. It was absolutely brilliant. Just going out, chatting to the umpires, just grabbing their names and having a bit of a chit-chat. One of them turned to me and said, I'm, insert name here, but if you think we're having a bad game, we're getting plenty of decisions wrong, I'm insert another name, and mentioned another name on the umpiring circuit. Basically just said, well, yeah, that's me, but if you feel like we're not doing a good job, then this is the ulterior identity that I take on in such an event. Sun's back out. We're delighted to report that I think it's extremely unlikely we're not going to get these last 23 overs in. Zainul Hassan is coming on for another burst. He did pick up the first wicket to fall, Vasconos. So Captain Northeast has decided that Crane is too much of a risk, having gone for 22 off his last 2 overs. Seeing those 3 consecutive boundaries from Zabe a couple of overs back, and then those 2 from Sales in Crane's last over, he's decided that's enough, which I understand. I still would have been of a mind to pursue with Crane a little longer, but it will be Al Hassan instead. Starts with one that just maybe nibbles away a touch. It's guided down to mid-off. Crane with 2 for 54. He's been comfortably the most expensive in terms of economy rate, but he's picked up those 2 wickets, and he was very unlucky to not have a third. Wickets are the big currency here. Al Hassan with 1 for 26 off his 5. Got Vasconcelos caught by Crane. Short mid-wicket for 50 off 70. As again, similar area, similar shot.
Well, it appears, Michael, we have got a winner in the live stream chats. Michael Fogg. Indeed, it was Gunasena, Gamini Gunasena, to give him his full title. Played for Nottinghamshire from 1952 to 1964. Of course, that was prior to Sri Lanka obtaining Test status. That was in 1981. Al Hassan bowls here to Zabe. Smothers that one on the defensive. Had ever such an interesting career, he did. Also played for New South Wales. Played for Sri Lanka in first-class cricket. And of course, captained Cambridge University as well. An all-rounder, bowled leg breaks. I think he earned a Cambridge Blue as well. Definitely has very interesting career. Of course, the seat of Fernando was the second. So that one very full. And Zainul Hassan has overstepped. So that one will be a no ball. 2 more runs to add to the tally as Northamptonshire move on to 206 for 3. Also, just had a look. Interesting facts. The fact that he was also a test match commentator for Sri Lanka, both radio and television. Also part of the BBC test match special lineup when Sri Lanka toured England in 1984 and 1988 as Al Hassan sends that one down the leg side. So there you go, great knowledge. And we have got, potentially, as long as the seater bowls, another quiz question coming your way in the final 20 overs or so here on day 2. Just looking over to our right though, Michael. A few more darker clouds encroaching. Hopefully they will miss the ground.
Well, Hassan comes wider of the crease this time. Oh, that's a nice, intelligent touch shot from Zabe. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Just guided it. The lightest of feather-like touches. He knew there was no one behind square on the offside. 50 partnership brought up in good time off 75, and Zaber's dominated that 50 partnership, scoring 30 of the runs. 210 for 3, and Northampton fans will feel a little less nervy than they did when Crane struck twice with tee approaching. Played straight back to Al Hassan.
Well, just to touch upon this, end of the over, Northamptonshire 210 for 3. This is also promising, of course, for the weekend. The finals day coming up. Safe Zabe looking in, good touch, especially against the spin of Mason Crane. Will have a huge role to play in that different formats. Northamptonshire make the short trip to Birmingham. Edgbaston is where we lay our scene on Saturday, the 13th of September, for that blast semi-final against the Hampshire Hawks. And right on cue, returning to bowl from the David Capel end, is Asita Fernando. So I did promise that second quiz question, and we'll preface it like this. So in 2024, Asita Fernando took figures of 5 for 102 in a test match against England, and he became just the second Sri Lankan bowler to feature on the Lord's Honours Board. Who was the first? That is the question.
Oh.
Who was the first
On the
bowler
Honours Board?
on the Honours Board in Test cricket?
Well, I think you're going to start with your obvious names, Matai Muralitharan, Chaminda Vass. But I would sense by the fact this is a quiz question, the answer is not obvious. Because if the answer was one of those two, for example, it wouldn't last very long.
Well, here is Fernando. The ball first up to James Sales. I can confirm it's neither of those, even though both are absolute titans of Sri Lankan cricket. Of course, Murali, the highest test wicket taker of all time, 800 test scalps to his name. And Chaminda Vass, someone who is revered around these parts, played for Northamptonshire, very popular man in the East Midlands, but indeed it wasn't either of those two. So do let us know your guesses in the comments below. A nice bit of history there for Asita Fernando. Since gone on to represent Sri Lanka in 24 tests, 25 ODIs, 7 T20 internationals. Of course, now plying his trade here for Glamorgan County Cricket Club.
Just straying too far down leg. It was slightly missed by Cook. Well, not quite gathered cleanly, I should say, to be precise. It's a bye. It's harsh against the keeper, but such is the nature of this format, it won't be wided. That 5 for 102 we were referring to saw Fernando get Ollie Pope, Harry Brook, Gus Atkinson, Matthew Potts, and Ollie Stone to get himself onto that prestigious honours board at Lord's in test in late August last year, where England went on to win by 190 runs despite Fernando's impressive efforts. Now charging in. That's left alone outside off. Sabres absorbed pressure at a few points, but then counter-attacked when he'd seen the chance. The best example of those 3 consecutive boundaries off Crane. Philip Matthews guessing Jai Sarir. Ulster guessing Graham LeBroy. Michael Fogg saying early 90s, I think. Raf Nayaka. That's no run once more. Fernando really trying to just push it through here, make something happen for Glamorgan. Any of them on the button?
All will be revealed at the end of this over. 2 balls. Get your shouts in, folks. Who was the first Sri Lankan bowler to get a Test 5-wicket haul and etch their name into the illustrious Lord's Honours Board? As Fernando readies himself at the top of his mark.
Lovely looking shot, square of the wicket from Safe Sabe. Just lent on it, a little too full, a little too wide from Fernando, but that is a fine shot from a fine player.
Certainly is. Beautifully square, wasn't it, from Safe Sabe? Looks a man in great touch. And this has been exactly the kind of innings which Northamptonshire needed. It's not been a ridiculously pronounced strike rate. He's not striking at 100 or 120, but 34 from 48. He's not getting bogged down from one end. He's not particularly looking phased against either spin or pace. And he is putting the Glamorgan bowlers under a little bit of duress here. So much so that conversations continue to be had there between captain and bowler. Maybe a change of field potentially coming in the next time that Fernando bowls to Safe Sabe.
That's just played to cover. End of the over, 47 gone, 2-1-5 for 3. Just to remind you again, 21 overs left in the day.
So we do have some correct guesses in the YouTube live stream. Both Michael and Gareth. It was indeed Ramesh Ratnayaka. In 1991, the only test between England and Sri Lanka, he got 5 for 69 from his 27 overs. Got the wickets of Robin Smith, Hugh Morris, who of course played first-class cricket for Glamorgan. Also got Phil de Freitas, Phil Tufnell, and the late, great David Sid Lawrence. So well done to you two. Of course, well done as well to Asita Fernando. Just the second Sri Lankan on the Lord's Honours Board in Test cricket. Zainul Hassan has the ball in hand. 1 for 32 are his figures from his opening 6 overs. Just having a little bit of dialogue here with Captain Northeast. It's Fernando just making the alteration there. Was initially back on the boundary, brought a little bit more to more conventional backward point position. Initially being down at deep third, so well, Hassan it is to bowl.
This is just flicked round the corner. I must say, and I'm sympathetic because the ball might have actually got a little bit wet from that rain, and it is an old ball, but what are Glamorgan doing creatively here to get wickets? There is a slip in place. We've got a bit of a mix and match field. It's a deep square leg, a deep fine leg, and a deep point. Now, Zabe just guides this away with soft hands. 4 runs wide of slip. Zabe continues on his merry way, and I think there was a level of intentionality about this. Just the way he dropped his hands on it. It's one of those that if you're a batter, you say you meant it. If you're a bowler, you feel like you might have got a moral victory. They've taken deep square leg out, and they've now put a deep third in, somewhat hedging their bets. So that's driven back to Ul Hassan, who previously had 2 out on the leg side and now has swapped that fielder across. So it's a 6-3 offside field, protecting the slightly shorter boundary. And Zabe is, well, if he gets out now, it's going to be my fault for saying this, but he's playing with all the confidence and class of a player who has 1,000+ runs in this competition this season at an average in excess of 60. He's come out in a slightly tricky situation after quick loss of those wickets, and has looked so comfortable. And Zabe gets this away out to That newly installed fielder at deep third for one. Jamie just feeling a little bit of a holding pattern here. And it's up to Glamorgan to try and be creative and find a way to break that, which is easier said than done, I'm all too aware. Philip Matthews says, that's it straight to cover. So pleased for Safe Zabe this season, such a class batter. Also a charming person, always has a smile and a chat with spectators. Played for Buckinghamshire for the national counties once upon a time. First made his Northants debut against New Zealand Day as a 16-year-old. That was in the List A format. I played in a friendly against Durham as a 15-year-old. That's always a sign they rate you pretty highly. It's just dropped into the offside. End of another over. 48 gone. 2-2. 1 for 3. One Northants Batter of the Year and One Day Cup Player of the Year in 2024, and signed a 2-year deal at the start of this season through to 2027. And I think based on what they've seen this season, it only feels like a matter of time until Northants are going back to, say, gently trying to persuade him to sign another one.
Well, he is such a popular figure. A wonderful player across formats. As we spoke about earlier, Michael, just a proper, all formats, three-dimensional cricketer, good in the field, excellent with the bats, handy spin bowler. And he just has a really good work ethic. That's the thing that I really appreciate about Safe Zabe. Spoken to him on quite a few occasions, interviewed him a couple of times. And he works so hard on his game. He's not happy to settle for, let's say, a 500-run season in the Championship. He wants to be scoring those big tons. He wants to be getting those match-winning contributions. Of course, in T20 cricket, wants to also be that match winner in those final overs as the finisher. Here he is facing up against Asita Fernando. First ball from the David Capel end, driven very square out towards Zainul Hassan for the single.
Yeah, Phil Matthews also saying he credits Dan Lehman with helping him step up a gear this season. Yeah, look, obviously having a head coach that, like you, has been a middle order bat and at such a high level, it's pretty handy. Lehman was kind of unfortunate in the era that he was in. He became an adopted Yorkshireman. He was over there so often as they're overseas, but in many other times and generations, he would have played 10 times more games for Australia at national team level than he ended up doing because of the sheer strength of that incredible team in the 90s and early noughties.
That one, bumper from Fernando. Left well alone by James Sales. In fact, too short for the umpire's liking. Has been given as a wide, so we'll have to re-bowl that one. I also think, given Darren Lehman's attitude, his character, I feel like Safe is the perfect kind of character to almost feed off of that style of coaching. He's someone who really appreciates that hard work ethic. He's someone who very much enjoys that team chemistry, that team culture. He expects a lot from the players as well. That's the other thing about Darren Lehman. Sales shoulders arms to that one.
Worth saying there's been a really significant change of plan from Glamorgan in this over. I was asking the question of what are they doing differently to take a wicket here. The field has swapped from, it was a 6-3 at times in the previous over, or a 5-4, to a 5-4 onside field. We've got two catching close mid-wickets in about 6 yards apart, and a deep backward square leg and a deep fine leg. It's a bit of short ball theory here for Fernando. Just trying to rattle Sales a bit.
Well, that one pitched up. The drive was attempted by the Northants all-rounder. Plenty of green grass on the offside, should he get a decent connection. But that's catalysed the chat in the middle. between him and Safe Sabe.
And that's what people misunderstand a bit about a plan like this. It's not just about bowling persistently short. It's about the doubt that that puts in Sale's mind of what he's expecting, and then the fact that it's full and he's hanging back on the crease waiting for that short one. A little bit of double bluff.
Absolutely. Certainly see the logic here from Cesar Fernando. So on his shorts, goodness me, James Sales having to take evasive action on that occasion. That's why we love the game so much, this game of cat and mouse, the metaphorical game of chess, which plays out over the duration of these 4 days in the County Championship. Proper theatre this, against both the seam and the spin. Sales compact in his defence on that occasion. One more delivery remaining in this, the 49th over. At the end of this over, we'll also give you that promised score update from around the grounds. I know quite a few of you interested to know what the score is down at Lord's. That big clash, third versus fourth. Derbyshire taking on Middlesex in the nation's capital. Providing there is a positive result for one of those teams, the other will be out of the promotion battle. That one down the leg side, flicked away down towards long leg. And that will be 2 runs, this time for James Sales. Very, very nicely ran. So at the end of the over, Northamptonshire 225 for 3 after 49. 25 runs shy of that first batting bonus point. 242 runs away from parity in this first innings. So as promised, we'll take you through the scores as we have a little bit of a break here. James Sales just getting some replacement gloves and bringing on board some fluids. So Middlesex are 284 for 6. They lead by a solitary run in that game at Lord's. Laius Deploy against his old county has just brought up a masterful century from 171 deliveries. As for the other games taking place in Division 2, the table toppers Leicestershire 244 for 4. They have just lost Lewis Hill for 88 from 131 deliveries. Shan Masood, the Pakistan international, going very nice indeed on 66 from 90 deliveries. And as for that third and final game taking place in Canterbury, Lancashire have been bowled out for 284 runs in reply to Kent's 293 all outs. In their second innings, the White Horse of Kent are 223 without loss. Lead by 32. Zul Hassan bowls here to Zabe, who gets very fancy with that one, ramps it over the top, and that will be 4 runs. A hint of T20 innovation on display there from Northamptonshire's leading county championship run scorer.
Well, he's someone that has always got it in his locker. I remember him doing an interview where he said in as many words, I'm a pretty short guy, and so it helps me. There's not a lot of me to get out of the way, low centre of gravity. He's all about the scoops and the flicks and the tricks, so nice to see that come out, even in the Champo.
Moves him on to 44. Thinks about taking that single to move him on to 45, but that one will be cut off by the double centurion, Asa Tribe. Moving ahead to Division 1, well, Worcestershire in an early spot of bother, 61 for 3 in their second innings. Lead Nottinghamshire by 36 runs at New Road. Rain-affected game in Taunton. Somerset 369 for 5 against Yorkshire. So that one will be carved away out towards deep backward point, all the way for 4 runs. And Safe Sabe really is shifting through the gears quite marvellously here. Moves on to 48 from 56 deliveries. Already spoke about that impressive record in the championship this season. 5 centuries, 4 50-plus scores. He will be looking to raise the bats for the half-century for the 10th time in this campaign. Of course, for Northamptonshire, the home side hoping he can convert that into 3 figures for the 6th time in this season.
I'm so glad you say that, because one of cricket's great nonsenses is saying that someone scored 400s and 550s. It's absurd.
Slight change in the field here. Asa Tribe. It's the man to just move a little bit to his right-hand side. Oh, genuine movement there. And Zaber's run the first one hard. It trickles down towards the deep third boundary. And safe Zabe scarpers back for the seconds. And there it is. A richly deserved 50 from the ever-reliable Northamptonshire all-rounder. Comes from 57 deliveries. Includes 9 fours. And the in-form man has been the glue guy for the Tudor Rose once more. Very well batted, safe Zabe. And as we said, he will now be looking to convert to a century for the 6th time in the 2025 Rothesay County Championship. Excellent knock this from the 27-year-old.
Well, he's in form across the championship season, but it's actually his first runs of note in a little while across the campaign overall, as this time it's whipping straight to short mid wicket. You go back through his form in the 100, I know it's an entirely different competition, but for the Welsh Fire, scores 13, 2, 15, 5, 21, didn't bat a couple of times, then 1 not out, and then 17 not out for Northants against Surrey. So it's had a readjustment to get back into white ball gear, but there's definitely been some shorter form style batting in the way he's gone about it. He's so busy, he's so delightful to watch. It's time that's got a little bit of extra bounce from Al Hassan. 50 overs gone, 2, 3, 5 for 3. Interesting in the YouTube live chat on the note of, say, Philip Matthews pops up and says, interesting story Safe once told me. Darren Lehman doesn't put centuries on the board in the changing room. It has to be 150 minimum to make the season's list. Clever sporting psychology. It's a very Aussie way of thinking about it. It's a very Darren Lehman way of thinking about it, because he was known as a player, and the stats looking back confirm it, as being one of the very best at not just scoring hundreds, but scoring big hundreds. And you look at, on that note, say made 116 at Lancs, 105 away against Derbyshire, 196 against Kent, so that did hit that qualifier, and 159 against Gloucestershire. But again, just trying to play on, it's a phenomenon I mentioned earlier. Jared Kimber's done a whole load of research on this in Test cricket. You're statistically, the odds of you getting out just after you pass 100 massively spikes in the 10 runs after. Obviously, Zabe only halfway there, but I think no one here would be surprised if he did turn up.
Well, here is Asita Fernando to James Sales, who rocks onto the back foot and just steers it away out towards deep backward point for 4 runs. Lovely work yet again, this time from the 22-year-old. Moves him on to 27 from 45. And that really is a good anecdote. Thank you for sharing that, Philip. And as you said, Michael, that does not surprise me with Darren Lehman. He's got the highest score by a male Yorkshire cricketer in List A cricket. 291, I believe, was the effort on that occasion against Nottinghamshire up at Scarborough. Or 191, I should say. Sales plays that one square. Crane just underarms that to Kieran Carlson. Of course, that was broken this year overall at the club by Lauren Winfield Hill. He scored 194 against Kent Down in Canterbury. Darren Lehman, seriously talented cricketer. And when he converted, when he really cashed in Hope for the home fans and those of a Northamptonshire disposition will be that Safe Save can continue to crash these boundaries, tick that scoreboard along. Chops that into the surface, well fielded there by Asa Tribe. Floodlights still on at the county ground. Doesn't appear to be ridiculously dark, but a few greyer clouds just out to our right-hand side here from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Thankfully, no further rain. Looking at the radar, famous last words, of course, but it does appear to be clear till the end of today's play. 17.3 overs remain here on day 2. Say plays that one very late. Looking at the run rate as well, Northamptonshire really chugging along at a decent pace. Just a tickle under 4.75 runs per over.
I just went for the highly scientific option of going outside and having a look at the light. And the reason I say that is often when you're in a glass commentary box like this, it does provide a slightly different shade of things of how they look. It looks a little bit brighter to us from in here than it is out there, but it's still a distance from playability becoming an issue.
It's that one turned around the corner by Safe Save, just with one hand on the bat that time. And that is the caveat as well with the YouTube live stream. The cameras do add a little bit of brightness.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the kind of conditions that, as a batter, might not be your absolute favourite to bat in, but it's certainly a long way from being that type of point where either player might be sat there thinking, or probably rather not be out there because of it being remotely dark.
We have had some more wickets in Division 1. We'll continue that score update after this delivery. So that one is a testing short ball down the leg side. Sales not interested in playing a shot. And that will be the culmination of the 51st over. Northamptonshire 241 for 3. Well, I said about wickets falling. A 10th and final wicket has fallen in Hampshire's second innings. So the Rose and Crown lead the Martlets of Sussex by 277 runs. So Sussex require 278 for the victory against their southern rival. As for that game, with relegation threatened Worcestershire, well, the pairs are 65 for 4. They've just lost another wicket. This time, Lyndon James, the man to get that. Josh Tongue, the England international, with the other 3 scalps. On the other side of the West Midlands, county-wise this is, Warwickshire. The game taking place down in South London at the Oval. Surrey, the reigning champions, 139 for 1. Former Bear Dom Sibley is unbeaten on 47 from 119. And last but by no means least, in Chelmsford, Essex are 281 for 3, trailing Durham by 52 runs at the Cloud FM County Ground. Dean Elgar, one of the icons of South African Test cricket, has brought up his century. He's on 127 not out, and former Derbyshire all-rounder Matt Critchley unbeaten on 79. So those are your scores on the doors. And those are famous last words because Leicester Ploy has just been dismissed at Lords. So Middlesex now 290 for 7. So Hassan bowls that wide outside the off stump. Lewis Rees has got him at the start. LBW. So that is interesting. 7 runs is the lead for the Saxes. Zabe again goes for the ramp over the top of Colin Ingram. And that is absolutely ludicrous from Safe Save. second time he's executed the shots, and arguably on this occasion, he's done it with even more efficiency.
I'm having a chuckle because it's so outrageously cheeky. It's brilliant. You bring the keeper up to the stumps. Medium pacer, Al Hassan not really doing a lot wrong, but Saib just says, I'll get my head out the way. Just ramp you over the keeper's head to what is a perfectly good ball from Al Hassan, who's hit a decent length, nicely enough. Yet he's gone for 4 more.
A little bit of movement there for Al Hassan. Drill through the covers there by Saib for 1. Very good evening to Sam as well, tuning in from Sheffield. We had ever such an interesting dialogue yesterday here in the comms box about Bramall Lane and the hosting of Test cricket in the 1902 Ashes. Some huge names on display there. That was also the first year that Edgbaston hosted international Test cricket. So a pretty big year for English cricket, that 1902. Sales dropped back into the defensive. Very much in those early 1900s as well. Well, it was history for Northamptonshire, being one of the later additions to first-class cricket, or the county championship, I should say. Founded in 1878, but made the first-class debut against Hampshire in 1905. That one is zipped in by Kieran Carson. Cook can't quite corral it. That is the end of the 52nd over. Northamptonshire 4 runs shy of securing that first batting bonus point. After that, we go in stages of 50, all the way up to a maximum of 5 batting bonus points. To reach that, the team has to reach 450 within the allotted 110 overs. I'm not sure if we mentioned it before as well, that doesn't account in the second innings either. So it's just for the first innings. So no more bonus points after Northamptonshire's go with the bats. After that goes 8 points for a draw, 16 points for the win.
Well, their projected score at this rate from 110 overs is in excess of 500. They're actually right now, if they keep going like this, going to be on 525 of 110, which goes back to a point that I said at the start of the day, and it wasn't meant in a kind of sense of, oh, this is for the birds, very unlikely to happen. The most optimistic point of view from Northants at the start of the day was you got the 4 wickets relatively cheaply, and you thought, we're going to bat once and bat big and give you an awkward third innings. And if Sales and Zabe can see it through to the close tonight, that's a big building block of potentially doing that. And the rate at which they're going, another 16 overs. If they were to score at, say, 4.5, that's another 76. You'd be going into day 3 having very much avoided the follow-on. You'd be 150 behind. And as Northants, you would think, well, hang on a minute. If we can bat for 2.5 sessions tomorrow, we can stick you back in 100, 150 behind and say, how do you like them apples? Awkward third innings. Good luck. FYI, if you collapse, you've basically lost. And there's the promotion on the line. This is the beauty of 4-day cricket, how it can all swing and change. That is a series of events away, of course. Fernando this time loses his line. That's a great take from Cook down leg. I mentioned this earlier in the day. When you're keeping right arm around and a left-hander or left arm around and a right-hander, he's seen that very late, and you just have to go and hope that you get something on it. But on the other hand, en même temps, as the French would say, Glamorgan will think a couple more quick wickets here. Suddenly, the dangerous Zabe in particular being gone. You get on a roll. You might not be able to enforce the follow-on, but you've got a lead of 100 to go out and quickly build on.
Zabe tucks up on defence there. Still so much batting to come as well. When you look at the rest of that Northamptonshire unit, still got the likes of Justin Broad, Addy Sharma, of course, Lewis McManus, whose career best came against Glamorgan. Liam Guthrie, well, he's not going to go down without a fight. Certainly known for clubbing a few boundaries here and there. So it's one of those where so many different scenarios and hypotheticals could play out. We're just going to have to see it unfold before our very eyes. Sabe, well, he flirts with that one down the leg side, trying to swivel it around the corner. Cannot do so. To be honest, that shot is definitely on. Because if Cook cannot get there, you have got the man down at long leg. Also got Zainal Hassan out at deep cover points. Fielder down at deep backward square as well. So this is why Fernando needs to be so tight with his line. Not too much room for error if he strays down the leg side. That is short, and that brings about my point absolutely perfectly. Safe save, swivels it around the corner, and that'll be 250 up for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. The Tudor Rose 250 for 3 here in the 53rd over. Sabe gets into that position nice and early, happy to take on the short ball. It's a simple swivel, very stylishly and elegantly played as Northamptonshire secure batting bonus point number 1. Just the 53rd over. Look at that run rate, 4.73. Excellent stuff this from the hosts.
Well, he's decided to counter-attack, and it's making for great viewing.
Fernando responds, pitches up slightly on a good length as opposed to the previous short ball. That will be a single to round out the over. Northants 251 for 3. Look at that deficit, just 216. 1 point, 467 behind. That ball turning corners from Mason Crane looked very stark and ominous.
And I would still go back to, without meaning to sound like too much of a broken record, I know his last 2 overs were expensive, but Glamorgan need wickets here. And he's looked comfortably the most threatening bowler of anybody that we've seen here. Control is, of course, important. But you need one of these two gone. And Crane was getting extra bounce, extra spin, and Sales should have been gone. It's dropped by Ingram at 8 off Crane. So Crane really should have had 3 wickets. It was a sharp chance. It wasn't an easy one, but it was one that by Ingram's high standards he would have expected to take. As Hassan starts his 54th over with a dot. And that you have to, I think, particularly at this stage of the season where Glamorgan are and the difference that a win would make in that promotion push. Nice flying drive for 1. To me, you have to trust that, okay, if runs get away from you a little here, and maybe the worst scenario happens that we described, Northants managed to bat for the best part of another day, get some kind of lead, you have to also back that you have a strong enough batting group that you won't collapse in that 3rd innings. And worst comes to worst, you can bat a period of time that makes sure you get a draw. But with this, the table as it is, it has to be worth that risk to me. You know, even now, even for all of this pair's very good work, predominantly Zabe driving the game forward, they still trail by 215 runs. They still need another 65 to avoid the follow-on. Now, it would be highly improbable that they'd fall short of that, but it still gives you a sense for all Northants have batted really well here. It remains quite a way to even parity.
That one down the leg side, sharp work from Chris Cook. How many times do we see that now in first-class cricket? Those laser-like reactions producing a leg side stumping. But James Sales does survive. He was still in the crease. I mean, that is one of the best bits of keeping you can ever see, isn't it? Leg side stumping against spin is one thing. To do it against the deviation of the seam really is another, especially with that additional pace on the ball as well. So that one is a dot ball on the offside.
It's one of those kind of things. It's just like when you see Crane with a bounce and turn of a leg spin, a really good leg spinner. When a keeper performs an act like that off a seamer, it's a bit of magic. It's a bit of cricket magic.
That one, again, is just dropped into short cover by James Sales. And it is a dot ball to round out over number 54. Northamptonshire 252 for 3. Yeah, if as a keeper you can pull that off, you are seriously talented. Cast my mind back to 2021. It's one of the first games that as fans we're allowed to go back to post-COVID, I should say. As Nottinghamshire versus Warwickshire at Edgbaston, Michael Burgess did that to dismiss Joe Clark. It's one of the best bits of keeping you could ever see in your life. Speaking of Clark's County, well, Nottinghamshire continue to take wickets with consistency at New Road. And Lyndon James got a second. He's dismissed Brett D'Oliveira. And Worcestershire now 71 for 5. They lead by just 46 runs in that second innings. And the big one in Division 2. Well, Middlesex are now 9 down with just an 11-run lead. Lewis Rees has got the debutant. Seb Morgan out for just 2 runs from 7 deliveries. Ollie Stone, who is on loan from Nottinghamshire. He's out in the middle now with Toby Rowland-Jones, the Middlesex icon. James Harris, a former Middlesex man, has the ball in hand. He'll be bowling up first here to Safe Sabe. First one, very wide outside the off stump and left alone, just watched behind there by Safe Sabe. I mean, that is definitely got the makings of being a pretty pivotal clash, providing the poor weather stays away from North London. It's that one. It's driven out through cover point by Safe Sabe. Moves him on to 62 from 76 deliveries. Sails the other man out there on 28 from 53.
Yeah, 13 overs to go in the day after this one. Glamorgan cannot be guilty of waiting for something to happen here. Still a long time left in the day. And if Northants end this day 3 down, or maybe 6 down, that is 2 completely different scripts. Too much height on the bumper.
Yep, wide signalled by the standing umpire. Definitely a later finish than we saw on day 1. Proceedings were wrapped up at around about 5:30. Of course, more seam on display here today. Sales defends that back to Sam Northeast at mid-on.
Well, you think of today, Crane's bowled 9 overs. Kellaway's bowled a few. Northants didn't use a lot of spin when they were bowling. You compare that to yesterday, we saw 22 overs of Calvin Harrison, 11 of Nirvan Ramesh, and Safe Sabe had 7 on top of that. So yesterday, 39 overs of spin. We've had nowhere near 39 today.
Sales this time just works that ball behind square. Will be another single. Just looking actually at the field there, I said that was Sam Northeast. It's actually Tim van der Houten. Those two have swapped. Northeast is in at mid-off now. Just having conversation with his bowler. Harris yet to trouble the wickets column in this game. None for 46. Still has 2 deliveries remaining in this 9th over. Was that one very full? Nice wristy shot out towards deep square for the single. And this is the aspect of safe save, which I think really goes under the radar. Of course, we've seen the innovation, the ramp shots, the powerful pulls in white ball cricket. But it feels like this season, he's so calm and composed at the crease. And he just keeps the scoreboard ticking. So it's consistent singles and twos. Sales clips that out towards deep backward square for the single. And that is just as important. They don't always make the highlights compared to the big 4s and the big 6s, but every single run counts as Northamptonshire move on to 257 for 3 after 55 overs in this first innings.
So this isn't quite a quiz question. This is on the more informal end of one for you all to pile in with wherever you're watching us from across the world. Where's the most unusual places you've played a game of cricket? So at tea time, we had a game of cricket in the commentary box with 2 of us, as well as 4 enthusiastic members of Northampton staff, with the balls per dismissal rate, the BPD, which you hear a lot of analysts talk about, was through the roof. We have 4 close catches, even closer than anything we've seen from Mason Crane, a tennis ball, a bin for the stumps, and it was basically a chair leg, essentially, that was just hanging around that got used as the improvised bat. So what are the most unusual objects that you've used as a cricket bat, and where, you know, we're talking your corridor cricket, your gully cricket, but the more obscure, the better. Just give us a sense of where have you played in a more informal sense, or maybe even a more formal sense. You've had a game of cricket that's been in a particularly unorthodox location. I'm sure there's some crackers out there, just like we got some lovely stories from you all about unusual ways in which you might have met particularly high-profile cricketer once upon a time. Now, yours truly is getting his wish here. Mason Crane is back. I think this is absolutely the right decision. He's offered comfortably more threat than any other bowler today. He's been comfortably the most expensive, but that's the life of a leg spinner. And he's in here trying to break this partnership. And starts with a short ball, a loosener that gets thumped away by Sales for 6. In fact, it's 4 on the bounce. And that sees this pair continue to accelerate on. It is the 100 partnership brought up in style. Zabe has been very much the dominant scorer, but Sales wasn't going to miss a bit of a help yourself delivery like that. It is getting a bit cold out there. You could see Crane there breathing on his hands just to try and warm up those cold fingers. He's got to refine the rhythm he had earlier. Much better delivery from Crane.
Much better indeed, and I bet that's the first time that we've actually seen that for a few months. It's been a delightful summer here in England and Wales, but yeah, autumn beginning to just creep in. It's Mason Crane. Oh, that one has kept really low. Goodness me, it's been absolutely everybody. It's hurtling towards the sight screen down in front of the press box. And that will go down as buys. As Marnus Labuschagne would say, that one was a lowie. Let's take a second look at this. Goodness me. It's one of those which, strangely, will actually be very encouraging for Mason Crane. He targets the stumps with the very next delivery.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of balls kick and get extra bounce from this Lynn Wilson centre end for Crane, but that's the first one we've seen keep low. It is a pitch, as mentioned, that's had use for a couple of 50-over fixtures before this one. So it's not quite literally a day 4 pitch, because those 2 games were week apart, and it's had a a bit of a roll and a pedicure and a manicure in between, but it's by no means a fresh strip. You can see those footholes. They're only going to get even more pronounced as the game goes on.
That one full and flighted and well stopped. That short cover will be a string of 3 consecutive dot balls to round out Mason Crane's 10th. So Northamptonshire now 263 for 3. It will be James Harris to continue from the David Capel end. Floodlights continue to stay on here. Of course, we do have those earlier starts now in September, 10:30 in the morning as opposed to 11. That is predominantly due to the sunlight, especially towards the ends of the month. It does get very dark towards 7 o'clock. Please do keep those YouTube live stream comments coming in as well. And might I just also mention, Michael, that one of us took an absolute screamer at Silly Mid-Off in that game of commentary box cricket. Something that Ollie Pope or Asa Tribe would be very proud of. I know the person who took the catch...
Certainly wasn't me.
I know the person who took the catch is still very proud about it and will be mentioning that to the Northampton media boys for many a game to come.
The only thing I would say is for those familiar, you know, one hand, one bounce is a classic of the genre when playing cricket in confined spaces, and some believe in the concept of body bounces as well. And if that was the case, I think there's about 6 body bounces. Like most of your upper body did touch the ball at some point. It was, you can't even call it juggling. It was great to see. It was like one of those instruction manuals for a flat pack of furniture in terms of the installments of all the different iterations of you having this ball hit you and trying to catch it. Like watching a juggling act at the circus. All good fun.
I'd just like to say they are not within the ICC regulations. Harris bowls here to Sales, and that one, well, sharp bounce, and Sales has just about kept it away. Encouraging signs, though, for James Harris.
That rose sharply, and Harris is not the kind of bowler in terms of his pace who necessarily would normally, without a bit of assistance from the pitch, get one to really rear up like that. That causes Sales a problem. Sales and Zabe are just having a bit of a chat. I think Zabe is also being a good batting partner there. He's just taking time out the game for Sales to reset. But that's the kind of ball that it doesn't just cause you a problem for that ball. It causes you a problem in between the ears for that sticking in your mind for what you're about to face. That one's just nibbled away. No run.
Well, Sales has done really well there. And just to leapfrog on that previous point, this is good to see from Safe Zabe. He's the more experienced of the two. There's not a ridiculous age gap between them, just 5 years. Safe is 27, Sales is 22, but Safe has been playing professional cricket since 2016. James Sales, meanwhile, made his debut in 2021. So in terms of that professional setting, even though Sales is mature beyond his years, good to see Zabe just being the experienced presence. Kieran Carlson does well to prevent any runs being scored through backward point. Still 11.1 overs to go here on day 2. It's a very handsome shot, that, from James Sales. Just manoeuvres the ball out towards Zainul Hassan. Deep backward square for 1. It's that deficit almost below 200. It doesn't feel like the run rate in the past few overs has been too pronounced, but still stands at 4.6. There's just been the odd boundary creeping in here and there throughout this passage of play.
Yeah, look back as that's left alone. 2-5-6 for 3. Going along very, very consistently here. Across the last 12 overs, it's gone 6-5, 6-4, 10, 6-5, 5, 1, 5, 6. That kind of tells its own story. They're struggling to build pressure here, Glamorgan.
So Ace of Tribe will be back under the lid. That short leg. Colin Ingram at slip, and Mason Crane coming on to bowl his 11th over of this innings. As Asita Fernando out at the deep backward square. As a sweeper, Zainul Hassan out at deep cover point. Believe they are the only 2 fielders out in the deep. So it is a 5-4 split on the offside. As Sales advances and rifles it straight to the substitute fielder. Caught on the second time of asking by Andy Gorvin. And Mason Crane has got his 3rd wicket of the game. Well, Michael, you called it. Bring on the leg spinner. The X factor wasn't the best delivery that we've seen all game, but the partnership has been broken. 107 between Sales and Zabe, but the former has to depart for 35 runs. A slight lapse in concentration has just opened the door again for Glamorgan here.
Very solid 35 off 67, featuring 6 fours for Sales. Simple enough catch for Gorvin. And it's also the inducement, the flight from Crane, the temptation that brings a shot like that. It is part of that game as a spinner that you're trying to create a decision, a split-second decision in a batter that is marginally a higher level of risk than they otherwise might have taken. That is 3 wickets now for Crane. And of course, no one will be more relieved than Colin Ingram because he dropped Sales on a at-slip off Crane on 175 for 3. Now, since then, the partnership has been worth 90. And Sales has kept Zabe company. Out comes Justin Broad, who in the championship this season has 538 runs. Had an easy one for the statisticians in terms of average because he's been out 10 times. Average of 53.8 with 2 tons. And he's crossed the 50 mark 3 times across the campaign. He's got 150 and 200s if you choose to look at it like that, which is absolutely not how I do. That you might have, some of you might have picked this up. There's a great conversation between Andy Zaltzman and I believe it was Alex Hartley about this. It was Andy Zaltzman just attempting to explain why it's such an absurd way to look at things. And he was talking about, he was picking out certain batters who they might have scored 100, but they haven't crossed 50. And then saying, well, in a particular format. And then saying, well, with this modicum, would you then say it's their first Test 50? Well, of course it's not, because they've already scored 100. They've passed that mark once. It's Broad faces his first ball from Crane. I can't remember who it was. It was someone in the recent India series. But the point being is, you wouldn't say... So if we were to say someone's got 200s and 250s, well, if they've crossed 100 twice, but they've never got out between 50 and 100, are you saying they've scored no 50s? Right? Well, that's ridiculous, right? This was Andy Zaltzman's point. As he goes back Broad and pushes that away. One of the great statisticians of our time. Well, if I said to you, so then when they get to 50 the next time, is that their first ever Test 50, even though they've scored 200s? That makes no sense, doesn't it? And to further the point, Broad is still trying to get off the mark, but he's nicely driving there. Zaltzman was saying, so then if they get to 50, do we say, oh, that's their first Test 50 to go with 200s? But then if they get 100 there, do we then say, oh, they've now got 300s and they still don't have a 50? Make it make sense. Well, that's a nice shot, but well fielded in the covers.
Well, it is interesting you mentioned that, and that is why
I know I'm coming off the long run, but it is absurd.
No,
It is
absolutely.
absurd.
Absolutely valid in your position on that. Crane looks to make this a wicket maiden. And does so indeed. Well, it's almost spooned up towards ace of try, but short leg. And it will be 0 runs and the big wicket of James Sales from that 58th over. So Northamptonshire 265 for 4 with 10 overs of day 2 still remaining. Well, it's why I structured that stat about Safe Zabe.
Oh no, you were spot on. You were spot on. But the point being is, so Safe Zabe this season in the championship, he has scored 9 50s, and of which 5 have become hundreds. That is the correct way to say it. Anything else is the equivalent in football would be if someone scores a hat trick, you don't count it in the total number of goals. Genuinely would be. You know, you think of the prestige that we put on 100. It's the equivalent of someone scoring a hat trick in a game of football. This is Harris. Oh, and he thought about playing that save, and then he thought again. More extra bounce for Harris from that end. You would never do that with Erling Haaland, Mo Salah, Alex Morgan, Beth Mead. You never say, well, they've scored 20 goals this season and 2 hat-tricks, and take the hat-trick out of the total number of goals. It's just not the way cumulative statistics works. So that's left alone. Good leave. Anyway, let us know what you think in the YouTube live chat. Tom Parry-Jones says if they get out between 50 and 99, then that's statistically their first Test 50. The score isn't recorded until the innings is closed, but I see what you mean. Yeah, oh yeah, of course. I mean, Zaltzman was really exaggerating his point for effect. But yeah, Safe Zabe has crossed that particular divide yet again. He's at 50 for the 10th time this season. Slip and a gully in for the extra bounce here that Harris is getting in 5-3 field with 5-3 field, beg your pardon, he's a 6-3 field, in fact, with a deep fine leg, deep square leg. And then there's a deep third who's hiding from us. Well taken by Cook. Good intentional bumper from Harris.
Yeah, just looking at that field, Mason Crane is down at long leg. So it is indeed a 6-3. Heavily favoured on the offside, as you mentioned.
Tom Parry-Jones adds, crossing the Rubicon with the first class 50. Strange sport, isn't it, cricket? We were saying that in the morning session. Driven straight up to mid-off. Zabe's at a point in his innings. Yes, the pitch is offering a little bit of extra bounce, but he's a classy enough player that at this point, he's playing his own ability to concentrate for a long period of time as much as anything from the Glamorgan bowlers. And that's nothing on the opposition attack. It's just that this is one of the best players in this division, and he is in and settled. Save this time straight to point. 59 overs gone. 9 overs left in the day. I want to winkle out a couple more here, Glamorgan. Zabe is the one they would really, really want. My goodness me. But again, Broad has just walked out and he's averaging more than 50 in this competition this season. Phil Matthews says Adam Rossington a few times produced leg side stumping, standing up to Ben Sanderson. Absolutely class keeping at times, yeah. It does look like a bit of magic when somebody manages that.
Just something I've noticed here as Mason Crane comes onto bowl to Justin Broad, defends the first one. For the first time today, we are seeing a few shadows being cast by the players. Hopefully, we'll get all of these allotted 8 overs in, but That is part and parcel of the championship regulations. Crane in again. Beautiful lap scoop that from Justin Broad down towards deep fine leg. Will gather some extra pace. That will be 4 runs. Lovely way for the German international to get off the mark. Moves Northamptonshire onto 269 for 4. As I said, hopefully we won't get to the point where the umpires call the day's play for bad light, but going back to that regulation about the floodlights, it is not there as a substitute for natural light. It is merely there to assist the existing levels of light out on the field.
Plenty of flight on that one to the covers. Wind is whipping up as well. We can pick it up on our effects mic. Some slightly ominous clouds, but hopeful we can get these last few overs in. Oh, Crane with one that noticeably turned the other way, but it's flicked for 4. Just started it in slightly the wrong place, or maybe it turned more than Crane expected it to. And Broad gets himself a boundary.
Such a fine player of spin is Justin Broad. Whether or not we'll see it in the closing stages here on day 2, but at least in my opinion, one of the best reverse sweepers in county cricket. Always tends to execute that shot, and before this season, I'd never seen him get out to it. Then I mentioned that on commentary at rugby school. Against Taz Ali, he spooned one straight up towards Ollie Hannon Dolby. Caught at backward point, couldn't believe it. But there you go. I'll say backward point, he was more in the circle at third, but yeah, he's usually such a strong player of that particular stroke. And the thing I like about Justin Broad against spin, you can see there with the footwork, he's looking to meet the angle, sometimes shuffles down the track, not to hit the leather off the ball, but just to meet the pitch of the delivery. Picks up the line and the length very quickly as well.
It's a good leave out there. We do know that Crane's got the ability to bring one back in. 8 overs left. 273 for 4. Is there a late twist in the tail here? All fans will think get past 300 maybe. It is noticeable now that we are far more reliant on the floodlights.
And that is what I think the conversation is about out there with the umpires, potentially going to get the light meter on board. It's a really dark patch of cloud over the ground at the moment. Of course, we do get later on in the day's play. Harris bowling here to safe save. Shields that one out. Will be a dot ball. Of course, James Harris, having bowled that previous maiden over, what we make to be his 1009th.
1009th, yeah.
There we go.
In his first class career. Not a patch on some of the others we got into having a look up of. That's just guided to cover. Just went outside for a quick look because, you know, we're in a very well-lit commentary box that gives us a very artificial sense of the light. Just looking away to our left towards Northampton Town Centre and then looking, you know, we're swapping the eyes between that and looking out on the ground. And it really is very noticeable now that a lot of that light is being carried by the floodlights. The question is, how much is too much for the umpire's liking?
That is the million-dollar question. So that one is pulled away out towards deep square, fielded by Fernando for 1. And I do imagine we'll see maybe at the end of this over, potentially just the light reading being taken. That acts as the parameter. And then, of course, if it drops beneath that, then the players will be taken off for bad light. But, of course, for both of us here in the commentary box, we're hoping that is not the case. Still 7 overs of the day's play remaining. Although in conditions like these, you can also make the argument for the batting side. Maybe it's not the worst thing in the world, especially when you've got such a strong foundation as Northamptonshire have built here. Constant tinkering of the field as well from Sam Northeast. As he himself moves into that short mid-wicket position. Asa Tribe was initially the man popped in that particular zone. He now goes to leg gully.
Just pushing his bat on that one. No, no, no was the quick shot. It was a good one as well because it would have only been a run out there for Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, really interesting field this actually. Tribe has just shuffled a couple of paces to his left. So he's now more towards a fine leg. Also got Andy Gorvin down at long leg. It's that one. Left on length by Justin Broad. Well, the telltale sign when you look at light coming into the equation, you almost see this cross appearing with the players. So the shadows stretch out in 4 different directions. Makes an X shape.
Yeah, and look, I completely get why some of you watching might think, well, if this was a limited overs game, they would stay out there. But as we've explained, that's just not the rules of this particular competition. That's where you'll get into a whole other debate as that's the end of a good over that goes for just one of about possibly day-night cricket, the pink ball, etc. I mean, I think it's fair to say for some in county cricket, it's been enough of a shift, the change from the Dukes to the Kookaburra ball. That's been greeted in some quarters as if that truly is a most dramatic of switches. But you definitely see a world in the future where we play some county championship cricket day-night. Who knows? Pink ball.
Well, we saw that in 2018.
Yeah, we did. Good point. But you know what I mean, becoming a more embedded, regular part of the fixtures. Because it's not going anywhere in Test cricket. So if you're going to play, if you're aiming to prepare players, which is nominally what this competition is also about for stepping up to international cricket, then having a round or 2 of it a season, and who knows what that might do for crowds as well. You've got a game that starts at 2 and runs through to 9, and you market that in the right way. Now, look, I realise some purists might be, I was going to say, spitting out the cornflakes when I said that, but it's not the time of day for breakfast cereal. But far stranger things have happened. This game in sport is so fast evolving. Bit of footwork from Zabe, and Crane responded to that well. Crane was looking for the leg side stumping. Cook had already charged down leg. Zabe managed to get to that on the half volley and just dig it out. Really intriguing duel between these two. Remember, Zabe hit Crane for 3 consecutive 4s earlier on today. He doesn't want to let Crane settle. So that comes off the inside edge. And if you're Crane, you don't actually mind that, because Zabe coming at you gives you the opportunity to get him out. Really intriguing passage of play here. 6.5 overs left. Crane trying to tempt and tease Zabe. He's having none of it on that occasion. And well bowled again by Crane. Well played by Zabe. You're watching 2 of the best at this level. Leg spinner and batter. Dueling it out. You can see it's getting cold because Crane again is trying to warm those hands up. Swept hard. Swept nicely. Rolled the wrists on it well, Zabe. We'll get 1.
End of a pretty tidy over that, wasn't it, from Mason Crane? Just the solitary single conceded. So Northamptonshire 275 for 4. Here in the 62nd over of the innings. 6 overs remaining on day 2. What has been Really absorbing day. County Championship cricket. Feels like a long time ago that we were calling the double century, the moment that Asa Tribe made history. First ever cricketer born on the island of Jersey to notch up a double century in first-class cricket. Of course, the youngest to do it for Glamorgan since a Nyrin Donald in 2016 as Harris around the wicket here to safe save. That one played intentionally by the Northants all-rounder, half stopped by the aforementioned Tribe, single taken, but since then we've just seen the natural ebb and flow. We saw that partnership between Proctor and Vasconos. And Vasconos departed for exactly 50, and then it was Proctor and Harrison. Mason Crane came into the mix, got the wickets of the two set Northants men. Since then, seen a wonderful 107-run partnership between Safe Save and James Sales. Just put Northants in a pretty decent position here at Wantage Road. Still work to be done, though. This is the key thing, and this is why 4-over cricket is so fascinating and engrossing.
4-over cricket?
4-day cricket, good point.
I was going to say, I know it's getting shorter these days. I've commentated on some T10 in my time in the past, but 4-over. My goodness me.
Correction, 4-day cricket.
I mean, you can get a game in half an hour with that. Even for the impatient modern crowd, that really is something.
Harris here too. Broad, that one defended. But going back to the original point.
3 or 4 games in the time it takes 100 game. Yeah, no, sorry. God, I'm just being facetious. Don't mind my nonsense.
Absolutely not. But when it comes to 4-day cricket, it is why the fact is games can be won or lost in these final few overs. Because if Glamorgan, I mean, in theory, could strike here, get Northamptonshire 5 down, if it was the big wicket of Safe Zabe, but it does change the scenario early doors on day 3. It's Broad, plays that regally through mid-wicket. Really elegant and stylish shot down just to the left-hand side of the Spencer Lounge. And that one richly applauded by the Northant supporters. Tudor Rose 280 for 4. With just over 5 and a bit overs remaining. Deficit now just 187. And if the hosts can survive until stumps, I think you've got to say it's probably Northamptonshire's day.
Oh, 100% agree. Get to stumps around 300 for 4. I mean, with the depth that Glamorgan have got with the bat, the start of the day, and Asa Tribe in the best form that anyone's pretty much ever had. It was perfectly conceivable that Tribe goes and gets 300 and you're looking at 500, 550. Whereas for now, the big bat once theory for Glamorgan is long gone. Oh, well bowled. Is there a nibble on that? Well, behind the stumps, there was a lot of interest. James Harris, the bowler, didn't even appeal, which is always a bit of a clue. 5 overs left, 281 for 4. And in response, Northants, having had that score of 467 put up against them, have made a solid start. Both openers crossing 50. And they've put themselves in a position from which, from here, they should be more than hopeful of at least parity if they continue to bat well. And then that pendulum just flips back towards Glamorgan of, well, you're chasing promotion. How do you fancy a tricky third innings on a used wearing pitch, which is taking spin, is increasingly taking bounce, and maybe in a way that didn't quite fully happen in the first innings. That brings Northamptonshire's spinners into the game even more, as that's paddled round the corner by Zabe. Now come back for 2. The likes of Nirvan Ramesh on first-class debut. Calvin Harrison gets back to the kind of excellence we've seen from him across much of this season, compared to being a little bit disappointing in the first innings. And then, of course, the man who just paddled that round the corner, Safe Save. Guided off the outside face. He's looking to pinch one there, Broad, but won't get it. Broad's been nice and purposeful since coming to the wicket.
Just to hop on the back of that point as well. Crane is pushed forward out towards cover point for one. It is worth mentioning the fact that Andy Gorvin is on the field for Ben Kellaway, who I think has actually gone off injured. We saw James Sales absolutely rifle one towards his palms at short cover. Kellaway was down for a little while, hasn't been on the field since. So that is why Andy Gorvin is on the pitch and why we haven't seen Kellaway bowling in these closing stages. Crane bowls that one nice and full towards safe Sabe.
I would say the duel you're watching now is between the two players on either side who have been up there, if not the most compelling to watch in terms of Crane and Zabe. Zabe comes down the track and it was nice from Crane. He held that one back. It was the one that went the other way as well, and Zabe had to adjust to that and gets it out to the sweeper. Really enjoying that cat and mouse duel between those two. Zabe does not want to let Crane settle, and Crane fancies his chances getting him out. And again from Crane. It's one that turns the other way, but he's pitched that too short. Broad will get one.
We can see there as well with Mason Crane really motoring through. You can see the intent now for Glamorgan to get through these final overs because we have ticked past 6 o'clock. So that additional half an hour has been used up. And this will say a lot because Kieran Carlson will come on to bowl a little bit of finger spin. Umpires continue to have that conversation about the light. You can see the shadows really stretching out on the square now. I think that Chris Watson, Neil Pratt happy for play to continue, given the fact that it's spin from both ends. But I mean, that would be the nightmare scenario for Glamorgan if they were pulled up for over rate.
Oh, my goodness me. Can you imagine? Your batters have worked so hard to get you all but one of the available bonus points. To lose someone over rate would be a great shame.
So Kieran Carlson it is, a man who famously took a fifer on his debut here. Didn't really get a chance to bat in that game. Here he is, zippy, skiddy, plenty of revs on that cricket ball.
Yeah, he did it when he was 18 years old. 5 for 28. That was quite extraordinary. Lovely looking extra cover drive for 4 from Broad. Overpitched from Carlson, but he goes inside out. He knows that's where his gap is because of the split field that Carlson's got. So that gives Carlson a bit of thinking to do. Good work from Broad. He has an average in excess of 40 for Germany across 9 T20 highs. His dad Neil were UK #1 in tennis in the 90s as well. I don't have a close catcher in there, so it's oohs and ahs for a second. Carlson eyeing both methods of dismissal. Kieran Carlson, off the field, has a business degree at Cardiff Uni. Big partnership between them and Glamorgan so often over the years, unsurprisingly. We're just 3 overs left in the day after this. Can Glamorgan pinch one more? Resolutely blocked by Broad. Wonder how much it's in the back of the minds of Broad and Zabe now just to be the players that start tomorrow at the crease. Pushed through quicker and flatter and so delightfully bowled by Carlson. He nearly gets his reward. Broad did not pick it at all. Comfortably the quickest ball of the over. Near killer from Carlson. He saved it right till the last ball of his first over. And It kicks and gets extra bounce. And if it doesn't get that extra bounce, it maybe trims the off bail. It also nearly is nicked behind. 290 for 4 off 65.
Goodness me, that was close. Really, really close. Tell you what, that would have been an inspired change of bowling as well. It's Mason Crane prepares to bowl here. Just quickly warming up, continues to warm the fingers as well. Definitely a little bit breezy out there. Bit nippy. Zabe this time goes for the sweep shot, meets it on the full. Down towards backward square for the single. There it is, Mason Crane. Straight away, back in position. Northey sprints away down towards deep square leg. Plenty of flight on that one. And rifled away through extra cover by Justin Broad for 4 more runs. Well, Northamptonshire here could secure that second batting bonus point in the closing stages of day 2. Already spoke about the fact that Justin, such a proficient player of spin bowling. I saw the different angles of attack that he utilises, the different shots. Should he want to take it, the reverse sweep is the option as well. I do fancy, though, in the closing stages, just be a little bit more conventional, unless it is very, very wide and very full from Crane. As you can probably hear through the effects mic as well, a few crows here at...
Yeah, I was going to say that's not a national emergency alert for those fearing it might be. Had that on Sunday at 3 p.m. Umpires all across the country. That's swept well outside the line of off stump for impact. Umpires right around the country trying to find ways to create drinks breaks at 3 p.m. to avoid a batter getting out distracted by the alarms and an umpire having to deal with one of those situations that even the laws of the game can sometimes not fully know how to account for. Umpires are coming together for a chat here.
Yes, it's because Zabe was hit on the head there.
Ah, okay. So it's checking the helmet. Okay.
Yep.
The reaction from all told was so innocuous. It didn't fully dawn on me what was happening. But of course, it is the necessary and very important checks being made.
Yeah, just going to undergo concussion protocol. Safe is absolutely fine. Just checking as well for external damage on the lid. Thankfully, no harm done, so we can resume. Strangely, in the last few minutes, it does appear to have actually gotten a little bit lighter. Those shadows not as prominent. They're still there, of course. It's nearly 10 past 6, but just brightened up a little bit. Those last bits of sunlight just continue to peer through. And there is the reverse this time from Zabe. Save your leg, son. Beautifully executed. The option was there, and that is the 300 up for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. 2 batting bonus points have been secured, and this now is a terrific foundation for day 3. All that talk about Glamorgan potentially batting long and batting once. Well, you can make the exact same argument here for Northamptonshire. Still plenty of work to be done, though, as that one has been flashed away through deep points. And it's back-to-back boundaries to finish up the over. Northants 304 for 4. 12 deliveries remain here on day 2. And tomorrow is set to be a pretty big day in the wider context of this clash. Still 163 runs behind, but plenty of batting left in the shed. Zabe. Well, he is motoring along adeptly on 76 from 102. Justin Broad also going nicely on 26 from 30. Hadi Sharma and Lewis McManus still to come.
Oh, helped round the corner. Really clever shot from Broad, who's injecting even more purpose and panache into this innings. He's the player in a way that Sells wasn't quite in that partnership, who is almost matching Zabe stroke for stroke here. Broad is now almost at a runner ball. Sells played a really valuable innings too in keeping Zabe company in a good partnership. That's just helped to short mid-wicket. Can Carlson snatch one here?
It would be gold dust, wouldn't it, for Glamorgan? The dying embers of day 2. Broad thinks about shuffling down the track instead. Just works it away off his thigh. Out towards deep mid-wicket. Straight away, the Glamorgan fielders back into their positions. 9 deliveries left. Can Zabe and Broad just survive these? Come out to bat on day 3. And this is where the concentration levels have got to be sky high. How many times have we seen final over of the day's play? Batters and teams just getting a little bit too comfortable. Carlson testing Zabe here, this time on the inside of the bat. 1 delivery remains in this, the 67th over of the innings.
So that's it for the day from that particular end. We've got 1 over to come from Lynn Wilson end of the ground. Well done from David Capel's end. 309 for 4. Is there a twist in the tail? Northants will certainly hope not. It's been a really good batting effort collectively. You know, we have talked a lot about how brilliant Safe Zabe has been, and rightly so. But don't forget the platform that got set for him to get there. 50 for Vasconcelos, 67 for Proctor, the hard runs against the new ball. Last over of the day. Crane with the ball in his hand. And he'll just make Broad wait. And I would hope he's going to do that a bit more in this over, because that's exactly what Crane should be doing. He should draw this out. And if I was him, I'd definitely get a couple more catches in. Oh, beautifully bowled from Crane. He's got a nick. Broad is out. Magnificent from Mason Crane. Superb keeping from Cook. 309 for 5. Broad gone for 31 in the final over of the day. Another key breakthrough for Glamorgan in their promotion push. Another wicket for Mason Crane, who's picked up 4 in the day and had 1 dropped off his bowling as well. Yet again, this terrific twirler showing his value to the Welsh county, who strike right at the last. Safe Zabe's still there, but yet another partner of his is removed right at the death. Drama to the last.
Absolutely. Goes back to that previous point we were making. Concentration levels. On that occasion, it was Chris Cook, the experienced wicketkeeper, who is safe as houses with the gloves. Well, that's frustrating for Northamptonshire. The partnership was building nicely. 44 runs is what it ends on. And that is the conclusion of what has been a thoroughly engrossing and absorbing day's play here in Northampton. So the home side, 309 for 5 as we head into day 3 tomorrow. That is stumps on the second day of this 2025 Rothesay County Championship fixture. And from myself, Aaron Viles, and the brilliant Michael McCann, we thank you ever so much for your company today. Thank you as well to our wonderful broadcast team here at Wantage Road. We hope to have your company here again at 10:30 tomorrow morning. Until tomorrow, we wish you a very safe and enjoyable end to your Tuesday evening.